Hi everyone, good evening, good to see you guys. I hope you're all doing well. Hope you've had a great start to your weekend.
Good evening, Twiggie. How are you tonight?
Thank you for the bits, Pierce. I am alright. How are you guys? So, we started with Rebecca's chapter on Thursday. We didn't get that far. We only just started Rebecca's chapter. And the last thing that happened was we basically got confirmed that Rebecca sees the ghost as well. And Isabella doesn't know that Rebecca can see the ghost, and I'm pretty sure that Rebecca was extremely dismissive over the whole ghost thing in Isabella's chapter, which is interesting because we know she can see it because she saw it right here. Also, just a quick note, this is a long-ass chapter. It is such a long chapter. It's the longest so far, and it has so many paths. And I am so excited. There's so much. There is so much. For context, the previous longest chapter was Zachary, which is still a long chapter, but this is much longer. And I am looking forward to it. We know that Rebecca can see the ghost. I am very curious to see if she has any redeeming traits coming forward, because so far she's one of my least favorite characters. It goes Luke, Ashton, Rebecca for top 3 least favorite. And yeah, I'm super excited. The last thing we saw, actually I haven't done anything, so I can go into the gallery and just show you what happened. Chapter 5. Where's that? Chapter 5. We were in the car. We were driving Isabella's home. And, yeah. The ghost was in the car seat behind us and almost made us crash. We didn't, but it almost made us crash, and, favorite order? Ooh. Zach, Hannah, and Isabella. Isabella is a little dull, but I don't mind her. She's okay. She's sweet. She's a little boring, but she's okay. Even the many pictures, she looks like an asshole. She does. The thing about Rebecca is that she's incredibly judgmental, incredibly jealous, and that put together with the fact that she's a teacher just makes her intolerable. So this is right after they almost crashed. Isabella is a little upset with Rebecca. Rebecca is not happy either, and we spend the rest of the trip back to Salem well in silence. All thoughts of an overreactive imagination playing tricks on a flu-addled mind and of smiles never meant for my eyes, abandoned if only for a brief moment. Hi Chuck, good evening. The next day. Ooh, we've never seen this before. This is where they live. Because Rebecca and Isabella are neighbors. We've never seen the outside of their apartment building, have we? It looks like a hotel. But I'm pretty sure this is where they live. Guess we'll find out. It begins innocently enough. Tuesday mornings arrive like any other day before it, bright and clear. Even though it comes with an extra helping of the unusual October weather, I appreciate being able to catch a glimpse of the clear skies lately. Hi, Irons. Good evening. Maybe they live in a hotel? Maybe. For 5 years. After going through a bout of sickness last week, it does something to lift the mood of what would otherwise be a dreary morning. And despite being mostly a creature of habit, I wind up waking earlier than usual because of it. Still no earlier than Isabella, it appears. If that's the TV, then that's no indication. She leaves the TV on 24/7. I've assumed she'll take a day or two off because of what happened to Miss Cooper, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So, Miss Cooper is Rose, who was Isabella's co-worker, who was murdered. Played Apex and we were betrayed? Oh no. The sound of the morning news drifts from her unit when I walk past on the way to my mailbox. Chances are, around this hour, she's already been dressed and ready to go. Probably just waiting for the next bus to arrive. Hi Saima, good evening. I don't really know what to recap because there's just... I can recap what happened with the endings of everyone, but apart from that, it's just a ton of, like, character development, and that's very hard to recap easily. Isabella was left alive. She has... Oh, I looked at... Yeah, I 100%ed... Sorry, I keep pressing the wrong thing. I 100%ed Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, so I know all the endings, but... I'm not gonna tell you guys about the other endings. I'm just gonna go... We're just gonna assume that I've only played what I've seen, what you guys have seen on stream. Hi G, good evening. So I'm not gonna spoil anything in that regard. Hana ended up getting possessed. She was possessed by the ghost, and that was the last thing we saw of her. Zachary... It's not really that much, to say about him. He ended up alive as well. He's 100% alive. And everyone's seen the ghost, basically. Marianne's chapter is probably the most interesting one. We started off... Hang on, I'm just gonna do that for a bit. We started off Marianne's chapter with her going to the bar and getting drunk, and Luke was there, Hana's husband. Luke was there, and they basically almost hooked up, went back to their apartments, and she said, no, I can't do it, it's not. This feels wrong. And we found out that she... In school, she had this best friend who was in love with her, and she was in love with her as well, but they decided... Well, Marianne decided that that went against everything that she believed in, everything she had been raised to, and she rejected the other girl, and basically things happened, other girl ended up committing suicide, and Marianne sees the ghost as her, which was crazy. And Marianne, yeah, she did that, and things happened. She ended up in the cellar of the wine cellar. God, so many. 4 different endings? Oh boy. She ended up in a wine cellar and was trapped by the ghost in a dungeon connected to the wine cellar. And in the wine cellar, we found a camcorder, which showed a video of some kids in the mansion playing a prank with the letter. They were basically adding stuff to the letter. They haven't shown anything more than that, but I'm pretty sure that the letter just said, help me, help me, help me, and they added the send this to 5 people or else, which would mean that this whole ghost thing is not a curse that is transferred, and it's not a curse that you get rid of if you send the letter to people, which changes everything, really. And so she's in the cellar. We don't know that they added that to the note, but it was heavily implied. They added something to the notes. They added something to the notes. They didn't show what, but considering the fact that the ghost has been saying help me, that's the only thing we've heard the actual ghost say. I'm assuming that that's what the note originally said, but we don't know. But Marianne is in the dungeon. We don't know what happened to her, and then we started Rebecca, and we just started her chapter, so... Yeah. That's the short of it. Walked a lot of 5 times. Jesus, 13 steps. 13,000 steps. That's a lot of steps. Well done. That's gotta be a good feeling. I love coming home after having walked that much and just lie down. It's great. Don't know why the ghost would need 5 people to see it. No, I think in some way,
Great job, Twigs. The more this goes, the more this is going to test your recap skills.
Thank you. Thank you for the bits and for saying that. It's a crazy game to recap, but I think I covered all the major points by now. If I left something out, please let me know. I I enjoy the lay down without the walking. I mean, yeah, but... Well, teacher goes mother vocabulary or she's a teacher? Maybe. We'll find out, though. We still have a lot to go. Alright, I need to get the sound of this TV off. Chances are, around this hour, she's already dressed and ready to go. Probably just waiting for the next bus to arrive. I've tried following her example before, but I don't think I'll be repeating that.
Really? How can anyone be up before the sun is up?
She has a point. What's the purpose of the letter? I don't know! The letter's cursed, whoever sees it. I don't know! I don't know how it works! We'll find out! We're like... halfway! Ugh. It's a habit she got from home, she said, instilled in her by the kind of life she grew up in. Like clockwork, it's always at 4 AM, either to help with the chores or prepare the little siblings for school. The game is named after it. It could just be a red herring. The ghost thing could have absolutely nothing to do with the letter. You think she's not leaving north of her polar circle? Just sleep all day. Sleep all day during the winter and just never go to bed. I know what happened with there being dozens of us. It was amazing. It was I think it's a top clip of like the last 7 days or something. It was just a perfect timing. Kapple, thank you so much for that raid. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. Hope you had a great stream. Hi, Akalia. Good evening to you all. Still don't know who that random guy killed by the ghost was. No. I think that the whole murders that random guy and Rose, I'm not sure if that's connected to the ghost at all. They made it appear like it is because of the help me, but I'm not sure that's the case. We have no idea. Hi, J. Forston. Good evening. How are you doing, Kaffel? Really appreciate the raid. It is an anime game. It's a horror game, but it's a visual novel horror game. And honestly, it's amazing. It's gotten better every time I play it. Things happen that I'm not prepared for, and it's so good. It surprised me the first time. She just didn't look like someone who could. It's nice and how big it is. Yeah, right? The fact that... Okay, so I told you guys that I 100%ed Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. In Chapter 2, there were so many paths. I couldn't get to this path without completely replaying Chapter 1. Because this path is entirely dependent on something you did, like way back here or something. Which is... It's crazy. All your choices, even like the tiny things, they actually impact the story, and I love it. Like some bacon and eggs. Probably gonna be blown out by the ending, and it's gonna be something we never thought. Yes! I am enjoying it, mister. I'm enjoying it so much. I wouldn't have spent 20 hours on it on stream if I wasn't. In the end, I've simply passed it off as one of the many things anyone will have to get used to around her. Not that I'll ever fully understand. I'm my parents' only child. We aren't well off, but so far, I've lived a relatively easy life. I didn't have to think about bills or food for the next day, or paying for any siblings' tuition on top of my own, or supporting a sick father's medication. All I have to worry about were my grades, if it would gain Mum and Dad's approval, or what we would be having for dinner. When put next to hers, they all pale in comparison. They look like less problems and more like petty issues this way.
Petty issues?
But as unimportant as it all sounds, sometimes its ugly head rears at the most inappropriate moments. And sometimes they come through your mailbox in the form of a fancy-looking letter, pretty ribbons and all. Oh, this has got to be the invitation for the housewarming party. Yeah. Whoever sent this has spent silly money on the envelope alone. Verging on ridiculous, really. I can already imagine Isabella wrinkling her nose when she sees it. Then she'll complain about unnecessary expenses and rich people problems. I'm almost afraid to touch it myself. As if simply brushing a hand against its crisp surface will be enough to put a crease on it, and it would be a terrible sight to the center. But as extravagant as I find this, it isn't really the first time I received one. Most of the time it's not even for me, so who am I to complain? Either way, no look of surprise crosses my face once I flip the envelope open to see my parents' name written in a neat script.
Nothing new then.
Alistair and Alyssa. Their years in academe naturally brought with it various connections. People from other fields, art, science, business, politics, you name it. This one, though, gives off a much more personal vibe. It's, I'm 100% sure that this is for the housewarming party, because we were there with, where's that? We were there as Hannah, and Hannah and Rebecca talked about her parents, that her parents couldn't be there because they were in Scotland. Too fancy for housewarming? This is Hannah and Luke Wright we're talking about. Letters like this usually come from old students, people who've grown fond of my parents, and they, in return, treat like children of their own. I've only met a few of them. Most have moved on to become successful in their chosen careers, and little letters like this are their way of expressing gratitude. It's one thing Mom and Dad are proud of, rightfully so, and I'm happy for them. But there are times I wish they'll remember that they have a daughter here. The real one. Not that it's of any importance now. It's not like they didn't raise me well and provided for me. They did. I wouldn't be where I am now if it wasn't for their hard work. No, Hope, that was Rebecca's parents. The letter was addressed to those. Sketches look better than the actual characters. I think the sketches look so cool. I love the little drawings. It's sometimes hard to find the exact event that you're looking for based on the drawings, but it's well enough. And like a dutiful child, I do everything I can to give back, even if it's as small as letting them know they got another mail waiting for them. The phone rings for a good minute before someone answers. Mum, her voice as warm as I remember.
Becca?
Hi, Mum. How's the conference going?
Well enough. Until your dad sprained his ankle.
Oh no, is it bad?
I'm alright. In case anyone in this family cares to listen, I'm alright. Very much alive, darling.
And there you have it. He'll be up and walking in a few weeks, don't worry. We're going to have to extend our stay here until it heals, though.
Is that normal? If you sprain your ankle on vacation, that you just stay until it's fully healed? I've never done that. That seems weird. Like, in a few weeks? Oh, we're just gonna be here on vacation, like, 3 weeks extra because I sprained my ankle.
Is something the matter?
Nothing big. Just that this mail arrived for you this morning.
A lie. Thankfully, she doesn't notice. Although, if I'm going to be honest, a small part of me yearns for her to do so and ask me about it. Before I put down that idea almost... But I put down that idea almost as soon as it surfaces. No reason for Becky to be alone with the ghost thing. Yeah. It costs so much to change all your plans. The only thing I could think of is if... They said it was a conference, so it's probably like a business trip. Maybe, like, their work is paying for it. Or maybe they have, like, a different apartment or a house in Scotland. They probably don't have an extra house in Scotland, considering how they weren't very well off. I shouldn't make them fret. They're busy.
What does it say?
Raise your glasses, give cheers to the good times, blah blah.
You're cordially invited to the Wright's housewarming party.
Becca manners. That isn't how I taught you to read.
Maybe we'll find out why Becca is how she is.
Sorry. You are cordially... it's an invitation, Mum, for a housewarming party. From, Hannah?
I'm sorry, who reads that name and instinctively pronounces it Hannah? Like, even if they are in England, they The name rings a bell, though at the moment, I can't recall when or where I've heard it recently. It must be nothing too important if I didn't bother committing it to memory. There are lots of Hannahs in the world, so who knows?
Hannah.
She also wrote you a note, Mum. It says you used to be her private tutor at the Evans mansion.
Hi, Grumpy Bat, how are you doing? Complete dismissal of that argument was great.
And that she misses you and would love to see you two again.
Does she have a lot of difficulty reading? Kinda sounded like it. Oh no. It makes my heart clench to read another openly say those words to them. The same ones I want to tell them. Oh, she just had a hard time saying it. Hi, Jimmy. Good to see you. It's going pretty good. It's going good. How are you guys? I want to see you too. It's been years since we've been together as a family, and if there's one thing that hasn't changed from childhood, is that Mum and Dad are still busy with their respective careers. Oh, so this is turning sad. This is turning really sad. That Rebecca, all she wants in life is her parents' love, and they've been so busy with work to ever give it to her. Aww. Stop making me feel bad for Becca. Just assembling models? Ooh. You know what, Jamie? I lurk in your streams all the time because it's so soothing to watch you put together those models. It's something that I could never do. I wouldn't have the patience at all, but I love just watching and listening to it. It started really sad like a week ago. True. You do have a point, but still. Trying to fix a bug in this huge library. Can you comment on? I have no idea what the bug payload means. Just send it back to them. And we're dissing her. Yeah, but yeah. And here's the thing, I'm really worried that they're gonna do the same with Luke. And I've been predicting that from the start, that Luke comes off as the biggest asshole ever. And I'm very worried that they're gonna make Luke to be this really sad story and make us feel bad for him. Gonna make every person pretty sympathetic at one point or another. Yeah, and I don't want that to happen. Out of the country, away on some meeting or symposium, sometimes for months on end. It only grew more frequent with the years until I'm old enough to live on my own. I'd like to think that's how I become independent at such an early age. They've always praised me for that. At times, I wish they didn't.
Evans? Oh, I remember now. Honey, it's Hannah. Hannah Evans. Remember? Bright girl, 2 years older than Becca?
Didn't she get married a few years ago? 7 now, I think. But they grow up so fast, these kids.
Yeah, she invited us to that too. Fonte de Medici.
It was maybe this great guy to start. The ghost has possessed him? That could be? I'm not ruling that out. I'm not sure. I have no clue.
But we missed that one because you had to present your paper in Singapore.
We did send her a note after. Still a shame we couldn't attend, though. What is it about this time?
She sent another invite for a housewarming party. Becca, when is it?
This Friday, Mum.
Oh, that's too bad. We'd love to be there, but Da's not in a condition to go walking around.
Apparently it's not in a condition to go home either, so...
I guess we'd have to decline again. I really miss that girl.
I could go in your place.
I let it slip without thinking. Personally, I've never been fond of gatherings, regardless of how simple I make it seem. But if there's one thing I hate hearing, that disappointed note in Mum's voice always ranks first. Whether it's directed at me or some other thing doesn't matter.
Are you sure? Don't you have work this Friday?
The event will be in the evening, Mum. It shouldn't take anything away from my schedule.
Schedule? I don't think I've ever heard someone pronounce it schedule, but okay.
It's all right. The invite's for 2 people. I can bring someone with me so things don't get boring.
Ah, and she invites Ash?
I see. Maybe you can also invite Ashton?
He's like the worst person to invite. But I guess they don't know any other people. I hate people who pronounce it that way, right? Like, Just don't do that.
Mum, that's a sure no from him. He hates attending parties.
She loves Ash, but he's not lovable.
But I'll see what I can do. If not, I can always bring Isabella with me. You know her. She won't say no if there's food involved.
They just keep talking about how much Isabella loves food more than anything else.
Okay, if it's not going to be a big problem for you, I don't see why not. We owe you this one, darling.
No problem, Mum. I'll even say hi to Hana for you.
Please do. And let her know we'd love to see her once we're back in the city. Leave her our number or something.
I will.
But you know, the two of you would have become really good friends. Don't you remember? You met with her once. If my memory serves me right, you were 12 then?
I don't think I remember any person I met once when I was 12. This too, I can't recall. It's probably one of those meetings where we only talked a bit before going our ways. If she did leave an impression, I'm pretty sure I would have written about it somewhere, or at least recognized her name. As it is, the only few people I remember clearly from that time in my life is Ashton. And Mandy. Mandy! To some extent. Mum must have sensed my confusion because she laughs.
Don't push yourself too hard, darling. Really? It felt like having two daughters back then. Sometimes I wish they didn't send her away to boarding school. But, well, you know how often that goes with them. Still, try talking to her while you're there.
Oh, we'll see. I'll let you know what happens after.
I'm looking forward to it, darling. Take care of yourself.
Will do. You too, Mum. Bye. Tell Da to be careful next time.
She chuckles then. A hearty one, tender and always light on my ears. She may be a stern teacher, but this is the part of her I love the most. The sound of it still echoes even as our call comes to an abrupt end, bringing with it a memory from so many years ago. When life and responsibilities that accompany adulthood are things far from our minds, if given the chance, I'd love to go back to those. I don't dwell on it though, shaking it all away almost as soon as the memory forms a clear picture in my head. I've always wondered how Isabella can easily pretend everything is normal over a phone call, then bounce back to her usual self immediately after. I've seen her do it plenty of times. For me, it just drains whatever energy I have. And with a whole day of teaching still ahead of me, I can't afford to look exhausted in front of my students. Even for a wee bit. It's never a good example to set. So, with another sigh, I put everything at the back of my mind and tread back to my room. The rest of my day waits. 15 minutes later, I'm heading back out, dressed for the day, my car keys in hand. Ordinarily, I don't stop for anything. There's never a need to. That's the beauty of this apartment complex. It's quiet and everyone keeps to themselves. No useless platitudes in the morning. No need to wear a smile on your face lest other people are nosy enough to ask. Today, however, the morning broadcast still plays from Isabella's room. You should be used to that by now! My brisk pace slows to a stop, and a frown gradually forms in my face.
She hasn't left.
Hi, Joey. Good evening. Reminds you of Dexter? A little bit. How was your stream, Joey? Of course, this isn't unusual. Hang on, what day is it? When was the car stuff? I believe that was right after the movie, right? Yeah, that was right after the movie, and Rose doesn't die until, like, here. So she dies on the evening on the 22nd, I believe. Which is today, but it shouldn't be yet. There are times when I've left earlier than she did, like last Friday before their open house. But those days are few and far between. It only happens in the direst circumstances, though the last part of that might be a bit of an exaggeration. Quiet except for Isabella's news making noise 24/7. You finished Spyro and didn't know what else to play? Ah, I hate it when that happens on stream. Jimmy, if you like slow games with a lot of build-up and a lot of character development and story, with a few scares, this is the game for you. I love it. I absolutely love it. I was a tiny bit skeptical after the first chapter, but I'm completely sold. 100%. I would say it's better than Doki Doki. It's similar in the sense that it's a visual novel, so it's similar in that regard. But here, everything is voice acted, apart from like inner thoughts and stuff. There's more of a story. In Doki Doki, I feel like it's all character development, and here it's actually a story. There are multiple paths. If you look at the branching tree, all of this is different choices that you make leading to different events. All characters, you play as every character. There are 7 main characters, and you play as all of them in a non-chronological order, and they all have different endings. Everyone can die, or they can end up alive, or something in between. Honestly, I love this game so much. And it's a long one, though. It's about 40 hours on average. Super interesting. I'm not a fan of visual novels, right? It's very good. Hi, Pureblood. Good evening. So, yeah. I know, Joey. I tried to keep it hidden, but there you go. However, with what's happened in the last few days, maybe today is one. The death of a friend isn't something anyone can brush off, and for someone like Isabella. But wait! Oh, the journal is broken again. The journal breaks every now and then. It's pretty much the only way you can keep track of where you are and what happened on each day, since it doesn't play in a chronological order. You are reliant on the journal. Okay, so we're on the 22nd now. Unless we skipped a day. I don't recall, did we skip a day? Maybe we did. Because they're definitely talking about Rose. The death of a friend, yeah. Isabella is the kind that get attached to people easily. With Zachary, Ashton, and I, that has been the case. I can't imagine what she's been going through right now, especially when the woman was someone she owed a lot, despite their training being brief. For context, Isabella was the character we played as first, and her co-worker died under mysterious circumstances. She was murdered, and we don't know who did it. And I think that's... There are 2 stories to this game, I think. There's the ghost story, which is the main big one, that is sort of the main focus of the game. But there are also murders going on. And they make it seem like the murders are connected to the ghost. I'm not sure they are. I think that they are separate in some way. Which would have played as. Yeah, me too. Rose is very interesting. I've given her the space last night in deference, but perhaps today might be the proper time to check on her.
Oh, whatever. I've still got time anyway.
With light steps, I move closer to a door, hand already poised to knock. Still, I don't do so until I hear her answer me.
Isabella? Belle? Are you in there?
No answer. After a second, I finally knock. Lightly so I don't disturb her in case she's sleeping and has merely left the telly running last night. Never mind how she never lets that happen. Ever. That's not true! Welcome back, Ikalia. Waste of electricity and all.
I just want to check on you before I leave. Is that okay? Are you going to work today, Belle?
She is! Still
I'm
nothing.
about to leave. If you want, I can drop you off.
She's definitely going to work. Another round of knocking. Then I'm fishing out a copy of her key from my bag and unlocking the door. She lent it years ago after I complained about the mess and offered my help in cleaning up. I thought the gesture was completely unnecessary back then. After all, I could always knock. But she never did bother taking them from me, always returning it or turning away from the conversation whenever I insist. At one point, I've simply stopped trying to hand it back to her.
Isabella? I'm coming in, all right?
Without waiting for an answer, I push the door open and step inside. Because she went to work, right? October 25th. So we skipped multiple days. Oh, hang on. We're on the 25th. That means yesterday is when she went to work. And today is where she spent the night... Right. She spent the night at Zach's place. And when we were playing as Zach and Isabella was in his apartment, Ash called and it was all panic because they couldn't find Isabella. Alright, so now I'm all caught up then. So basically, Becca is gonna panic, call Ash, and they'll search for Isabella all over. Gotcha. Her unit is still a mess. Instant noodle cups on a table, a pile of clothes on one side, papers strewn about everywhere, and an unkept bed, among other things. This much is given. Will always be a given. I've been her several times already, and I still wonder how she can function like a human being with a place in this state. However, that's neither here nor there. I'm not sure what I'm expecting, but it's certainly not finding an empty flat. Granted, she could have left earlier, far earlier than usual. But she never ever leaves without making sure she's unplugged everything. That's something she just doesn't forget to do. It doesn't help that her bathroom appears unused this morning. Another habit, and it can only mean she hasn't been here since last night. Perhaps even since the morning after Miss Cooper's death. Either idea doesn't sit well with me, with what with the news we've been hearing lately.
The authorities are still trying to find the cause of death for all the victims.
Last we heard about the BRC employees, they were missing. They weren't dead last time we heard. They were missing. I'm gonna assume, Skibbles, that the one towel that Isabella owns was dry and unused. Or something. Because remember, she only has one towel. Cleaning day, Nippy? Have fun. Have fun.
Early investigation revealed most of them were employed under Briar Realty Corporation at the time of death.
Yeah, we only heard that they went missing.
Meanwhile, BRC has refused to comment on this.
Gathering my wits, I immediately places a call to her mobile. It rings for a good minute. The sound a comfort in itself, but when another minute rolls by without her answering... Well, I'm not a woman prone to panicking. Sudden bouts of temper, maybe, but never panic, despite how I might sound when I speak. And when it ultimately goes straight to her voicemail, a sigh is the only thing I let out. The pause doesn't last long, though. In the next moment, my fingers are already moving across the screen in search of the two people who might be able to help. It's Ashton's number I find first and dial. Call it a habit, but even Isabella thinks he's dependable when the situation calls for it. Despite how much they give each other grief, that already says a lot about him. There's Zachary, but around this hour, he's probably still sleeping. If he has freelance work, it's very likely he's just gotten himself in bed. He's the last person I want to bother, if anything. The wait doesn't take long. Soon, a click, then Ashton's voice echoes through the receiver, rough and still heavy with sleep. He never did grow fond of mornings.
Becca? Christ, what time is it? What's up?
Not you, apparently.
Good one. Did you call this early just to make that joke? I'm going back to sleep.
No, Ash, hold on. This is important.
Becca, stakeout last night. Make this quick. I've still got a few hours before the chief bothers me.
Sorry, I'll let you go back to sleep after. It's just that... Wait, you were on a stakeout last night?
Yeah, I'm like 99% sure that he's investigating the right.
Did I say that? Shit. Forget I said that. Forget I said anything. Forget we had this conversation.
So, you have no idea?
About what? About what? I also have no idea why we're talking so early in the morning, so there's that.
No, will you stop sleep talking or whatever for a second? Belle didn't come home last night. She's gone.
Who?
Isabella!
Instead of an answer, a brief pause comes after, followed by something blunt and heavy hitting a hard surface and a string of rather colorful curses from him. It's the exact same sound that he made when he dropped the phone in the very first chapter in the beginning in the mansion. I will never forget that sound right there. Can we replay it? No, we can't. The moment might have been one of the many things I'll keep to myself and remember fondly in the next few days if things aren't the way they are. When he picks up again, there's no trace of sleep left in his voice.
Say that again, from the top.
Isabella's gone, Ash. She didn't come home last night. Her flat's empty. She left her telly running. You know she doesn't do that and...
Okay, Becca, stop. Calm down first. You're starting to panic.
I'm not!
You are. Breathe. One person's not going to simply disappear like that. This is Isabella we're talking about. Did you try calling her?
What did you think is the first thing I did? She's not picking up. It went to her voicemail.
How about Zach? Did you check with him?
Not yet. I didn't want to bother him. You know he has trouble sleeping and all that.
All right, I'll go ask Zach. I'll call you back.
No, wait!
He ends the call before I can utter a single word of protest. But for the first time since entering this room, tension is gone from my shoulders and my breathing has eased. The bed creaks as I sit down on it with a sigh. The telly still blares the same uninteresting news, and I'm surrounded by clutter. All the same, it feels strangely calm to be here without worry nagging at me. I'll have to apologize to Zachary later for sending Ashton his way this early, but for now, relying on the latter for this isn't the wrong choice. It never will be. That's something I won't ever doubt in him, much like his promises. And true to his words, he calls back only a few minutes after the last one has ended.
She's with Zach.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. She could have at least sent a message last night.
What are you, her mother?
It's one thing to hear that from Isabella, but from Ashton?
I don't want to hear anything like that from you.
Oh, look back. The first choice we ever made in this game was when we were playing as Isabella. We were talking to Rebecca, and I believe we said, "You're not my mother," because Rebecca was being judgmental and nagging. Also, I'll be back in just 2 seconds. I just gotta take care of something. Back real soon. Alright, we're back. Yeah, that is a great throwback. It means more people see that side of her, basically.
I'm serious. You've got to stop treating her like she's one of your students, Becca. You don't have to keep tabs on her every time. Last I checked, she's only 3 years younger than the two of us. That's almost a decade gap from those kids you're teaching, you know.
Says the person who keeps calling her Scaredy Cat.
Uh-huh.
That's
No.
not related at all.
We're about for students. Yes.
Anyway, I'll go check how she's doing. Don't stress yourself out. You go ahead to work.
She was sweet towards Kylie, though. We met her. That's the only student we've met. She was very sweet to her.
Wait, you? Don't you have a precinct to be at? Whatever happened to not treating her like one of my students? Because if anyone's going to ask me, I think you're doing the same thing.
Ah, she's so judgmental.
Zach said it's an emergency. Something happened last night.
Emergency?
He didn't put it in those exact same words, but it sounded like it.
Ash, what really happened? Is Isabella fine?
She's alright. She's safe. Zach let her stay the night after she... Look, okay. Z-Man wasn't clear about it, but let me handle this. I'll check on her. I'll bring her home.
It sounds like a lie if I've ever heard one. The sort where he omits things so people won't fret, and I'm not sure whether I should be happy that he cares that much to say it. So here's the thing. Isabella ran to Zach's apartment because she went to work after Rose died, and she saw the ghost in the, in her office, and she almost died. And Zach was the closest. She ran there, and she spent the night. And I'm pretty sure at this point, Ashton and Becca probably have suspicions that she didn't spend the night because of that. Failed a quick time event at work, yes. And as a punishment, she died. There shouldn't be a need for this between us, is there? We grew up together, didn't we? He knows I'm capable of at least hearing out the truth without it gnawing at me for the rest of the day. He knows me better than that. I know him better than that. Frankly, there's plenty of other things to say about this. But despite and after all the trouble he went through with how things are moving at the moment, only one thought occurs to me. What should I say? She wouldn't apologize for the trouble. Becca would never do that. She would... No. Why does he have to go through such lengths for a person he only met 5 years ago? I wish I could ask him that. Because here's the thing. Becca is crazy in love with Ash and has been in love with Ash for like 20 years. And now we're ruining their relationship. I wish I could simply say it to his face and finally get a straight answer from him, instead of doing whatever this is we're doing. Instead of beating around the bush. Has the years changed us this much? Has adulthood changed us this much?
You've done enough, Ash. Let me take it from here.
Ashton is quiet for a little while, but I can almost see the frown in him. Hear the gears turning in his head.
Don't you have a class to teach today? Tuesdays are your busiest this school year, aren't they?
Yeah, but someone has to check on her. And I don't want to impose on you any further. I've already disturbed your sleep.
You're not imposing. Besides, I'm doing you a favor. I know you, Becca. You hate being late or missing a day of work for a very small thing. Leave this to me.
You said you're waiting for a call from the chief.
I'm dropping by the precinct anyway. There's some trouble I have to fix with those guys. It won't be completely out of the way.
Ashton,
I trail off, at loss for words in the end. From the start, it's a losing battle. We may have been together a long time, known each other far better than any other people. But that doesn't mean we often see things eye to eye. Time and again, it's a matter of agreeing to disagree. This is often how the status quo is kept. Whenever it comes to this, I can only accept it, but grudgingly.
okay, whatever you want to do.
I'll let you know what happened afterwards, I promise. I'll call you later. You have a good day. Bye.
I admit, the way he puts it isn't comforting enough. You can be blunt like that. So many unknown variables, so many words left unsaid. I wish he'd simply lay them out in the open, because like this, I'm more inclined to think there's an exaggeration on the other's part. If it's from Zachary or Ashton, I don't know. In the end, all we can do is wait, go about my day, and hope for the best. Before leaving, I spare Isabella's room one last glance, disturbingly quiet now without her in it. I'll get answers from her later. For now, my concerns are best left here. At least turn off the TV! No? Alright. The rest of the day slips away in a blur. Despite my best efforts in keeping this morning's event from surfacing in my mind, it sticks. So what else happens today? Nothing. We don't know anything else that happens today, apart from the fact that Ash goes to Zachary, they eat. That's all we know about today. Career man is back. Hi, Frostballs. Good evening. I mean, look at him. Look at him. Something is up. In a way, everything today simply feels like a reminder. Every conversation, regardless of how casual. Every topic, no matter how mundane it seems. I blame the news entirely for this. Recent happenings brought quite a few interesting stories to everyone's attention. Mostly superstitious talk of death. And when the locals talk about death here, anyone can sure as hell count on someone bringing up that mansion Isabella sold not a few weeks ago. Even my own students won't stop yapping about it. I think it's even worse than when it was put back up on the market. Now there are more stories. If this is the world reminding me that what matters, or simply because the atmosphere around this time of year calls for it, I'd rather take the latter. At least then, I can be sure people will forget about it in favor of another set of holidays after. Right, because we're right before Halloween. Nevertheless, and this may be a painful thing to admit, but listening to them is a pleasant distraction while waiting for Ashton's call. I hope he didn't forget. The school day's about to end soon.
No, that's got nothing with what I heard.
This is... Okay. Alright, theory time. And it's probably not a good theory. But this is the school where the camcorder in the dungeon prison that Marianne is locked in, it showed students from this school. Do you think these students know about that? Whatever became of those students? Because, hang on. Let me actually save and let us go back into the gallery. Chapter 3. No, that was chapter 4 even. They all died, it seems. Okay, but when did that happen? Like, when is this happening and why is no one talking about that? Because they were clearly killed by the ghost. And they were students at this school, so why is that not a thing that anyone talks about? We made it to Halloween with any characters? Nope. No, we haven't. Nope. The latest day is the 30th, which is when Zach went to look for Ashton at the mansion, and we turned away instead of going into the window where we heard the ghost. But here's the thing, if someone dies at a school, they don't just say, oh, I don't know where they went, they just stopped going here. That's not a thing that happens. If a student dies in a school, people at the school knows about it. The problem is we don't know when that happened. It was clearly before they found the letter. Because they were messing with the letter. Here's my proper cup of tea. Aw, gee. That's a good thing about being away. It makes all the small things at home so much better. Didn't die at the school though. They died at the mansion. Yeah. But even if they're missing, like, that should be something. Why is no one brought that up at all? I feel like that is relevant considering other people are missing and then being found dead. And they haven't said anything about any missing students. They've talked about the missing people at BRC.
No, that's got nothing with what I heard.
Here's the thing. I have a theory that these guys are talking about those students right now. You always hear stuff. I'm not sure half of them's even real.
No, really. Rowan knows about it. He used to be in the same class with them.
Oh, maybe we'll get the answer right now.
I can hear you from back here, you know.
Rowan is Kylie's older brother.
Whatever, Rowan. Anyway, the story goes like this. There were 3 of them. They entered the mansion on a dare, and they were all never seen again.
Maybe I should progress with the story before starting to talk about these things.
No one knows what happened to them. Up to this day.
Well played.
Thank you. And thank you for the bits. See, like, whenever, it was just weird that no one has talked about that. And, like, the students would probably know, or at least have theories. But yeah, we still don't know when this was. Yeah, it makes it seem like it's like this urban legend where no one knows if it's really true.
Scary shit, man.
Cock and bull story. Calling it now.
Is game predictable or is Twiggy psychic? What do you think?
No, you don't get it. Why don't you ask Miss Gales then? Better yet, why don't you go inside the place? I'm betting my allowance you can't do it.
Their talk immediately halts when I look up, all of them suddenly pretending to be engrossed in their current activity. Still, a word to put a stopper to this nonsense is needed. Creativity and imagination fostered by these stories is one thing, but reckless ideas should be corrected before anything potentially tragic comes from it. But they said that Rowan was in their class. He used to be in the same class with them, which means it must have happened fairly recently. Rowan led them to his uncle's mansion and had them killed.
Back to your worksheets, everyone.
She is the game now. What? Right window bottom looks like a person. This? Oh yeah, I can see it. This being the mouth and then an eye right here. That's always been one of my fears. Not at home, but at our cabin. My bedroom window is, it's like, it's high up. It's like... it's probably like 5 meters or something to the ground on that side. And I've had nightmares that I open, or that I peek out the window during night and see a face there.
And I don't want to hear any talk of dares or going inside that mansion. It's private property now.
I am good at explanations, okay?
You'd all better stay away from it before...
At the noise, the whole lot of them go silent. You can almost hear a pin drop. The look on their faces would have made for a funny picture, but that's irrelevant at the moment. If that's a student loitering around, someone's gonna be in trouble.
I'll be back. If you're done, you can leave your worksheets on my desk. Keep the noise to a minimum while I'm gone, okay?
I can sense their eyes on me as I walk out the door. A muted kind of anticipation. A bit unnerving, but it's far more agreeable than the feeling of being watched I've been enduring these past few days. Uh-oh. Class is still in session for most of the rooms. In a few hours, once the final bell rings, however, this place will once again be filled with busy chatter and footfalls, an everyday cycle in itself. But for the moment, I let the silence guide me, my ears focusing on whatever sounds there are or will be, searching for that distinct clanging of metal. A good minute passes, and for the portion of it, only my step echoes through the hall. And another. I'm about to turn around when... the sound of it halts my footsteps. It's a little muffled and infrequent, but grows louder after each interval. With the hallway devoid of people, if I don't put a stop to it soon, it'll start to disturb the other classes still going on. Looking for it doesn't take long. All I do is follow the racket, and shortly, I'm standing in front of a nondescript row of unoccupied lockers. And from inside one of them, sitting in the middle, comes the noise. Annoyingly disruptive now that I'm facing it. Like someone's pounding on a metal door from the inside, hoping to get out. Leaning forward, I try to get a glimpse through the horizontal slats of whatever's causing it. But in this light, only darkness greets me and another round of clanging. Louder than the previous one. More desperate. I've heard stories before, from other schools, from a few colleagues who had to deal with it once or twice. Although personally, I've never encountered one myself, and I can only thank the heavens I haven't yet. But...
if this is another kid some other student stuffed in a locker...
With a huff, I straighten up and study it briefly with a frown. Without delay, I reach for its handle and... at once, it stops. Immediately replaced by the muffled sound of a mobile phone ringing. I give the door a few raps before taking my attention away. A second. Another. When nothing and no one responds, I finally avert my eyes and pull out my mobile. Ashton's voice greets me from the other end of the line, oddly cheerful in light of this morning's matters. Or maybe because I'm just because I'm expecting some grave or serious news from him. Instead, I get this.
Hey, Becca.
Well, you sound happy.
I do? My voice still sounds the same to me.
I'm scared me. Silver Bullet Werewolf suddenly looks inside the cabin through a window. That is terrifying. Just gonna give up on that noise in the locker? Yeah, it stopped, so there's nothing to be concerned about anymore. There are only two things I know that could be the reason of that tone. Sweets, or he's gotten a good lead in his case. From the sound of it, I'm gonna assume it's the former, since lately, that case is all that's been running inside his head. If there's ever a third one, I've never heard of it, yet. It can only be one of the two.
Ignore that. How's Isabella?
Drove her home a few minutes ago. I think she's sleeping now. Sorry this took a while. Z-Man gave us the puppy eyes after we tried to leave. Had some food prepared for us, apparently. We didn't have the heart to say no.
That's all right. Is she okay now?
I'm not really sure. She didn't say anything to Zach, but she mentioned a plan to take a few days off from work. It was a passing comment before I left her, so I didn't get to ask.
Must be because of Rose's death.
Could be. It doesn't seem like it from Zach's story, though. He said she was shaking when she got there.
Shaking?
The word triggers a memory from 3 days ago on the way home from her little treat after she sold the mansion. I didn't think much of it at the time, but I won't lie. It scared me. The terrified look on her face, how she sounded when she suddenly screamed.
Becca? Still there?
Yeah, I just remembered something. Sorry, don't mind me.
Look, if you can talk to her, get the story out of her. That would be great. She wouldn't talk to Zach or me even when I tried. Maybe she'll speak up if it's you?
I'll give it a go, but I can't promise anything, okay? You know how stubborn she can get. But thanks for letting me know about this.
No problem. If anything comes up, just drop me a line, okay?
Every time that happens, like, what do we do that impacted her right there? Just remember someone once telling the relevant info. That sums up this game. There's a short pause before he cuts the call from his end, and once again, I'm alone with my thoughts. I'm not addicted, I'm just wondering, I'm so curious what we did in the past that impacted the fact that he drove her home and she's now sleeping. But rather than answers, all I got from it are questions. More of them, one on top of the other, as if the world isn't planning to give me a break anytime soon. But that's a problem I'll tackle later. Right now, I've got students who need to be taught follies of eavesdropping if the slightly open door and their smothered laughter from inside is an indication.
All right, enough eavesdropping. All of you, back to your seats.
She just completely ignored the closet locker. Why? Just open it. Is that your boyfriend, Miss Gales?
None of your business.
He totally is. A quick scuffle follows that comment. If there's a retort prepared at the tip of my tongue, I drop every pretense of letting it loose on them. There's no use arguing with teenagers sometimes, boisterous as they all are. They're still my kids, though. Rough around the edges, maybe, but still my kids. Shaking my head, I head back to my classroom with a smile, but not before taking a glance at the locker again. It hasn't made a sound since.
Must be the wind.
So, without another look, I leave it alone. Okay. All in all, the entire school day ends without a hitch. It could have gone better, mind you, but with the exams nearing, getting out of work before the sun is set down looks as a far-off dream for now. At least until they're over, then we have the holidays to look forward to. There really are times when you simply take what you can get for the time being.
Nothing wrong with that.
All I'm hoping for is this will continue until the whole day ends. There's still that promise that I made to Ashton, and quite frankly, the idea alone doesn't sound good. If Isabella didn't talk to them, what makes them think she'll talk to me? It's not like there's a hierarchy. Hierarchy. I don't know why I have so much trouble with that word. I don't know. Wonder if the ghost was a former student of that school? I don't know. Cartoon video games, yeah. I have no idea. It could be anything. There literally could be anything right now, but as far as we know, the ghost only seems to affect people who have been in the mansion. One of the characters in the game missing her mom or her dad? Plenty. Isabella's dad has a terminal illness, which is the reason she moved here and is making money. Luke's mother died. We don't know more about that. Both of Hana's parents are dead. We don't know. Just because I can handle Isabella's childish tendencies doesn't mean I can do it all the time.
Really, those two give me too much credit.
Nevertheless, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, if only because I'm also worried about her, and both Zachary and Ashton deem it important that somebody gets a story out of her. Here's to hoping it got nothing to do with that letter. Again. I understand if she feels a bit stressed lately, but keeping that story going on for more than a week is... It's bound to get tiring at one point. Seriously, I merely don't want this to end in another argument. God willing, the cafe special will help smoothing things out. After all, it's always been food with her. Or money. But mostly food. At this hour, the cafe is usually filled to the brim with people. That's the reason Isabella and I rarely go here during the evenings. Or it's simply too much of a hassle when we can prepare food ourselves in the comfort of our homes. And there isn't really much reason to eat out lately. We mentioned the Yodi's on a very old paper, so the ghost must be fairly old. Yeah. I still think the ghost is one of the former owners of the mansion. That's sort of my main theory. I think. What with life going on a busy streak. No time for long lines. Better spend that doing something productive, yes?
Lucky there isn't one tonight.
Only a few people are idling around the counter. 4 of them, in fact. A woman in her 60s and a teenager busy with his phone. Both are just waiting to be served their orders. The other 2, a posh-looking man and a child who I immediately recognize as Kylie, appear to have not yet picked anything they want. For some reason, my stare lingers at the guy. Though dressed relatively well and looks harmless, I haven't seen him around these parts before. Someone new in the neighborhood, perhaps. Even so, there's something familiar in him. It feels like I've seen him somewhere before. Why is her head twice his size? Because she's a anime child. That also begs the question of why Kylie's with him. Of course, the girl easily takes a liking to anyone who buys her sweets, so it's both a little worrisome and unsurprising. The blonde bloke doesn't look particularly thrilled with the company, though. I tear my eyes away from them soon enough, once the guy at the counter appears ready to take my order. You're gonna perform a test? What are you gonna do? That, and I'd also hate to be accused of oogling strangers.
2, evening special, takeout.
He's already punching the order before I even finish. Saying my order out loud is really more for formality's sake and made out of habit. He has known Isabella and I long enough that if we ever drop by here, he already knows it's always because I'm buying dinner for the 2 of us. I rarely visit her alone if I can help it, but Isabella can sometimes be a bad influence. He gives me a small smile before leaving to prepare my order, while I fish for my wallet when...
Look, you little ankle biter. If I buy you the biggest parfait they have, will you please behave?
Oh yeah, he would be a great dad.
I would just like 10 minutes of peace and quiet.
You said you'll get me some bread pudding this time.
Yeah, well, darling, they said they ran out of it. Just pick another one so we can be on our way.
Their parfait doesn't look as cute as the one my mom bought me.
She's so cute.
Parfait is just ice cream, sweetheart. It'll melt no matter how dainty it appears. In the end, it'll all look like an ugly puddle. Now come on, just pick one. It could even be the most expensive one on that list. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Oh, what I would give for someone to buy you off my hands right now.
What? My whole attention instantly snaps back to them and their conversation. Jumping to conclusions isn't something I'm particularly fond of, especially when all I have are baseless assumptions. But you can't really trust a stranger these days. No one around the cafe seems to have noticed his words either. Very suspicious words. Yeah, mister, the thing is, Rebecca doesn't know Luke, and anytime they don't know the character that they're referring to, they just give like a brief explanation, like what that character thinks of them. For instance, Hana, when she was referring to Ash, it just said man from the Orient. Still, I don't move yet. But my hands are already shifted from my wallet to the book I'm carrying. A hardbound textbook. Looks harmless, but if a situation calls for it, it might be a good deadly weapon. Holy, she's prepared! Might. I haven't gotten the chance to try it anywhere so far. today could be the day. How hilarious would it be, in terms of the story, if Rebecca just snaps and attacks Luke right now?
But you promised.
Oh, she's so... Oh, my heart.
Look, if you don't want a parfait, how about...
Hi, Sammy. You're like the princess from Wreck-It Ralph.
How about a Bonifay pie? I'm sure it'll taste just as good as any other bread pudding. I'll even buy you the entire tray. How does that sound?
That's not what you said before.
Well, sweetheart, adults change their minds sometimes.
No, you give that little girl everything she wants.
You said if I come with you, you'll buy me a bread pudding, and I did, and now you won't keep your promise.
I'm on Kylie's side on this one. I'm sorry.
Go home. I miss my mom.
No, darling, if I remember correctly, and I have a good memory, honey. What I said was, if you come quietly with me, I might buy you one.
Wow, he's such an
The
asshole.
quiet part didn't happen. Though now that I'm sober, I think this is a bad idea. And I should just ship you someplace else for that peace and quiet.
Oh, that's it. No hesitation. In a few paces, he's within my reach, and without warning, I'm slamming the flat area of the book against his skull.
Ow!
Gotta say, I like Rebecca a little more. There's a cry of pain, followed by him instantly crouching down, hands nursing the sore spot. Almost comically, if this were a different situation and the safety of a St. Goretti student isn't at stake, I'll probably feel sorry for him. I mean, has anyone seen how thick this book is?
Get behind me, Kylie.
Miss Pink!
It's amusing how fast her expression changes from the pouty one earlier to something that of an utter delight upon seeing me. But there's no time for any pleasantries, not even quick ones, because soon the man straightens and I'm readying my favorite newfound weapon for another hit. Except this time, he's ready, and before I can land another one, his hand shoots up to catch my wrist in a firm hold. Ooh, damn. And the look on his face.
Bloody hell, woman! What's your problem?
To say he's pissed would be a complete understatement. Had I been the weak-willed sword, I'd probably cower under his sharp gaze. But that simply isn't how I roll. Oh my god, Skibbles. That's amazing. That is incredible. Thank you for doing that. If he thinks he can scare me and do as he pleases here just because I'm a woman or whatever his reasons might be, he's got another thing coming from him. Or him. So instead, I return to him with the same intensity, with the same venom.
What's my problem? You're the one who has a problem here. Rotten bowbags like you don't deserve the freedom to run this town. What are you doing to this girl?
And why is that any of your business, pray tell?
Oh, it's my business if I make it to be. Now, release me or I'll call the police.
You think that scares me, Daisy?
I have a name, you sleazy douchebag.
Oh, I'm sure.
Nice. His grip on my hands only tightens when I attempt to shake it off. His tone may be dripping with anger and sarcasm, but the gleam in his eyes says it all. He's getting a kick out of this. Riling people up, getting on their nerves, invading their personal space. He knows exactly what and which buttons to push. The nerve of this person. The nerve of this arsehole. If he thinks I'm gonna give in to his goading, please, he might as well just kiss his sorry behind. Oh! Here's the thing. Rebecca would probably hit him where it hurts. However, yes, she would probably hit him. But we know that this is not just a sleazy douchebag who kidnapped this girl because he's actually her uncle, or we don't know if it's her uncle or just like fake uncle. And I'm a little worried about what the consequences are. I'm gonna save right there, not because we're gonna save scum or anything. I'm just gonna save right there. Okay, okay, we are gonna hit him where it hurts. I just want to see real quick. Okay.
Mister, you have until the count of 5 to let me go and step out of my personal space.
A fair warning. Fairer than any I can offer for people of his kind. And I'm already being considerate. This ain't ending well. No. No, I am super worried about when we go to the mansion for the housewarming party. Hell, this arsehole doesn't even deserve a warning. If he doesn't listen, well, he's as much responsible for what will happen next as anyone.
Or else what? Such vulgar words coming out of that pretty mouth. A gorgeous flower like you shouldn't even be saying.
Don't say I didn't warn you, Bowbag.
Love that intensity, Daisy. FYI, I like feisty in a woman. It gives them this certain charm. Why don't you?
5.
A second of silence. Hi, Fari! Good evening. Remember my mom would do that. Joelle, I count to 3 and then you better be here? Yes. Yep. Then, without any preamble, my leg moves in one fluid motion and delivers a swift, powerful, well-placed kick to his nether regions. The achievement was called Nuts and Bolts. Needless to say, the effect is instantaneous. He yelps, abruptly drops his hold on me, and kneels over, howling from the pain. You say my real name so little, I forgot how perfect you say it. Well, you taught me well, Joey. Jojo. Josepher. I'll stop. I can see tears forming at the corners of his eyes too, though the mere sight of it prompts not an ounce of remorse from me. I would have been gentler if he isn't such a dirty little prick with an ego too big for his head. Too bad. Whether this obliterates any chance of him ever procreating remains to be known, but a part of me is already praying that he doesn't ever breed after this. Holy shit, Rebecca doesn't hold back. We have no need of more of him in the world.
You mad woman!
I warned you, you ass!
Why this is harassment, I'm telling you! Harassment!
Then why don't you tell that to the police once they get here,
You despicable! Whatever you're assuming I am, I'll have you know it's all in your head. None of it's true.
She's just hanging out. She's just watching. Hi, Parasitic. Good evening. Yeah, poor little Kylie.
You best have that pretty brain of yours checked before that gets worse. What is wrong with you? Is this the face of someone who'd do anything suspicious?
Yes. Are you kidding me? Have you seen yourself?
Oh? You don't think a stranger luring an innocent child with promises of sweets before whisking them away from their parents doesn't warrant any suspicion?
I think we all pronounce harassment differently. All I've seen in this game is that blonde dude trying to smash and Twiggie saying no. Yeah, and now he just got kicked in the nuts by a different character. It's great.
You have a very funny definition of suspicious, asshole. Maybe you're the one who should have that head of yours checked.
I like that no one else in the cafe is reacting.
The kid asked me to buy her sweets. You're the one who's suspicious here.
Luke, if you're going to defend the situation, you don't say that the kid asked you to buy sweets, you say that you're her uncle. And that you actually know each other very well because you're close friends with her parents. The painting in the middle of the room, it's a cat chinchilla in a forest? I don't know. Hi, Bufu. How's it going?
I'll have you know, I have a wife!
That much, at least, appears to have a sliver of truth to it. He even makes a show of brandishing his left hand to my face with much flourish. Cat and chill in a forest, yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. Sure enough, a wedding ring is there, although all that earned him is an unimpressed glare from me. Immediately, a small part of me starts to feel sorry for whoever, whatever, poor woman married this sod. Don't worry, she feels sorry for herself too. I don't understand why he has to bring her up either, as if the mention of her alone will magically present a solution to his problem. She must truly be a remarkable woman if she can handle a dirtbag like him. We kicked him in the, where it hurts, Saima. And it was everything I wanted it to be. Yeah, gee, right? Don't say, oh, but she asked me to buy her treats. Kids want treats from everyone, that doesn't help.
And even my wife of all people in this bloody city, has never, I'm telling you, accused me of such a scandalous thing! You crazy woman!
He's so angry, it's great.
Married or not, you're still a sleaze. Honestly, I feel...
Miss Pink, why are you fighting with my Teal?
Hi, Kylie. Whatever words still left to be said here dies on my tongue. The same thing goes for the sleaze. Beside us stand Kylie, gawking at us with that same curious stare she often brings with her. I know that look all too well. A precocious child through and through. His waist is the same height as Luke. Yeah. Yeah. I said it right? Nice. That doesn't happen a lot. She doesn't say anything further. Her gaze simply moves between us, eyeing us both carefully, clearly anticipating an answer. From my experience, when it gets like this with children her age, it's a sure sign they won't leave you until you've given them the answer they're satisfied with. Is Kylie Spanish? We have no clue. She has an older brother named Rowan, and her parents are friends with Luke and Hana, that's all we know. Lying won't do either. It has dissolved into a shouting match, for heaven's sake. And did she just say Tio? Something falls straight to the pit of my stomach at that. But my tone is gentle when I finally address her, void of any apprehension and what might be the first hints of embarrassment. I pointedly ignore the latter. It can very well just be the hunger speaking.
Kylie, sweetie, do you know this oaf?
Yeah, he's Teal Luke.
I can't believe that Rebecca's first instinct wasn't just to talk to Kylie. You know Kylie! Just go up to Kylie and say, Hi! Hi, Kylie! Are you okay? Do you know this man? Right at the moment, my brain stops. Every line of thought, every argument I still have against the man beside me, dissipates in a haze. Amidst it all, one memory gets triggered from a few days ago.
Tio? The one you mentioned before? The uncle? The guy Rowan wanted to impress? Or was that a dare? I'm sorry, I can't recall. Is it the one who promised he'll take Big Brother someplace cool?
Yeah, the one and the same. Don't you know who he is?
I sure as hell don't, darling. Because if I do, I wouldn't have let everything I just said earlier come out of my mouth.
He's my Teal Luke, gazillionaire extraordinaire, and the fairy godfather.
He's your godfather. That's nice.
The one and only. Did I get that right, Tio?
More than right, sweetheart. I'm sure Miss Pink here understood everything you said quite perfectly.
Yes. Whatever it is that landed at the bottom of my stomach prior has shot straight up to my face and stayed there. The heat from it is slowly spreading to my cheeks, coloring my face in almost the same shade as my hair. If only the earth would swallow me whole here and now. His eyes are on me. I can feel them jeering, mocking. I can't even bring myself to look at him. What's in there? Amusement? I doubt it. He's probably having the time of his life right now. But I know. I can hear the snare in his tone alone when he talks. He has that smug grin on him. Which I may or may not want to punch off his face at the present just for the hell of it. But damage control. I need to do some damage control before this whole thing goes south. Hi, Massander. Good evening. So, I don't think Kylie is all that upset about what happened. She seems to be fine. Alright, see you, Jan. I think Kylie is perfectly fine right now. She might be a little confused, but she doesn't seem to be fazed by what happened. I think, we're definitely gonna see Luke again as Rebecca, so I think anything we can do to improve our relationship is going to be a positive. Look at her face, right? Are we gonna get a mouthful of him? Yeah, but we're gonna get that regardless. And I think just apologizing, he's gonna like that. Because I think he gets off on that. So I think we're gonna apologize to Luke. Yeah, that improved our relationship a little bit. Though it pains me to apologize to a sleazebag like him, this is my mistake. With Kylie watching us close by, I don't want to set a bad example for her, do I? Also that. I'm surprised she grew up the child she is. If anything, I want to be the role model this man couldn't possibly become for her. Even if it means taking a few blows to my ego and stroking his insufferable one. Feels so gross apologizing to him. I agree. Here's the thing, Hope. It was like here. I am shocked that it isn't lower to begin with. But whatever. A deep gulp of air, a short moment to swallow my self-respect, and then I'm facing him. The words are out of my mouth in a single breath.
I'm really, really sorry, sir. I had no idea.
His smirk is impossible to miss. He's not making an effort to hide it, and even the smile is so irritatingly present in his tone. If I could slap it off him, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Now, it's an honest mistake, Daisy.
No, I really mean it. I actually thought you were... And then...
It's fine now. It probably happens quite a lot to a few people who look suspicious to you. Seems I'm one of them now. But don't lose sleep over it. Do be careful with that book, though. A little more and you would have dislodged my poor brain off my head. What would I ever do if that happens?
Oh no! Did it leave a mark or anything?
Good lord. Jimmy, you like this guy? He's the worst! Hi, Indy! How are you doing? Here's the thing. If you've only seen him for like a short while, then that's one thing. But we've seen him for like 4 previous chapters, and trust me, he's an asshole.
If you want, we can have it checked. I'll handle the expenses if there's a need for it.
I like his sarcastic responses. Ugh. They make me want to slap him. That's how I feel about him.
Now, what kind of man would I be if I let an attractive woman such as yourself do that? Why don't we just look at it this way? My forgiveness is coming from the utter goodness of my heart.
You have no utter goodness of your heart. So full of himself. Exactly the kind of person I'd happily leave to die in a ditch somewhere. I have to admit something. I'm terrified of Rebecca now. I'm actually terrified of her. He is a snake. Oh yeah. I'm pretty good, Indy. How are you? Even the way they make him stand and animate him. Everything about him. He's... Ugh.
Of course, sir. Why didn't I think of it that way?
I know, right? But even someone as capable as you is bound to have a few lapses. No harm done, Daisy. Let's move on from this.
Well, if you're going to put it like that, then I guess there's nothing left for us to talk about.
I figured as much.
Awkward. The whole exchange is nothing but an awkward display of fake pleasantries. Oh no, Joey, Rebecca is awful. Rebecca is a terrible human being. The kid is waiting super patiently for these cupcakes. I can't believe no one has stuffed her face with cupcakes yet. I mean, look at her. One that brings much agony to the very pride I willingly held back a while ago. I might need a drink later, so I can forget any of this ever happened. Who would have thought that the time would come when I'd meet someone tougher to handle than Isabella? Miracles of miracles, I swear. Though, to my surprise, he proffers me a hand shortly before they leave. For a shake, I realize, after a long minute of staring at it. My sister's named Rebecca and she's also a horrible human being. There's something about that name, I swear. I accepted, albeit half-heartedly. But all of the goodwill that a small gesture represents melts into thin air when he winks at me. Winks! Ugh! The gall of this man. However, there's no moment to ponder about it. Seconds later, the guy at the counter waves me over and hands me a paper bag as soon as I've paid. He offers me another smile before I leave. Normally, I return it simply for the sake of returning it, or I don't at all, with the latter happening more commonly. For the time being, I do so freely. After that encounter and the scene we've caused, seeing a friendly gesture being extended to me, albeit from a person I barely know, on such a personal level, it feels like a reassurance, despite bearing no promise of better days. I take what little I can with me as I step into the night. Okay, that's just the encounter, right? Nice. A cloudless night sky greets me when I walk out of the cafe. Beyond the tall buildings, a blanket of stars spreads out before me. Isabella once told me that the best place to view it is someplace outside the city, away from the noise and the obtrusive lights. She'd seen it once in her mom's hometown, and another time in the university she used to attend. Then she asked if it's possible to try it out here sometime. I agreed with her at the time, if only because she appeared excited at the mere prospect of it. We made those little plans along with Zachary and Ashton, though up until now, we never got around to it. Even so, I find myself enjoying this, despite being told it's only half the experience. Little things, you know. Stuff you learn to appreciate when you're alone. Because at certain times, you get to meet people who are unfortunately born with the innate talent to ruin the mood and the scene with their mere existence alone. For example, the very driver of the car fast approaching my direction. Luckily, he doesn't notice me. But the fleeting moment we pass each other by gives me a brief glance of the people he's with. Kylie is sitting in the back seat with a serving of bread pudding in her hands. I'm so glad that Kylie finally got her bread pudding. Question is, does Luke see the ghost? Because we won't know that until we play as him. And beside him, Project Space Monkey, thank you so much for the host. Always when you least expected. I know, that's one of the things that I love so much about this game. There's so much build-up, and there's so much... not much happening, and then suddenly, here's the ghost. And it's great. Indy, thank you so much for the host as well. The ghost called Shotgun. I am Project Space Monkey, thank you. Hope you're having a great day. What do you think will happen during the Ashton and Luke playthrough? I have no clue. I'm like 90% sure that Ashton is investigating Luke and Hannah. And I have no idea where that's gonna lead though. It must be his wife. She's so in denial. He takes a turn and disappears at the nearest corner. But throughout the night, that cursory glimpse of all the things to bother me has left me wondering what kind of person his wife is. And, more than that, is a silent prayer to the universe. I hope I don't ever cross paths with that douche again. Journal updated again? No. This ghost can affect so many different people, right? I just want to know the entire history of the ghost. At the gym getting distracted? Stop watching this stream! Work out. Get your workout in, and then you can come back and hang out with us. After having such an eventful day, anyone will think nothing will surprise me anymore. But here I am, standing at the top of the stairwell, watching an odd scene unfold before me. Relief crosses my mind first, followed by confusion. See the ghost and... Or the ghost getting more powerful? That could very well be it, mister. Do you remember what the name of the murder case in Isabella and Rose company was? No. No, I don't remember that.
What is she doing there?
Although, given what happened this morning, the question feels a bit inappropriate to ask directly. What's important is Isabella's here. Gonna work out tomorrow. Running? I love running. It's so therapeutic. Is that in the news? I don't remember it now. I don't remember. She's sitting cross-legged in her hallway, just in front of her room, with several papers and folders scattered about. Each of them seems as important as the next. What? It's all the missing people cases! She's taken it upon herself to investigate those because she wants to find a connection between them and Rose, I guess. More than once, upon giving the scene a quick scan, I spot Briar Realty's logo at the topmost area of the pages. Everything considered, it looks like a mess made by a third grader working on crunch time. The landlady would have a few things to say about this when she finds out. I have a few things to say about this myself, in fact. Like 200 pages in there? Well, I don't know. I'm just assuming that's it. But something in a calm, focused manner she holds herself at present keeps me from disturbing her with that reminder. She's going through each paper with this intensity. Her brows are furrowed, lips in a tight line, both hands moving in precise movements as she shifts through each sheet. When she finds something of note, she moves closer, nose almost touching whatever paper she's holding, and grabs her phone to call someone.
Hello. Sorry to call you this late. There's something I just want to confirm, if that's okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Thanks anyway. Not that one either.
It's a cycle. She goes through call after call, then after the last one ends, she shuffles through the pile again and dials another number. Is it work? I've never seen her this engrossed with her own work before. Otherwise, she would have noticed my presence the moment I reached our floor. After the 9th call, she still appears as oblivious to it as when I arrived. When she lets out a loud sigh this time, I immediately take that as an opportunity to interrupt.
Isabella, you know the house rules here.
At once, her head jerks back and hits a concrete wall behind her with a thump. There's the Isabella I know. Glad it's still there. This ends up with all these guys teaming up to solve the mystery, and that's awesome. Yeah, that would be great. I allow her a moment to nurse it before speaking again.
Becca, you're late!
Yeah, I ran into a little trouble at the cafe. But I brought food for the two of us, if you haven't eaten anything yet.
As anticipated, she grins once I raise the bag of food I'm holding. Yet it doesn't reach her eyes. There's nothing of the cheerful glint in it at this time. Just a hollow tone for the sake of being polite. Ashton's right. Something's happened.
Yeah, maybe later.
We're on the 25th, so we're still... Yesterday is when she saw the ghost in her office.
I've gotta finish this first. Just leave it here. I'll eat it once I'm done. Thanks, Becca.
You can't eat this here. You know how the landlady would react. Why are you even working outside? Your room's right there.
I know. Sorry. It just feels stuffy in my apartment right now. I'll go back inside once everything's been aired out. I promise.
That has never bothered you before.
Well, it bothers me now.
Oh, really? Just now? I find that hard to believe.
Yeah? Shouldn't you be happy? I mean, you've been complaining even if it's not your room. Now I know how you're feeling when it's messy, so I'm going to clean. Isn't that a good thing?
Time is passing too quickly, make it stop.
If I knew how to make it stop, I would in a heartbeat. Thank you so much for the resub, Simon. 5 months already. Ugh. I agree, time is passing way too quickly, but thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Landlady doesn't allow people to eat outside their rooms. I don't know. I halfway expected her to have lost her keys or something. But I don't think that's the case. In spite of what's supposed to be good news, an exhale comes from me, drawn out and slow. I did not get a haircut, but I blow dried my hair and I never do that. So it looks like it's just been cut.
It's a good thing, Isabella. Believe me. But you're as bad as Zachary at lying. What's really going on?
She hastily averts her eyes, a surefire indicator that this is going to be one of those lengthy conversations that could possibly end with the other person angry. Again, it's one of the things that I'd like to avoid tonight at all costs. Still, I made a promise to Ashton and Zachary. If she didn't talk to them, who else is she gonna talk to? If she keeps this all to herself, who knows what might happen? Thank you, Simon. Appreciate it.
Isabella, you can tell me. Is it about your family?
A slight movement of her lips. Although a frown, it's a reaction at least. Or did her... No, her dad didn't die, right? I'm getting there.
Rose?
She merely shakes her head. Just a little more.
Come on, I know something happened. I don't know if it's because of Rose, but I know it's related to her somehow.
Yeah, Collateral is what we watched afterwards.
You weren't here when I visited this morning, and both Zachary and Ashton are worried about you. If you don't want to tell them, you can tell me. Does it have something to do with work? Office?
If I didn't know her, I might have missed it. She shifts then, her fist clenching tight and lips and teeth biting her lower lip, and there's fear. The look of terror in her is the last thing I expected to see out of everything. Her mouth trembles briefly before she opens them. When she finally voices it out, the words simply spill out of her mouth, one after another. All of it. True to what I promised her, I listened. Because this is something she's been keeping to herself, even from the two most dependable people I know. The fact that she chooses to tell me this speaks a lot to me.
Becca, she was there again. Last night? In the office? Boss passed me all of Rose's Lork load yesterday. For the Ermengarde mansion. I had to stay late to finish them all. And then... when I was about to go home, I saw her. I saw her again. She was standing in front of me again last night, Becca. I couldn't get away. She was blocking the door. If I hadn't hidden myself, even if I made the tiniest noise, if she found me, Becca, she almost did. If she saw me under my table, I think that would have been the end of it. I'm scared. I'm so scared I won't be able to do anything.
By the end, her hands are trembling and her breathing comes out in rasping intervals. For a long moment, I let the silence stretch out between us, until her sobs fill it instead. But even as her soft whimpers die down minutes later, there's a heaviness hanging in the air. Not just from her, but also from me. From my exasperation over this whole matter. From my own frustration over her stupid superstitions when she could do us all a favor and grow a backbone. She may be young, but she's no longer that young. It's about time to put an end to this. Becca! Oh my god, but Becca has seen the ghost too. I can't believe she's this much in denial. She can't keep going on like this. She's still got plenty of years to live out. I honestly, like, she's seen the ghost twice. Sure, the second time she didn't realize it was a ghost, but the first time in the car? And what if she goes home? What if we're no longer there to keep her affairs in line with what's real? What would she do then? I'm more afraid for her, for what that kind of imagination will do to her, than of what some imaginary monster could do. But with the manner she's looking at me right now, there's an expectation in it, a hope and a plea sewn together. She wants me to believe her this time. If it's like that, then what am I supposed to say now? What she wants to hear or what she needs to? Even if she doesn't believe the ghost, she's her friend. She should believe in her friend at the very least. Yeah. I would probably also be afraid that my friend was actually going insane if this happened. Sure! I think that's... I mean, come on. If my friend came home to me and said, I saw a ghost that almost killed me, I would think they were crazy. But I would, if they showed genuine fear, of course I would be supportive. I wouldn't just say, oh my god, shut up, stop being superstitious. Because holy shit, what a terrible thing to say to someone. If they truly believe that that's what happened, it's mean. And here's the thing. Honestly, I think Becca would go for this. That's obviously not what I want to do, but I think this is what, based on her thoughts right now, everything she's been saying, I think this is what Becca would say. I cannot find it in my heart to actually say it. Maybe there's another explanation for it, even if it's not a ghost. Yeah, but to just dismiss it like that, it's mean. As much as I want to set her straight, a reprimand isn't what she needs right now. With that pouty face she's given me, I doubt it'll ever end well if I push it. I know her. When she wants to be stubborn, she's stubborn. But there are moments where she could be acquizzing? What if it turns out Twiggie is playing another game about psychotic illness? Ooh. Ooh. Times when she'll be more accepting of what I tell her, despite her inclination to disagree with it. Acquiescing, okay. Why does she have to be a teacher using all these advanced words? Also, I'm pretty sure you guys have told me how to pronounce that like at least twice before. I don't think I'm ever gonna learn it. It's fine. That talk can wait. In the meantime, I'll be the ear that listens to her without judging her, without criticizing her, despite my own opinions on it. Yeah, see, this isn't the Becca we know. This is not Becca.
You should have called me.
Whatever. She stares at me like I've grown another head, and a laughter slips out before I can stop myself.
There? I can't do that! What will you do? Hit her with a book? I'll be dead before that happens. And...
That isn't what I'm talking about. After you got out, you should have phoned me.
It's the Becca she should have been? Yeah. Here we go, though. You should have phoned me, not Zach.
You didn't have to go to Zachary's.
The corners of her mouth curl up, a sheepish smile, by general definitions, but this is Isabella. Her smiles are never half-hearted, never lacks her high spirits. In spite of this, I know everything is going to be okay. Somehow. After all, she learned how to pick herself up long ago, long before we met.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Stop fucking laughing at your death-scared friend. I know, I agree with you, Simon.
I don't even remember how I ended up in Zach's place. I was in a hurry to get out of the office, and it was already late. Besides, I don't really think you'll believe me if I wake you up over something like that.
The music in this section is really peaceful. It worries me. 'Cause whether it's tonight or if it's tomorrow night, we're going to get another ghost encounter, right? See you, G. I hope you get some sleep, and I hope you have a safe drive home on your flight. I hope you have a safe flight tomorrow, and I hope you enjoy getting back home. Read that as fight. Can you imagine if you weren't allowed to go home from vacation until you won a fight? That would be something.
That's beside the point. True or not, there are people who will always be concerned about you. There's Zachary, but he's the first person you went to, and you didn't tell him anything. You just slept there. There's Ashton too, and me. But how do you think I'll be able to explain to your aunt or your family if you suddenly disappeared? Think about that.
Gone through the TSA in America twice in the last 6 months? Oof. That does not sound pleasant. Glad you didn't sprain your ankle or you would have been stuck there for another few days. Yes. If there's one thing we've learned about this game, it is that if you sprain your ankle, you cannot go home until your ankle is fully healed. So, that would have been bad.
Right. I'll remember that next time.
Then she grins. Playful and mischievous, a preamble to an old banter. It's still not quite there, still not quite her usual self. But with it, I know we're bound to get her back soon.
Mom.
I told you not to call me that.
I send an elbow to her side for added measure, but when laughter follows the familiar gesture, none of it is unexpected. This is what's comfortable. This is how we found an equal ground despite our stark differences. So for the moment, I accept things as they are. Afterwards, a hush stretches out before us. For Isabella, this is rare. This isn't her. Yet in this moment, as she feels with the edge of another paper near her, as she hugs her knees close to herself and lets a pensive expression linger on her, it feels strangely fitting. It's wildly inconsistent. It's pretty much what, the impression I have of it as well. Alright, I just wanna check something out. Bear with me while I just look through these, journal updates. Because here's the thing. I don't think that we see Isabella again. Oh, never mind. I'm completely wrong. On October 29th. The next time we see Bella is in 3 days. 4 days? 4 days. And at that point, she has managed to talk Ash into all of this. On the 29th, Ash believes the whole ghost thing and wants to get to the bottom of it with Isabella. So something happens between now and the 29th, and I am not sure if we're gonna find out what that is until we play as Ash. And oh my god! Okay, this red line here is where we are in Becca's story. You can't see it because it's behind me, but it goes to about here. This is about where the line ends. Holy shit! This is crazy how long this is. So maybe we will find more about Isabella before the 29th. This game is such an interesting concoction. It is! It's so interesting, and the fact that everything depends on all your previous choices. Oh, I know I've said it so many times, but I just love it. Oh, we have so much to go. Seconds later, the moment is broken by the sound of a door easing open and a voice begging some little peace.
How many times have I told you girls not to loiter around the hallway? It's noisy. Some people here are trying to sleep.
Alright, landlady. So much thought in it, so much really good writing. There's all these few cases of just horrid voice acting. Yeah, it's a little inconsistent, but overall, I think it's really great.
Quiet down or go do your talking inside. I'm pinning a memo to your door the next time this happens. Millennials.
Sorry, we won't do it again.
Yeah, that's all we millennials do. We just sit outside in the hallway eating and making trash. Can confirm. Why are they having a hotel? I mean, right now they're outside the apartments. And Isabella actually did explain that. She was like, my apartment feels too cramped and too stuffed and I can't concentrate in there, so I need some air. The birds, however, I can't defend the birds.
You'd better.
The door closes and Isabella starts gathering the mess she's made, carefully stacking them all in her arm. At a loss for what to do, I help her pick them up. And for the first time, I get a closer look at it. Completely unintentional, of course. This is totally the missing people, right? Or is that too many? But it catches my attention nevertheless, and a confused frown makes its way to my face. Why is she looking through this? I look for her I look to her for an explanation, but she merely ignores the question in my eyes, takes the paper off my hands, and finishes cleaning up. These makes the game seem cheaper. They do reuse a lot of the assets, and I guess I kind of understand it, because if you look at the gallery, if we just look through all of this, there's so much work put into it. And I guess that's just something they had to decide on, whether to go full on art mode or do like the branching paths, because all the branching paths take a lot of effort. Oh, Skibbles, these 5 pages right here are from the main story that I've been streaming. My achievement hunting saves are all the way back here on page 10. And I've been saving over those. You notice all of these are during a an important decision. Speaking is going very well today. I'm considering getting a drink, Joey. The last paper she puts on top is a letter. The one she supposedly found in the mansion, and what's probably the root cause of all this odd behavior. Was that cars, Ujai? Saima, what I did is I've gone through all of the, every single one of the branches in chapter 1 and chapter 2, so I've seen everything that happens. And I kind of don't want to show them any further because it spoils the different endings for Isabella. Also, there was this, which was an incredibly sweet scene. And then there was this, which is just... I'm glad we didn't go down that path. Anyway. Reusing assets is not a huge deal. No, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. The city scene? The city scene is a little bit repetitive, yeah. When shopping in Sweden? Ooh, nice. Not yet, Indy. I'm working on... Here's the thing. I 100%ed the first 2 chapters. And that alone required so much going back to like all the way to the beginning of chapter 1 and making one different decision and then playing through the game in that path and over and over and over again. So while I kind of want to 100% it, it might be too much effort. But I will, I might. New vodka I never had, I'm not sure I like it. It's vodka. Yeah, Simon, we can't really do that over here. It wouldn't be cheaper. 100% this game would be so incredibly impressed. We'll see. We will, we'll see. 12 liters of oat milk? You really like your oat milk, don't you? I've tried it multiple times and I just can't. I can't. Alright. I will take a short break. I will get a drink. And then we will we'll see what happens. I'm waiting for another ghost encounter. But we'll see. I'll be back in a few. Alright, we are back. Thank you for the follows, guys, while I was gone. Appreciate it. Somebody made Skibbles lose his voice yesterday. I wonder who that was. And I wonder if Skibbles was entirely innocent in all of that. One thing I will say about oat milk, I've tried it a few times, and because I want to like it, I really, really want to like it. But it's much thinner than normal milk, I would say. It's much thinner for some weird reason. Probably because it's water and squeezed oats. That sounds disgusting. Can you please not squint at the camera? At least warn me before. Oh, I'm sorry. I will try. Can't say who made me lose it. No, probably just someone who was just mean. Yeah, sure, Timon, bring it. I would love to like it. What drink do I got? It might be some cider. It's the weekend. I'm allowed. To regular oat with the calcium one is better? Okay. I will give that a try, thank you. Alright, the last letter, the one she found. Thank you for the host, you alien. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. It's a very green straw. It's a bright lime green straw, and I can't show you the color of it, but yes, it matches my green screen exactly. But all kinds of milk is normal milk gives me stomachache at night. None came close to proper milk. Have you tried? You probably have, but have you tried lactose-free milk? Kind of cool that it gets keyed out. It's just shows you how a green screen works. It is kind of cool. My go-to beer is also in a green can, and the same thing happens with that. Magic beer. She doesn't show me in a halting tone, so completely unlike her.
Becca, I'll find a way out of this. You guys don't have to worry about me.
Try to cut down on my choline intakes. I need something to drink that's healthy for my body and teeth. Yeah, understandable, Simon. Understandable. Like old milk that was a bit old and messed my stomach super badly. Ooh, that's the kind of thing that will turn you off a beverage forever. Yeah.
Anyways, I should go. I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
Getting myself some food. Don't wait for me.
Isabella walks away before I can stop her. Before I can remind her, I brought food enough for the two of us. What happened? What just happened to her? That was weird. Because something was going on right there. It's super strange. Because we haven't played as Isabella this far, so we can't tell. Should stop drinking milk past dinner. Milk at 10 p.m. is just so good. It is. It really is. She quickly disappears down the stairwell, and while I'm left standing in an empty hallway, holding 2 bags of takeout. One of them will go uneaten tonight. Just an innocent passing thought. One that I don't dwell much on as I head back to my room. I ignore all of it in the same way I've assumed I won't ever encounter that douche again. Well, we know she will. She felt like she was lying about why she wasn't in a room. Yeah. And since we're done playing as Isabella, I guess we won't know. Unless it's Ash. It could be Ash. And that they're working on the case together. My ex-girlfriend at some point would make sure we had no milk in the house. She wouldn't let me buy more because it made me sick. I don't blame her, Joey. I would probably do the same. Hi, Lord Logan. Good evening. October 27th. Okay, so what happens today? Some of Hunter's shots came out distorted. Blah blah. Anna met with Marianne. And the priest is crazy and cursed as well. Right. That's it. That's everything that's happened today. Okay. The brief lull of the past 2 days has offered is nice while it lasted. Or as nice as it can get without worries of Isabella's whereabouts creeping up on me every now and then. She hasn't shown up after the last talk we had in the hallway, and the dinner I brought since then has been given to a different neighbor before it spoils. Who's the main character? All of them. The premise of the game is that you play as all of the characters in a non-chronological order, which is why we have this journal. This is everything that's happened on each day as we have played through the different characters. So there's no one main character, they're all the main character. Which is fun. By all means, this shouldn't be anything to lose sleep over. She's gone on work trips before, usually for a day or two. This might simply be one of those. Although it's often with a message saying exactly where. But it's the dour note that she has ended our last chat with that gnaws.
Like an ugly premonition.
Is the game worth getting? If you like visual novels, if you like slow stories with a lot of build-up, a lot of character development, a lot of talking, and all of that, yes. I'm scared to just outright say, yes, this game is totally worth getting, because I know a lot of people don't like that, and I know a lot of the bad reviews that it has on Steam, for instance, are from people who just think it's way too slow. And I think that's fair, not everyone's gonna enjoy these games, but if you like games that have a lot of build-up, have a lot of character development, and a lot of quiet moments before or in between all of the action, then yes, I think this game is amazing. Worth watching right here, following and subscribing and throwing out a few bits. Thank you, Simon. Thank you for the ad. And as expected, just as things start to settle and a steady rhythm finally worms its way back to my routine, Thursday morning brings further disturbance to the now calm waters. With little ceremony, though it's still enough to ripple through everything. I haven't seen your dog today. He's usually not on stream. He doesn't like being on camera, and he's asleep, so... Keep hitting the spacebar to make it go faster. You have a point, you can do that. In retrospect, I really should have seen this coming. Luxbourne is a small city, relatively speaking. Compared to, say, London or Glasgow, it's nothing but a tiny mass of land boasting a mere population of 68,000. But those numbers alone are nothing to scoff at when standing in a busy street. And if you pay close enough attention, faces taking the crosswalk or riding the subway will soon grow familiar. How unfortunate that out of that number, it has to be T.O. fucking Luke that I encounter more than once.
Oh, you know, a few problems popping up here and there that the agents failed to tell us somehow. Nothing a few hired hands can't fix, of course.
He's talking about the mansion, because they're just moving in. Wait, the 27th? When's the housewarming party? On the 28th. Okay, so that's tomorrow. Hi, Seb. Good evening. Can you use either Amazon or PayPal? Yeah. Amazon wants your money. Get out of the school. I want to. Why is he in the school? I'm assuming it's because of Kylie, that he's picking her up or something.
I would have preferred a place near the city and something that's new to save us all the trouble.
Why is he
My
complaining
darling
about the
wife
mansion?
insisted.
Who is he complaining about the mansion to?
Who am I to say no?
Ah, are you kidding me?
His smug head is the first thing I see upon turning into the hall, in spite of the small crowd of parents and students gathered at the corridor for Primary's career day. It's not that he stands out, he's pretty unremarkable at first glance, frankly. However, it's his continence that draws people's eyes to him. The manner he carries himself with, all the confidence in the world, his mere presence dwarfing everything around him. I'm willing to make a bet he's also enjoying the attention it garners him, especially the ones coming from the women. Right, it's career day. Finally! Maybe he's the guy in a poster.
What an ass.
That was not Link, Simon. I'm sorry. A single glance at him and I know immediately that one way or another, if we ever bump into each other again, my day will effectively be ruined in some capacity. Link is neatly tucked into his cave and you can't see him from now. From here, I mean. Who we pick for Ash? Isabella or Rebecca? Neither. Tell your boyfriend to be less noisy. You don't think I have? He also exudes that air. Douchebag air. Oh, that reminds me. Okay, no one else is gonna know about this, but there's this in America's Next Top Model. There's one character at one point. Character? There's one contestant at one point. She's sitting next to this girl, right? And she's just, all I smell is just bitch. And it's fantastic. One of my favorite moments. Went to the wiki page of the letter video game. Took me a few seconds of execution. That's not this game. Is there another video game called... I think they call this specifically the letter like horror novel for the Wii U. The letter received almost uniformly negative reviews from critics. Oof. I am intrigued. The sort that makes you want to run him over with the lorry and pass it off as an unfortunate accident. With him, it's either you want to punch him or let yourself be charmed. There's no in between. I'll gladly do the honor of the former myself, but alas, there are people around us. Now I'm stuck with having to face one of the two.
I shouldn't have volunteered.
It's a letter 2007 video game. Oh, important distinction. You had a Wii U? Oh, I'm sorry. At the time, helping out sounded like a good idea. I have no classes left until after lunch. I could have opted to stay at the teacher's lounge and work on my lesson plans, but that means being left alone with our deputy head and his chatter. Yes, it's made in the Philippines. Hi, Laura Logan's little brother! How are you doing? He's 19, so not much little. Oh. I was expecting someone like 10 or something, and I was gonna say, get the hell out of the stream. This explains the time shaky English dialogue and writing. Yeah, and I think it also explains why it's like they've used extremely Irish names, for instance. He behaves like 10 sometimes. Wow. What a way to talk about your brother who is here. He's a good man, but Crivens, he can talk anyone's ears off. So the moment an opportunity arose, I jumped on it. It's a simple task to boot. Just deliver. Why is it cut off? Why are they not showing the full thing? Just deliver a whole box of materials and a few posters for the event. Maybe stay around to assist if time will allow it. Japanese game industry is well connected with translators and voice actors at this point. Yeah, they usually do a very good job. I just wasn't expecting him to show up here. Technically, Skibbles, you have to agree to being 18 or older in order to be allowed here. Studio is called Yang Yang Mobile. Hey! Hey, Simon! Have you seen their logo? I'm sorry, have you seen their logo? Don't tell me that they are sketchy. Hi, Eric! Good to see you. How are you doing? It's a Kickstarter game. Yeah, they also have another Kickstarter game, which is coming up. That is a romance visual novel. And I was like, that's not something for me at all. And then I looked into it, and now I really want to play it. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Had I known, I would have stayed and suffered through the deputy's impromptu speeches about his life crisis instead. But what's done is done. Going back is also out of the question. With how unexpectedly heavy the load I'm carrying is, I'd hate to lug this for a trip back just because my pride can't take another second of interaction with the guy. He's insufferable, alright. But I've had my fair share of dealing with teens of more or less the same temperaments, all considerably younger than him, and they listened. If he wants to be difficult like last time, so be it, but you can bet his sorry English ass that I'm not standing down. You're early celebrating your birthday? Happy early birthday, Sep! I hope you have a great celebration. And I have no clue about American Bear. I'm sorry. Left with no other choice, I brace myself and suck in a breath, mustering every bit of patience I have as I step into the hall. My grip on the box tightens when I pull it closer to me, an attempt to assume a low-key air as I amble towards the room. The box is not big enough to hide my face, even with the stuff piled on top, but if all else fails, I can just hit him with it. Still, a small prayer forms in my head. If there's even one listening out there, please grant me enough restraint. Better yet, I hope he doesn't notice me at all. That'll definitely make my life easier. Oh, he's gonna notice her. Seriously, how hard can it be? He's standing a few ways from the door, and there are plenty of people between us to use for cover. If I'm careful, I could just go in, hand the stupid box to whoever's in charge, forget the plan of staying longer than necessary, and step out as soon as I can. Easy as pie. But as luck would have it, the exact moment I reach the room's threshold, someone barrels towards me. It's Kylie! She latches onto my waist before topping the sudden commotion with a gleeful squeal.
I knew it's you!
Kylie! The force of it nearly throws me off balance, sending the item stacked atop the box tilting dangerously to the side. Wow, Skibbles. Wow. With the child's added weight at my waist pinning me to the spot, and both of my hands occupied, watching is the only thing I'm able to do. The short seconds in between slows as everything gradually slides off the box's small surface. Under different circumstances, this would have made for a funny story some other time. Hi, Ninja Queen! Thank you very much. I hope you're doing great. Comical, even. Until another set of hands reaches out and steadies the posters threatening to take a nosedive right into the floor. It's him, isn't it? Careful now, Daisy. Don't make a mess here. My entire body freezes. Upon hearing his voice alone, an irrational impulse to hit him immediately bubbles up. But before my limbs could catch up with what my brain is currently screaming at me, he moves to take the burden off my arms. Irritation gives way to surprise. Then confusion. It is in that moment when instinct finally kicks in and I tug the box closer to me before he can fully lift it off.
What are you doing?
Woke up from a long nap? Was it a good nap though?
What does it look like? You're surprisingly slow on the uptake for someone of your profession, aren't you? Bloody, doesn't this school have people for this kind of work? So much for being a center of academic excellence.
Got back into Gwent after almost 8 months. 90% win ratio? Are you talking standalone Gwent, Lord Logan?
I'm going to ignore that slight to my alma mater and my work, because that's not what I'm trying to get at. You know what? Why don't we just rephrase that to something you'll easily understand?
I tried standalone Gwent, and I could not for the life of me get good at it, but I'm terrible at card games. I'm absolutely terrible at, like, competitive card games like that. See you, Simon. Changed a ton, did it? My problem with standalone Gwent is that it's so much more skill-based. And, in Witcher 3 Gwent, it's much more about just having the best deck. Aw, Sep, don't even worry about it. I appreciate the thought, but you don't have to do that at all. Also, Skibbles, do you want me to time your pizza? Do you want me to turn on the pizza alarm? How many minutes? Give me my deck build and you can try it. 18! Okay, I'll give you 18 minutes. Right. Here's the thing. I tried standalone Gwent and I didn't really like it, so I'm not sure if I'm gonna want to give it another go. it's not my kind of... I'm not that into card games in general. The only card game I really play is Slay the Spire. Last 3 rounds we Gwent in the beginning and gave up. Gwent is very difficult when you have a bad deck, and you have a bad deck to begin with. What I would always recommend for people starting The Witcher 3 is buy every Gwent card you can from every store, play everyone you can play, and eventually you'll get a decent deck and you'll be able to just crush everyone. Pizza alarm? We gotta have a pizza alarm, Ninja! Important business.
Why exactly are you doing this?
Well, you look like you could use a bit of help.
She's gonna skip Gwent forever? Don't tell Tugboat that.
Have you seen your face while you were heaving this around?
Mister, I'm pretty sure if there's ever a look on my face, it's entirely because I saw something extremely unpleasant this morning.
Here's the thing. I hate Luke, but Rebecca is so awful as well. Hang on, Joey, I'm just gonna screenshot that real quick. And I'm just gonna save that somewhere. Alright.
Aren't you a ball of sunshine today, Daisy? Having a bad day, aren't we?
Oh, you have no idea.
I'd put it away if I were you. You might scare the children.
You don't have to worry about that. This isn't my department. I was just asked to bring these. Anyway, I can handle this myself, mister. The room's just right over there. Behind you, in fact.
Just gonna say it's photoshopped?
Now, if you could please move over and make way, it would do the whole world some good.
Keeping my voice level throughout is a miracle in itself, but regardless of how polite my request is, he doesn't budge. I did what I've just said merely fly over his head? Were my choice of words really that difficult to comprehend? Surely it shouldn't be that hard. I think he might have a little touched it. I think he might be a little touched in the head. I'd like to ask him that actually, but Kylie chooses that instant to pipe in.
Don't worry, Miss Pink. Tio's strong. You can leave this to him.
Working to set up my green screen? Oh, cool! Only have a cloth and it's a challenge. Yeah, setting up a green screen is a challenge on its own. The most important thing is that your light is even. And then you have to work on getting the right chroma key. And just keep in mind that you can set the chroma key to filter out a specific color. You don't just have to set the standard green that it has. If I do that, then this would not be a thing. Galsa! How are you? It's good to see you.
My papa does it lots of times, but I'm not allowed to talk about it to anyone.
That's more colors. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people don't know that. And they wonder why the green screen isn't working. Don't have the place for one, really. I'm gonna make my background look nice instead. Yeah, that sounds like a good thing. I mean, I don't think a green screen is necessary. I personally prefer it, but whatever you put the more work in is gonna be nice. Your comments have been noted, Joey. See? It's not photoshopped. Need to put it somewhere so it stays straight. Yeah, avoid shadows and wrinkles and everything. Super important. I'm very well, Galsa. How are you? How have you been? Green screen's better and I would love one. Yeah, behind me is just a dark gray wall. And so it does nothing but just take up space. And that's why I bought a green screen very early. Obi set has my Guitar Hero setup. Oh, cool! Cool.
Tio says it's confident.
She's so precious.
Confidential, Munchkin.
That's right. Tio's smart, isn't he, Miss Pink?
No, your Tio is an asshole. I'm still on the opinion that he's a piece of shite, But I must admit, his goddaughter's excitement is contagious, as always. You can have wrinkles on the green skin and still work fine. Ooh, really? I have Elgato's green screen, which is collapsible.
She pronounces some words like Twigs Kappa.
How dare you? Thank you, Skipples. Yeah, I have Elgato's green screen, which is made to be collapsible, so it has a stand on its own, which means I never have to worry about wrinkles or creases or anything, and it's great. I'm drinking cider, Gasa. It's good. So narrow? It is a little narrow. Yeah, I would have liked it to just be a tiny bit wider. It works, but it doesn't work too... It's not too big. Like, I couldn't put the camera any further back because that way you would see the edges. A smile makes its way to my lips. She has yet to budge from her place, though to be honest, I'm starting to lose some feeling in my stomach with how tightly she's wound her arms around it.
I'm sure he is, Kylie. But I'm also sure he'll find better use for it elsewhere.
Like helping you out.
Oh, well, that's one thing, but...
You heard the kid.
Plan B is a shit ton of posters and put them all over the wall. That works. That works too. Welcome back, Simon.
No one's asking you.
Oh, you wound me, woman.
And I'm quite certain I can do more damage than that.
Damn, Rebecca's feisty.
Shall we give it a try? Again?
Look at his face. He pales, stammers for a bit, until he ultimately decides against saying anything, and settles for a brief show of discomfort instead. He's probably having flashbacks to the last time we met. His composure, when he finally regains some of his bearings, says it all. It's nothing short of hilarious, if I do say so myself.
I'll have you know that threats never work on me, Daisy. Not in a million years, not ever.
You're assuming it's a threat. How cute.
That too. I'm not scared of you.
I am really worried about what's gonna happen when we get to this housewarming party.
Just because you landed a hit.
Do go on. Keep telling yourself that.
Rebecca! Shut up! Don't taunt him!
It was a fluke, you hear? I was caught off guard and your damn book left a dent.
Oh boy.
If I end up in a hospital because of what you did, I'm sending the chief of Luxburn Police after you, woman.
You don't say.
Just give me that bloody box.
He snatches it out of my arms, before a single word of protest exits my mouth and quickly disappears behind the classroom. Not that it matters who brings it in now, my prior irritation has already melted into amusement. Such a monotone you don't say. So much going on every weekend, I feel like I never catch a break. Aww. I'm sorry. Welcome back, Jan. It's a completely different situation. We're in school now. Didn't take a nap at all? No, you're too young to take naps, right? He's not so bad once you figure out how his temperament works. It's almost similar to a child. Though I still have to ask.
Kylie, did your Tio eat something bad before coming here? He's unusually nice today.
A far-fetched idea, I know. But it's the only reason I can think of why this arsehole is suddenly acting like a decent human he is, quite frankly. Far from being. First and foremost, we didn't end our last meeting on a good note. If I were him, I'd avoid the very person who put a dent on his skull, as he so aptly put it. Why is he acting so friendly 2 days later?
He always is. But I made him promise to be extra nice to you since you helped me so much.
Aww. That's sweet. She's so sweet. I'm going for work nap is one of our best times of day. Oh, I agree. I take naps all the time.
I think you're gonna be great friends.
No. I quickly stomp on the urge to groan loudly or gag at that. He's the last person I'd ever want to be chummy with in this whole city, but Kylie doesn't need to know that.
Are you sure it's not something he ate during breakfast?
I gave him some jelly babies this morning. Really brought me lots of them. Mama said I should share, so I offered half of it to Tio when he picked me up. He likes the black ones.
Oh, that's probably why he's weird. Jelly baby overdose.
Yeah, that's probably it. He could have done everyone a favor and choked on them while he's at it.
Do you want some? I've got more. I couldn't find Melody or Takako this morning, but I'm sure they'll be fine sharing some of it with you.
Best naps are the accidental naps and waking up to dinner being ready. Yeah, just in my case, if I take a nap and don't make dinner, there is no dinner. Which is not as good as that. 32 is an old man age? Nah. See, weird that we have not met Rowan. It is a little weird, I think. We've heard him talk in the background, and that's it.
No, I'm not really very fond of them. I was just asking. Oh, where's your mum, by the way?
Out of town with Papa.
An unexpected pang hits me at her words. The statement, though innocent enough, unearths a whole trunk of memories from her childhood. 32 is not an old man age? Oh, I'm sorry, Doug. So eerily familiar. Nights spent eating dinners alone, the number of days coming home to an empty house growing with each passing years. And sometimes, several Christmas Eves spent with relatives instead of my own family. It's too late to think about it now, but when I remember, the dull ache is still there. Familiar, though lessened by the years now. Beside me, Kylie takes a step back, having gotten tired of clinging to me. There's nothing but cheer in her, she doesn't seem too affected by the fact. Although it makes me wonder how much of it is real, and how much is there to mask the loneliness, if there even is one. What a lucky child.
Weren't they informed of career day beforehand?
Yeah, I told them all about it. Mama was looking forward to it.
And they still left?
Uh-huh. It's important business, so it can't be helped. They promised to tell me about it when they come back tomorrow, though. Papa said he'll give me a gift if I behave. I've been a good girl, right, Miss Pink?
You always are. But they asked that douche- they asked your Tio to look after you? For this?
Nope, they didn't.
No? Then how-
It was supposed to be Tia. Mama likes her better than Tio, so she asked her, but she's sick and had to visit the doctor today.
'Cause she's pregnant. Yeah, she mentioned that here, that she had a doctor's appointment. That was right after she told Zach that she's pregnant. Okay. Right. Okay. See you, Zap.
Oh, that's supposed to be a secret, by the way. Oh, but I think it's a bit confusing because Tio said she also went shopping.
Ooh, so is Rebecca gonna go to the housewarming party knowing that she's pregnant? Is Kylie gonna reveal that right now?
That's unfair. Don't you
Maybe
think
not.
so, Miss Pink? Mama doesn't allow me to go out when I'm sick. It's still okay, though, since Tio always buys me sweets before we go home. I'm gonna ask for a parfait today. Extra large.
You do that.
Don't tell Takako, okay?
Listening to her like this, it's easy to get a picture of where Kylie's fondness for the guy comes from. She's far from a demanding child, unless we made a promise of some sort. She never forgets those. She'll make friends with anyone, wherever she is. Buy her a few things and voila, you're settled. Kids playing everyone like a fiddle, she is. The average pledge for the Letters Kickstarter was $65? Isn't that a lot for like a Kickstarter? See you, Joey. Have fun. Don't give up on Gwent. No wonder she's so attached to the man. The douche probably showers her with gifts whenever she can. I can't say if the sentiment's the same for the latter, however. He doesn't seem the type, and probably just does it for the sake of getting some peace and quiet whenever he's with the girl. Classic
But
techniques.
before that, I'm gonna show him to everyone first. It's gonna be great. No one else has a gazillionaire fairy godfather.
No, that's true.
Also, when I grow up, I'm gonna be exactly like him and marry someone really handsome.
He's not a good role model.
Like Tia did. That way, I can be awesome too.
There's some sort of misguided logic in that I'd like to correct. But before I can say my piece, the douchebag steps in, fresh out of commotion with the classroom behind us, and plows into the conversation with every subtlety a wrecking ball has. Beautiful. No shite given, despite no one asking for his opinion.
Munchkin, sweetie, trust me. You don't have to marry someone for that to happen.
Aww.
I don't?
Aww!
Just do your thing, darling.
Oh
I'm
no!
quite sure you can do great things on your own without lugging around an extra baggage with you.
Stop showing him being nice to Kylie!
Tia married you.
Kylie drops the statement without any sort of preface, and the moment it lands, the douche finds himself grappling with the conversation.
Twigs, be strong. We need you with us now.
It's easier said than done. They're showing him as being really kind to Kylie, and I don't like it. Thank you for the bit.
Yeah, well, that's true, Munchkin, technically.
Yes, Simon. Yep, and now that it's happening, I don't like it.
But it's not the same thing.
A small frown creases the girl's eyebrows as she tries to comprehend her Tio's rather vague explanation. It's not surprising either when Luke tenses under the child's questioning gaze. It's familiar. I've seen the same look a great deal of times before, on Ashton whenever he's trying to say something he can't quite phrase. Another second passes before the douche moves, kneeling in front of Kylie and placing both his hands on either sides of his shoulder. Kind is the last word I'll ever use to describe the man, but in this minute, there's a smile on his face I can't place. Tender by all means for someone as obnoxious as him. I think the entire point of Kylie is just showing that he has some sort of father instinct. Because that's sort of been... That was a repeated topic when we played as Hana. The music is breaking the scene completely. Oh. Skibbles, pizza! I don't mind the music here. I think the music overall has been really good. That was your pizza alarm. It's a curious thing to see, if not a bit odd.
Listen here, sweetie. Tia was already a great person before she met me.
She is? But I don't see her doing anything. She's always at home.
Not always, Munchkin. Did you know she's really good at numbers?
Oh,
You're good with them too. You helped me with my homework once.
Well, Tia's much better than me. She used to do maths with big numbers.
Now, oh no, now they're showing him being all... Oh, if he's gonna like fall back in love with Hana or something. Get you a Twitch stream where we time your pizzas for you. It's an extra service. Oh no.
Oh, like millions?
I'm not liking him at all. It's just... I don't like where they're going with him just being completely sweet to Kylie and then suddenly being completely sweet against Hana.
No. Gazillions. And she's really, really good at it. So much so that her dad let her manage anything that had to do with it. That was even before she met me, too.
Does that mean she's better than you?
Oh, leagues, Munchkin. Way, way better than I'll ever be.
For some reason, I don't think he's still talking about his wife's mathematical prowess as his voice trails off. Welcome back, Nippy. In fact, had I not been paying closer attention, I wouldn't have noticed the change in him. The slight shift in his smile, from one that's tender to something wistful, like remembering a memory he has always been fond of but often kept to himself. And at the fleeting glance of it, a tiny, insignificant part of the world somehow also shifts. Opinions changing, impressions moving.
You know what? Why don't you ask Tia next time you have homework, hmm?
Okay, next time I'll ask her to help out.
See? No need to marry a good-for-nothing bloke.
Can I also tell her to not stay at home anymore? If Tia's good at it, I'm sure she can help you out too. And Papa. He computes a lot of numbers too. Tia can help him.
You go do that. I'm sure she'll love to hear it, Munchkin, even if it's been a while since.
I probably won't make Instagram, Lord Loken. A little silence from him. Then, without missing a beat, he turns Kylie around and lightly pats her shoulder in a gesture to end the conversation right there and then. Probably before he can say another thing he's never intended to say or a child's not meant to hear.
But off you go first. I think I saw your friend run off to the other classroom. The one with the pigtails? Go say hi to her. You still have those jelly babies to give her, yes?
All right. But wait for me, okay? I've got loads more to show you. They put up my drawing on the bulletin the other day. I'm gonna take you there later. I'll be back.
She soon disappears behind the small crowd, none the wiser to the sudden change in the mood around her. Luke straightens as soon as he's gone. The expression on his face grows less kind now that there's no one to reassure. Welcome back, Skibbles! Despite that, a chuckle still escapes me. His head quickly snaps at me, an accusing glare clear in his eyes. Although it's less threatening now, considering what I witnessed earlier. Funny how one person's impression of someone can easily change with that minute detail.
Why are you laughing like that?
Don't mind me. I just saw something surprising today. Don't let it bother you.
You know, putting it like that won't make me any less inclined to ask. What is it, woman? If this is another one of your threats, I've already told you it isn't going to work on me. That good teacher act isn't going to fool anyone.
What makes you think it has to do with you? I could have just remembered something funny. Not everything in this world revolves around you, mister.
I am not daft, Daisy. It's on your face for all the world to see. Now, say it so we can be done with this stupid talk.
I let out another laugh. More to delay than to express any sort of amusement over the matter. In truth, I don't know where to start. One wrong move, one wrong word, and I might offend the man. He's childish enough for that, even if what I'm about to say are just mere honest observations. I don't know. I have no idea how this is gonna impact anything other than our relationship with Luke right now.
Do you really think that?
It's an honest question. Because no matter how much I turn it around inside my head, the gap between the man standing in front of me and the idea I have of him just won't connect. Not that the gesture will go a long way with him. Something in his demeanor tells me he's definitely not the kind of man who readily accepts such when they are given to him. Rather, he feels entitled to it from the get-go. So long as you're standing in front of him, he expects it to be there, demands for it when he cannot see it in you. And after all those insults we've hurled at each other, I don't think it will matter much to him if I point out the ugly truths or brandish it to his face. As expected, it doesn't throw him off in the least, and he merely raises a questioning brow at me.
About what?
About what you told Kylie. And don't you think she's a bit too young for that kind of talk?
Kylie's 6, Daisy, not an infant who still needs help changing her nappy. At her age, she can already handle more than that. Besides, it's better to nip this whole thing at the bud. You know, before she starts thinking that a man's ego defines her self-worth. I certainly don't need someone else to define me. Why should any godchild of mine do? So, do I really think that? Yes. Yes, very much so. Why shouldn't I?
All right, I get it. I'm sorry. You just didn't seem the type to me.
I'm intended to end the conversation right there and simply go my way. I no longer have any business here, and our deputy's principal stories sound more enticing the longer I stay here. With the manner Luke's almost ranting, I have a feeling this won't end if I say more. Though thinking about it, I should have left the second he'd taken the box from me. Naturally, he doesn't get the hint.
The type. And what, pray tell, would my type be according to your standards, woman?
The sort I'd happily bury alive.
Note to self, do not piss off Becca.
Well, would you look at what's coming out of those pretty little lips?
Did the character story go in the order we say? Yeah, they go in this order, yeah. Started with Isabella, then Hannah, so on and so on.
Watch the language, Daisy. You're supposed to be teaching children. What would ever happen to this nation?
You know what I mean.
Oh, and you somehow find that tidbit funny.
A little, I admit.
Yeah, Luke is the last one, and one theory is that Luke is somehow involved in the murders that's been going on, because I'm not convinced that the murders are related to the ghost. He's either gonna be related to the murders, or the ghost is gonna be some distant relative of his. That's my theories.
That sort of wisdom is the last thing I expected to come from you. I mean, look at yourself. Pampered and pompous to the last hair. You've probably never been to this side of Luxborn until a few days ago.
Now, the ghost also kills people. I just don't think the murders that have been on the news, I'm not sure they are related to the ghost. But the ghost definitely kills people as well. Yes, Simon. They look exactly like the portraits in the mansion. Yeah.
Daisy, just because I'm dressed miles better than the average bloke you see every day, doesn't mean I'm incapable of thinking on your level. Actually, I'm more surprised we aren't on the same page on this. I expected better from someone with enough balls to hit a random stranger with a bloody book. In public, mind you. Someone my goddaughter looks up to, even. Guess you can't have everything in this world,
Well, of course I'm...
Oh, I get it. Running on presupposed notions, aren't we?
Game tends to be kind of smart and self-conscious about stuff. I don't think anyone's pointed that out in the game. I don't remember. I don't think so. She could be playing this game for a month. Yep. I mean, let's see how many hours I have in this game. I probably have like 1 hour outside of stream where I did the achievement stuff. 26. So about 25 hours roughly on stream then.
My, what a dangerous thing to practice for a teacher.
It doesn't have anything to do with...
What is it this time, I wonder? Oh, hey, don't say it, let me guess. What do those random gossips in this bloody city usually say?
That your house is haunted?
Oh, right. You probably think I'd go with clingy, spoiled kind, didn't you?
What? Where does that... How did you even come to that conclusion?
Well, it's true.
Oh, don't lie to me now, Daisy. But just so we're clear, if I wanted an arm decor, I'd have gone with the first brainless munter I picked up on the streets. I have standards, you know.
I haven't even said a word. I was just asking what you thought of it.
He's so self-centered that he doesn't bother to call anyone by their names. He just makes nicknames for everyone.
Oh, but you were thinking about it or else you wouldn't have asked. Might as well get it out of the way,
You are impossible.
So they say. Tell me something I didn't know, Daisy.
You... I really have no idea how anyone with half a brain can put up with you. Let me speak with your wife sometime. I'd love to ask her.
Oh, I can't wait for the housewarming party now. That last remark just came out. There might be a sliver of truth in it, but I shouldn't have phrased it like that. Even for my own standards, or the kind of person I'm talking to, it's still quite rude. An apology is already at my throat, but the minute I open my mouth, all of what I prepared myself to say dissipates. I think this is a lot of Luke stuff. Yeah, Luke was mostly in the beginning and during Hana's chapter. Lost in a moment in front of me. He has turned his gaze outside, staring at some point past the buildings blocking the view of the sky, as equally lost in his thoughts. He's a vexing man under so many standards. However, in this moment, the morning light streaming from the window lends his features a certain air. You unfucked your PC? Well done, mister. Softer, less severe than what he often flaunts. I might as well be looking at a different man. There's a tender note in his voice when he finds it. The words muttered under his breath, not intended for anyone but himself. Nevertheless, it reaches my ears, unintentional as it may be.
You're right. She deserves someone far better than me.
Aww. All that talk about self-worth makes some sense now. It isn't some profound knowledge he pulled out of his arse. It's come because he's already been there, likely stuck in the middle of it. Good night, Massander. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Preaching about your own personal experience is easier after all. Less room for mistakes, more for a dose of self-loathing. What a complicated man. Just when you thought you already figured him out, he does one thing and says another. People like him are the most difficult to gauge, far harder to understand. Yet it might be exactly for this reason why some are so easily charmed by him. It's a mystery that catches them, of wanting to find out what's underneath that bravado. I won't count myself among those, yet his winning personality isn't exactly my cup of tea. But sometimes, once you get a glimpse of what's beyond that machismo, empathizing with a man isn't such a steep hill to climb. And the comfortable silence we now share tell everything, that is. I needed a couple of attempts, but... Perhaps this is as close to friendship as we can get. Several insults flung around, with a few shared silences in between, and... that's not exactly a bad thing. He's not exactly a bad guy either, despite the awkward start we've had. Oh no, Rebecca, don't go there. He's totally the bad guy you think he is. Maybe it's for this reason that I can't resist throwing in a little comment to lift his mood before leaving him.
You know, Luke, you're not such a bad person.
Is that supposed to make me feel better? I'm touched, Daisy.
Take it how you will. But a little attitude change would help. A lot.
Kate Makes Up, thank you so much for following. Ah, Rebecca.
Oh, bollocks. Right, of course. Let me know when you're done with your lecture, ma'am.
It's Rebecca. She's literally never done with her lectures.
And you can probably start by not leaving your wife out while you're having some quality time with your goddaughter.
You can game romantic while having connected to big screen where Twiggie is. Ooh, nice.
Who knows? Maybe that'll help change how the child sees her.
Where did you even get the idea I'm leaving my wife out? Have you ever even met?
I can't believe that these two have so much difficulty just ending this conversation. Just stop talking to each other.
No, but I did see her with you two last time.
Oh no. Oh, she's talking about the ghost. His indifferent expression quickly dissolves into a confused scowl while I meet it with a matching perplexity. It's only been 2 days. Surely his memory isn't that bad.
What? When was this?
At the cafe. After you left, she was sitting right beside you. Kylie was at the back and you were driving.
As always, is to start warming up my oven for pizza. I know, this takes forever. The internet has suddenly taught my brain over decades to ignore the numbers at the end of nicknames. Yeah, I don't pay attention to numbers at the end of nicknames at all.
Daisy, are you sure you haven't accidentally hit yourself with your own book? Because that damn thing's quite big. And I'm really getting worried about you. It has only been a few days, and concussions can be dangerous. I suggest you have that checked.
Well, you asked. I just answered. It's pretty rude to make her wait like that, by the way.
How can I make her wait when she's not even with us?
What?
It was just Kylie and I that night.
Now you're just pulling my leg.
Luke exhales, long and drawn out, his impatience rapidly changing in the companionable air around us. In the face of it, I tense. I've accidentally stepped into another minefield. Any chat I've had with him so far has been like this. Why this still surprises me escapes me. But above my worries of offending the man is my own bewilderment. I remember well enough what I saw that night, yet he says something completely different.
Wifey was out with Kylie's mummy that night. She wasn't with us. How do you think I ended up on babysitting duty?
But in the front seat. And Kylie's...
Miss B!
No! Who hurt you? Kylie's sobs reach my ears first, and then her familiar weight returns around my waist again. Hot tears seep through my blouse as she buries her face in it, her arms winding tightly around me. Luke and I briefly exchanged worried glances, his own lips shut tight with concern. Her cries are soft enough not to attract much attention. Most of the visitors have been ushered inside the rooms by now anyway. Those who still linger, though, watches our little group with great interest and concern. If I don't get a better handle of the situation, I have a feeling Luke will start yelling at everyone soon. Kneeling, I gently pull the girl away from me, cupping her face and wiping away tears, creating little trails on her cheeks. Her mouth is drawn in a miserable pout when she peers up at me.
All right, Kylie. Calm down. What happened?
It's my friend.
That's a little too vague, Munchkin.
Let her speak, Luke. Who is it, Kylie? Melody? Or was it the other one?
Yeah.
Did the two of you fight?
She nods, then immediately clams up after her, letting her sobs communicate the story instead, or as much as her shaking shoulders can tell me. Right behind me, Luke gives a nervous huff while he shifts on his feet. He must not be used to handling children crying. What a wuss.
Sweetie, I won't be able to help you if you don't tell me what happened.
Seconds pass before she responds again. The tears are already gone when she finally musters the strength to talk, her cries subsiding to mere sniffles.
I wanted to give her the rest of the jelly babies, but she won't come out.
Do you think she's in the closet? The locker? The knocking that we heard before? I'm scared.
Where? Where is she?
In the little girl's room.
Maybe not.
Is she still there?
Another nod.
I won't say what's wrong. I kept asking her, but she told me to go away.
It was a theory.
Her rear day's going to start soon. I saw the prizes Miss Alice will give us for good. She's gonna miss it.
Is that what you told her?
Yeah, she won't listen. She won't even take the jelly babies. After I saved it for her, too. Tia Luke wanted to eat the red ones, but I told him it's not for him. Miss Pink, can you talk to her? Tell her to come out, and I'm really upset with her.
Ah. Just a little childish argument then. I have a feeling there's gonna be more. Times like this, I'm glad I teach teenagers mature enough for petty squabbles. I do love being around children, and I won't mind having one or two of my own in the future, but it takes a whole different level of patience to teach several of them. I honestly admire my colleagues who willingly took the challenge. Normally, I'll leave this for their homeroom teachers to fix, but I can't just ignore the imploring look she shoots me. That's another weakness I have to steel myself against before I ever think about having one of my own. We don't know, Simon. We have no clue. For now, I give in to it.
Okay. Tell me where she is, sweetie.
Sighing, I stand up and gesture for her to lead the way. Luke trails quietly behind us. Okay. Even with the small distance in between, his apprehension is palpable. Understandably so. No one wants to be caught in the middle of a children's spat. But in the end, this is all just part of my job. I can't just shy away from it, can I? Kylie escorts us to an adjacent hall. Getting really into this game, right? That's what it does to you. With how Becca arguments, you wouldn't know she teaches kids, right? Teachers supposedly take her administrative. Yeah, the home teacher, at least here, the home teacher usually has like 1 or 2 classes or subjects, and they're in charge of like following up students and administrative stuff, yeah. At this hour, the corridors and the rooms lining its sides are empty. Save for the gentle rustling of leaves, the twittering of birds outside, and the tapping of our foot against the floor, the whole area stays eerily quiet. Not unusual, though. This is the part of the building reserved for club activities at the end of the school day, and with the rest of the school busy with another event, it's only natural for it to be this deserted. Come afternoon, right after class, it'll once again be filled with people. For the time being, I focus on the toilets at the far end, heading straight for it. Luke stays behind, opting to wait for the end of this drama instead, obviously not wanting to deal with another person's kid. Meanwhile, Kylie follows right after me, unusually silent as we approach the ladies' room. Sometime before we made the turn down the hallway, she stopped sniffling and started singing a tune under her breath.
London Bridge is falling down, falling down,
oh no.
falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady.
No. Probably to brace or calm herself. Or maybe this is her way of preparing to pull her friend out of the sulk. So, we have seen Kylie before. We saw her the first time as Zack. And we saw her in the park. And Zack saw the ghost through Kylie for like 5 seconds, and that was it. Hi, Technoslade! Good evening! Good to see you! Certainly reminds me of another person. I make no remarks on it, however. It's all part of growing up, they say. Let her learn. The door's slightly ajar when we get to it, and from inside, the sobs of a girl echo weakly, barely audible even in this kind of hush. Do you think we're gonna hear the child crying, or do you think we're gonna hear the ghost crying? 'Cause that's been... oh my god! What if Kylie never heard her friend crying? What if it was a ghost all along? That's not Kylie's friend. That's not Kylie's friend, guys. It turns out Kylie's not the only one upset about this. Despite the situation, a smile forms on my lip as I call out her friends.
Hello? Hello there? You're Kylie's friend, aren't you?
Can you just run through it or talk over it, please? No. Where's headphones? No! No! Are you kidding me? These creepy parts are so fucking good!
Melody, is it? She's looking for you.
Children can be so amusing sometimes. Granted, they can be exasperating, especially around this age, but the endearing things about them outweigh those. All you need is enough level of patience.
Career day's about to start, too. You'll have to come out, or you're going to be really late for it. Miss Alice won't be happy if one of her kids isn't there. I heard she brought little gifts for everyone who'll behave. Don't you want to receive one?
However, her cries show no signs of abating. They only grow louder. Not close to a wail. Alarming, regardless.
Are you okay?
From where I'm standing, it sounds almost like she's in some kind of pain, and it's not impossible. They do that at times, hiding what ails them for fear of reprimand. If it's like that, coaxing her out might be useless. It also makes sense why she chose to aloof furthest from the classroom. Wasting no time, I gesture for Kylie to wait and amble towards the door calmly so I don't alarm her. At the same time, a distinct sense of déjà vu hits me. I've been in this position before, behind the door with someone crying on the other side, my calls ignored as their cries grow into a wail. Just this past week, actually. Even so, being in the same situation before doesn't bring any comfort. I'm putting up for the child beside me is a thick undercurrent of worry trickling into my stomach. I take one last breath, then I nudge open the door. It all happens in the span of a second. I don't make it past the first 2 steps into the room. Her cries abruptly stop. Light footsteps shuffle behind me, coming to halt at the door. My heart skips a beat. And when I turn...
Kylie?
Miss Pink? Miss Pink? Why didn't you help her?
My whole body was motionless at the sight of her, words catching in my throat and heart pounding rapidly against my chest. This is Kylie, I'm sure of it. Yet nothing in the manner she speaks or the way she tilts her head in question carries the youthful, innocent vibe she always brings with her. As if I'm merely looking at a dead, hollow imitation of the child.
Can't you hear her? She's asking for your help.
But it's not those that trigger a memory. It's those chilling eyes. Calling. Beckoning.
Why won't you listen to her?
All at once, the memory returns to me. A tide that has receded and now returns to the shore with an overwhelming force carrying images of a single moment from days ago. Of a world passing by in a blur and of features I can barely discern under the little light there was. Not even a week has passed. In this minute, while I keep my eyes trained on the child before me, they return with such unbearable clarity. There are no horrid wounds this time. No blood streaming down a pale face, thank heavens. Just lips contorted into a small, twisted smile. They brim with venom I never expected to see in a child, sending tiny pinpricks of dread crawling up my limbs and winding up my neck. You're a bad person. People like you deserve to die. I can't breathe. Those whispers and laughters again. Judging, mocking, taunting. Each scathing word rings sharp and true against my ears. My throat closes in. My whole body tenses. A chill settles at the tips of my fingers, every digit gone rigid from the cold. With every single draw of breath, any struggle for air or freedom, the coils wrapped around my body tighten, dragging me down. A gradual, torturous descent into another bottomless abyss. On, and on, and on. Until I lose touch with myself and the world.
Help me!
Until darkness claims me and, unexpectedly, a note. In the distance, harsh and piercing, cutting through the thick stupor and shattering the haze without warning.
Are you ladies done with your business here? I don't have all morning to wait for you two.
My eyes snap open and the world shifts into place with a ragged gasp. When I glance up, a different set of eyes greet me.
Are you okay, Miss Pink?
No anger. No vile hatred in them. Just plain, sincere concern. Bit by bit, I become aware of my surroundings and myself as warmth steadily slips back to me. I reached out for the nearby counter to steady myself at some point, and my knuckles have gone white from how rigid my grip on it is. Frogleg, thank you so much for that raid! Thank you very, very much. I hope you're doing great. Hi, Romania Hate! Appreciate that a lot. It's over now, yet the tension hasn't left my body. My heart still hammers hard against my chest in an erratic rhythm, and my breathing still comes in short, shallow bursts. Thank you so much for the raid, Frogleg. I hope you had a fantastic stream. Appreciate it a lot. Before me, Kylie fumbles with her hands, utterly unsure of what to do to an adult in what's probably a laughable state.
Did you get sick? I'll call Tia, okay? Stay here and don't move.
No. No need. Just
Ruin the suspense by showing our timeline? What?
Just leave me alone.
Tia will know how to fix you. Oh wait, okay?
I wish I could speak reassurances to her, but I can't shake it off. Had a scary good time? That's the best feeling. That's the best way to end any stream. I'm glad to hear it. This is the second time she's been seen at the ghost. Yeah? What I'm thinking is that the ghost can show itself in many different forms, right? Seeing as Marianne saw the ghost as Lorraine. She saw the ghost as Lorraine, and you had this moment where she sort of shifted between Lorraine and the ghost. So I don't necessarily think that this means that Kylie is the ghost. I just think that it takes on the form of something that is important to you, something that you have a strong memory from. Like this clearly triggered a memory for Becca, right? The dread is there, twisting at my insides in anticipation. Of what? I'm no longer sure. Pushing myself off the counter, I break off into a run. Brushing off the anxious look Kylie gives me when I gently push her away on my way out, or the furrow in Luke's brows when I stumble into him outside. Whatever they both saw in my face, I care not to know. What about Kylie and Zach? I don't know. I have no idea. Yes, Simon, we've seen the ghost many times, actually. Hang on, we can, if you look at the gallery. We've seen her in a window in a shopping street. We've seen her in the office. And this is a little bit spoilerish for one of the other endings of Isabella, but we've seen her like out on the street. This is also a bit spoilerish, I'm sorry. And this is Zach's Remember he saw... This is when he saw Kylie as he goes as well. He saw her at home multiple times. In the church. So yeah, we've seen the ghost many, many times. In many different places. Yeah, this is Marianne. This is the ghost sort of shifting between two forms like that. Just fascinating. The painting is pretty good. Where's that? Is that a background? It's an item, isn't it? Yeah, here's the painting. Or the painting that is a mirror. It's pretty good. This kid is related to a white family. We have the theory that the ghost is related to them. Yeah, it definitely... There's so many things it could be. Hi, Pelliger. Good evening. Good to see you. Whatever they both saw on my face, I care not to know. Bloody hell, I don't even understand what's happening anymore. The tremors continue long after the last of my classes have ended. Although none of my students have commented on it, I've caught a few sharing anxious glances every time a pen slips from my hand or my shoulders tense whenever called. How unusual it must be for them to see the normally composed Miss Gales become a bundle of nerves. Even the most boisterous ones have given me less grief today. You'd think being on my 4th cup of tea would provide any sort of comfort. Or is this the 5th? Oh god, why does counting matter now? The fact that I can't easily shake it off this time should tell me something. The last time this happened, I passed it off as some lapse in my part, after having been sick the week before.
And it is a natural conclusion.
Those are just stories. A centuries-old lore passed by the locals to keep children in line. What place doesn't have those? One of my dad's book always even went as far as to describe them as a strong part of Isabella's culture. Tree giants, women who feed on unborn children straight from a mother's womb, or hell, there's even that one story about a demon baby. All folklore that never had a smidgen of truth in it, most probably told to scare off the natives there back in the old days. Much like every other one in every other place. The world is more universal than people care to think. But looking at it from where I'm standing now, after staring right into the eyes of that woman, after all the things I've been hearing and feeling, perhaps there's really more to that bloody letter than some awful Halloween prank.
Perhaps Isabella's right all along.
A terrible thing, if true. Though that thought doesn't linger, though. Thankfully. If you go to rich people's homes, you get possessed. Pretty much, yeah. Soon, the ringing of my mobile takes my attention away from it. An unfamiliar name flashes before me once the screen lights up, and my brow snits. Hang on! Why is Marianne calling us? Staring hard at the screen, I try to remember where I encountered this person on my contact list. It takes a moment, but when it clicks, my eyes zeroes in on the book lying wide open on my table. The library, of course. The library. See you, Seema. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you have a great day. Loaned out from the library almost a week ago. I met the woman there on sheer coincidence. A fellow history buff, apparently. We were after the same book, but in the end, she's given it to me under the condition that I call her once I'm done with it. To be honest, I've completely forgotten about it until now, and, well, I haven't really taken a peek at it until today. Normally, I'd be done with a whole volume of this size a few days after taking it out, about 1 or 2 depending on how busy I am. But finding a chance to sit down and read through it has been more difficult lately than I anticipated. One moment, I'm busy simply grading worksheets, attending a movie premiere the next, then someone suddenly inviting me out for one reason or another. Days later, a friend stops showing up at her flat right after worrying reports pop up in the local news. There simply isn't enough time to breathe and get a grip on things. I have been flipping through the pages of said book moments ago, though never really reading anything and merely hoping for a distraction. To no avail. My phone gives out another ring, and this time I do not hesitate to answer.
Marianne?
Hello. Here I was starting to wonder if it was a bad time to call. Is it?
No, not at all. I dismissed my last class a few minutes ago. I'm pretty much free for the rest of the afternoon. Unless something comes up. Is this about last time? The book?
Not really. I was hoping to ask you about some other thing.
This is the day before the party. Yeah. Okay, so we saw Marianne. We saw her in the library, and then Marianne and Hana and Sak went out shopping, and then the day after is the housewarming. And right before the housewarming party is when Marianne is locked in the cellar. You see this calls Marianne? No, it says Marianne the right way.
Oh, sure. What about?
You grew up in this city, didn't you?
It's a peculiar question to ask someone you just met, but I answer her nevertheless. I'm more curious where she's heading with this by starting with that.
Born and raised, third-generation migrant. Why do you ask?
So, you must be familiar with the local lore. The, stories?
Oh, if we saw this ask Marianne, I thought you just meant her name. We didn't see this call, no.
Quite. If I'm going to teach about history, I'd like to think I am, yeah? But a family friend would be a better person to ask. If you want, I can contact him for you.
I wonder if this is Marianne asking about the ghost stories connected to the mansion, because she's been seeing the ghost.
No, let's just keep this thing between us, okay? It's nothing too big. Alright. I really don't know how else to put this without sounding a bit crazy. But things have been really, odd. Do you remember the mansion I mentioned back when we met? My current project?
In hindsight, I should have expected it to lead to this. She must not have lived her long if she's just asking about this now. It didn't take a week with Isabella when she arrived, but that's Isabella. Superstitious down to the last hair. Though it won't be too far off to think Marianne has only started thinking about this recently. So polite that you wait until the other person on the call clicks away their thoughts. Right, Skibbles? I'm super impressed with and just to think of how many different paths there are and how like a small choice. I've said this so many times now, but I'm so impressed. She's working on the damn house itself. I must admit, even I'm curious now. Despite living here for so many years and having so many chances to look it up before.
The Ermengarde Mansion, yes?
Yes, that one. And, oh dear, this is a bad idea. You know what? Just forget I ever called you about this.
Sometimes they just don't. Some lines just don't recall the voice acting, and I don't know why. Must have been the sunny weather always making me sick and see stupid things. See things?
No, wait. It's alright, I don't mind.
There's a moment's pause before she responds again. She's right in that this is a silly thing to talk about, especially between what I assume two people who are pretty grounded on their beliefs with regards to these things. I won't blame her if she hesitates.
I can't believe I'm asking you about this.
It's fine. Why don't you just think of it as some form of research?
Well, alright. But after this, we're going to forget we ever had this talk.
My lips will be sealed. Now, what is it about the mansion?
Just, what do you know about it? The general gist. The place's past. What happened to the owners? Anything you can give me.
Let's see. To start off,
I do my best to give her a concise summary, from the time the house was commissioned 400 years ago and who had built it. Up until the point it got deserted after the last heir's death, and the deed was passed on to the Ermengarde's nearest relatives. Frankly, if it weren't for those urban legends persisting, the house would have already faded into obscurity long ago. Demolished, even. These are all nothing she probably hasn't heard of before. Yet there's dissatisfaction in her tone once I finish.
That's all there really is to it?
as far as I know. There's this little bit I forgot to mention about Lady Charlotte Ermengarde's death, but most of those are just theories.
It's not uncommon for like mansions and big buildings like that to be at least that old in Europe. I know it's different in America, but there's tons of like several hundred years old buildings here. The house that I grew up in was from the 18th century. So.
Aside from that, this is really everything we've been teaching all these years. Should there be anything more?
No mention of any other weird stuff? Other crazy stories? Or a letter of some sort?
Hang on. Oh yeah, she saw the letter during the open house. My blood runs cold. Any warmth and comfort the tea I've drank has given me prior has instantly been drained out of me. The phone creaks softly as my light hold on it. Oh, light hold on it turns into a firm grip. This whole letter bullshit is starting to take a turn into something more than a coincidence.
None that I've heard or read of. What does a letter have to do with this?
Oh, no. It was just something I came across. Ignore it. Random thoughts, you know? By the way, I need to run. Thanks for answering my questions.
She ends the call abruptly with only a clipped goodbye, leaving my mind heavy with even more thoughts. The mood around my classroom has gone considerably denser in light of what little I've gleaned from that conversation. I don't think Marianne's lying about her intent. Her interest is genuine. I'd give her that, but she's left a lot of things out. And then tomorrow, before career day. I get the sense she only asked because something's happening around her too. And if she still hasn't mentioned the letter, I probably wouldn't have made a connection. Sorry.
Just what the hell did we get ourselves into?
Of course, there's still a lot of confusing details in this. All of these are just assumptions. No concrete conclusions to be formed with what we have, and if we want to find out what we're really dealing with, I think Marianne's right. There might be something more to those stories. As absurd as it sounds, the very place that gave us that letter might tell us something beyond what we know. And tomorrow night, I have a few hours of that chance at the housewarming party. Only the priest had appropriate reactions to the ghost. Yeah. Totally not an exciting thought since the place is privately owned now. I can't just wander around. But it is enough reason to keep the dread at bay as I step out of the room, ready to put an end to this day. Fuck. We don't know, Skibbles. We don't know. However, all of those good vibes disappear into thin air when I run headfirst into Luke. See you, Hopecatcher. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you sleep well. There's really something in this man. Regardless of how much my opinion of him has changed over the span of a few hours, he simply blasts through every good impression people have of him, without care or thought. He doesn't even need to open his mouth, his mere presence does it. In all honesty, I think he's the kind of guy only a mother can love. Wow.
You're still here?
Obviously. Who do you think's standing in front of you?
An ass.
Oh, come on, Daisy. You've done better than that. Losing your touch?
Luke, I don't have time for this. I'm heading home, and your face is the last thing I want to see before I leave. What do you want?
Belatedly, I notice his hand. Partly raised, almost poised for a knock. At a slight lift of an eyebrow, he quickly drops it to his side and turns to Kylie. She's standing a few steps away from him, holding her hands behind her back and towing at something on the floor with the tip of her shoe. Then he proceeds to make vague gestures at me and the child. He resembles a fish flopping for air with the way he's moving his arms, though I think he's trying to urge her to speak up.
Munchkin, I thought you wanted to tell her something.
You do it, Tio.
This wasn't my idea, darling.
Don't worry. I won't tell Tia what you told me the other day. And this morning.
Luke exhales, rolling his eyes at the ceiling and maybe praying for the universe to grant him more patience. He knows a losing battle when he sees one. He may act worse than a 5-year-old throwing a tantrum at times, but he's no match for an actual child. Nothing better than being served a dose of his own medicine, huh? Once his frustration has been promptly let out, he points a rude finger at me. I do my best to stare at the offending digit down, but I can already hear the demand before it's even out of his lips.
You, come with us.
What makes you think I will?
Because little Rugrat here is upset and worried, and it's your bloody fault. I've no idea what happened this morning, but if you don't come with us, I won't be hearing the end of it from her.
I'm blocking the weird guy in the background again. I barely see him, and he looks amazing.
So do me a favor, Daisy, and just be glad I'm inviting you.
You're asking for a favor, and you can't be bothered to be polite? I don't know. It's been a really busy day for me. I kind of miss my couch.
Daisy, you just say yes.
A pause follows, almost too dramatic. Afterwards, his face twits into something between a grimace and a smile. As it happens, he appears like he's in a lot of physical pain. You'd think the man is getting an aneurysm just by being polite.
Please?
Tio said it'll be his treat.
Like he caught Godzilla out of his corner of his eye and window, right?
What? I said no such thing, Munchkin. I only agreed to this because you requested it. I'm under no obligation to feed her.
I promise I'll be quiet the next time I visit.
Oh, all right, but just one meal and make it the cheapest.
He and Ashton will get along famously on that department. On a different front, the offer of free dinner does sound enticing, however half-heartedly given it is. Mostly because Kylie has wisely put on her puppy eyes, and by the second, I find all my choices slipping away from me.
See, Miss Pink? It'll be fun! You don't have to feel sad anymore, okay?
Oh, well,
My mobile buzzes from my pocket, cutting me mid-sentence, and for a second, I'm spared from the act of getting an answer I'll regret either way. Fishing the gadget out, I wave a hand at him and excuse myself. A disgruntled expression is on Luke's face before I turn away. I'd be lying if I said it didn't amuse me. He's as eager to be done with this as I am, but what can I do? Checking, a message from Ashton shows up. Hey Becca, I'll be around Salem well this evening. Need to meet someone in the area. I might have to drop by yours and Isabella's place after. See ya. Oh. Just the usual. Unlike what he does to Zachary, Ashton has the decency to let us know when he's dropping by or when he's in the area for some business. From the way it's phrased, it sounds to be the latter. Either way, I'm glad he's at least aware of that boundary. Not that Isabella's ever going to let him leave the building unscathed if he ever pulls the same stunt he does with the other man. I cringe to imagine what she'll do with him. Sighing, I slip the gadget back to my pocket. But looking up to see Luke's utter impatience on his face, I now face a different dilemma. The two of them are still waiting. And knowing the kind of person Luke is, this is already a grand gesture of goodwill coming from him. All to please his godchild. His denial aside, it's easy to say that it's easy to tell that he's really fond of Kylie from his actions alone. Kinda hate to ruin that. Yeah, I am incredibly intrigued about Ash and his story.
Well, Daisy, we're waiting here.
On the other hand, there's Ash. His message doesn't exactly imply that he's going to wait, or he's expecting me to be there, but there are matters I hope to discuss with him in person, to put it simply. Housewarming party matters. With inviting Bella out of the question, I only have Zachary and Ashton. Although the former has already made it clear he'll be busy this week, and well, Ashton has been my first choice from the start. Can we get the intro before the Ash chapter? Do you mean the intro music thing? Even if he detests gatherings like this. Sure, we can do the intro music before the Ash chapter. I think we still have a while to go, though, with, What? We're not even a third. We're not even a third of the way there through Rebecca's chapter. And we've been playing it for like 4 hours. I'm just saying. It's company that counts. We can be miserable together. But that's the problem, isn't it? He hates them, and it's very likely his answer will be a flat no. I'd rather not hear that. If, by some miracle, he agrees to it, he'll probably be sulking the whole party. Not really a tough choice when you look at it, when you put it like that, but still. Alright, before we do this, I'm going to take a short break. It can still happen, Skibbles. I mean, it's unlikely, but it can still happen. I'll be back in a few minutes and we will do something. We'll see. Alright, sorry that took a while. We're back. I'll definitely take a look at the game you linked in Discord, Skibbles. I'll look into it, because you know how I feel about branching paths. As long as they actually have different branching paths, I'm all for it. Also, in terms of this whole thing, I feel like it would probably be more interesting for the story if we agree to it and say yes, because Kylie asked. Do I think it's what Rebecca would do? Probably not. And I am very much resisting the urge to look at the branching tree and see what kind of different paths this leads to. I won't, but I want to. I want to so badly. But honestly, I think we will gain a lot more Oh no, she said she had things that she wanted to talk to Ash about. You decide what Rebecca would do, because I know her so well by this point. I don't know. I have no clue what Rebecca would do. Thora matters. Yeah. She really wants to talk to Ash in person, and I think that's gonna be about the whole ghost thing. The scissors are out, it's fine. It's okay. I have everything under control. I promise. Don't know if you could resist Kylie though. No, that's the thing. I'm not. I don't know. She says, like, knowing Luke, this is gonna be a grand gesture of goodwill to please his godchild, and she doesn't want to hate. She doesn't want to ruin all of that good things between those two. And I think we're gonna get a chance. We know she goes to the housewarming party with Ash. We know she goes to the housewarming party with him, and we know that she's upset with him at the party. So no matter what we do, we are gonna get another chance to talk to them. Or if we choose to go to the thing with these guys, then Ash is gonna be there regardless because he has business stuff there. That could also be a thing. I don't know. I have no clue. I don't know. I can't predict where either of these ways are gonna go. Okay, only because Kylie asked. And now we can... That increase our relationship with Luke? That's okay, actually. Okay, so that leads us here. If we had spoken to Ash, that would lead us up here. That would take us all throughout this. And here.
You seem like a Disney villain right now. Pulling at plot threads and waving your scissors around in a dramatic fashion.
Thank you for the Biscuibles. It looks like we get a slightly shorter path by going this way. Because we only get like this, but the other way we get all of this. That's a longer route, but okay. We'll see where it leads to. Good luck 100%ing this chapter. I am dreading it. I am absolutely dreading it. Zachary's chapter 2. Ugh. What did he say? In the end, my own fondness for Kylie wins out. Chances are, I'll only have to endure his presence for an hour or so. If it lasts more than that, I can make it an excuse. A sudden call from a friend, or things to work on. Doesn't seem so bad when you think about the pros and the cons. At best, it'll be a quiet dinner. At worst, it'll be an awkward affair that we're both eager to be rid of. I'm leaning more on the latter happening. Hoping for the former, of course.
Okay, but only because Kylie asked.
Kylie's face instantly lights up. For the third time today, she tackles me into a hug before pulling away and dragging me by the hand towards the building's exit.
That's alright. I'm sure Tio doesn't mind. He let me pick where we're going to eat. Don't worry, it's just close.
Luke follows closely behind, and perhaps out of some desire to keep the dead air away, I can't resist throwing a quip.
Keep your distance. You better not do anything funny, you hear?
Wow, Rebecca, chill! Is it the cupcake store? Are there any other stores?
I'm the one who should keep my distance. May I remind you who approached me first and what you did right after?
I'm sorry, but he has a point.
Oh, I remember it clearly. But perhaps it's you who needs a reminder.
Wow, Becca, you're being so unreasonable right now.
You seem to have never learned your lesson. Care we give it another try? Maybe this time it'll stick.
Maybe this time it'll stick. You think you're scary? I'll show you what's scary.
To my surprise, his tone lacks the usual sardonic note in it, and briefly, I pause to stare at him. He quickly shuts his mouth right after and walks ahead of us. All talk and no trousers like the usual. And for the better part of our walk, except for Kylie's excited chatter, we don't speak. Here he is! The guy! Welcome back, Joey! How did Witchering go? Somehow, I have this strange feeling I'm already getting used to this kind of banter with him. I'm not sure if it's a good or a bad thing. It looks like he's leaning backwards while he's walking. It's very strange. And amidst this newfound friendship, dare I call it that? Ashton's message lays forgotten and abandoned in my pocket. Of course. I am shocked. Out of all the places nearest to the school, Kylie picks this one, and waiting for food to be served is as awkward as I've imagined it would be. Not the bad sort, though. The pleasant kind. Surprisingly, Luke's an okay bloke when he tries. Someone needs to voice chat with my friends so I can concentrate on the game anymore? How dare they? So as long as you're willing to look past the tactless remarks, or we're not exchanging acerbic quips? Why is he using so many difficult words? I mean, get it, you're a teacher. It's clear he's making an effort for this to be as fun as possible for the 6-year-old by being chattier, even going as far as to laugh when Kylie's story calls for it. It's an interesting thing to hear from the man. Don't know that one, gonna say you got it right. Nice. More than once, I catch his frequent cheesed-off expression easing whenever he looks at the girl.
And your friend? Did you make up with her?
Yep. She said she just saw something she didn't like.
The ghost?
She didn't accept the jellies, though. She told me to give it to you instead. She knows you like the red ones, too.
Aww.
Very well. Hand it to me later. I'll bring some of them home.
Sorry.
I think your Tia would love to have some.
What a terrible liar. Once Kylie wanders to the nearest bookshelves after having lost interest in the conversation, however, we both revert back to silence. On our own, we have little to chat about, aside from a few questions about the other here and there. At one point, it does bear on local politics and history, and he surprisingly burst with that. With it, that he can hold a decent conversation without throwing a jibe. Does she still not know that he's Luke, right? Nothing too personal is ever mentioned so far, though. It's too early for those, and besides, I don't like him enough to speak of every minute minute detail of my life. Better keep it strictly between the silence and the casual repartee. This whole thing already looks and feels wrong on so many levels. I'm quite sure he feels the same. So when another bout of silence hits us and becomes too much, I've taken to finding something else to occupy myself. Toying with my mobile, turning it from hand to hand while we wait for our respective meals. How many billionaires are there in this town? True. So a mouse pointer appeared through your chair hole? Oh no! Oh no! We can't have any visible mouse pointers here. That's not a thing we want. It'll be a complete lie to say if I'm not waiting for some intervention. Something to pull me away from his place. Someone. Ashton's probably at sailing well by this time, working on whatever business he has there. Maybe if I make up an excuse and leave now, I can still catch him.
Cut that out, it's distracting.
My hand stills, holding the gadget awkwardly between us. Arrested mid-pass by his bored tone. He's been quiet for a long minute now, after complaining about how appalling the tea they're serving here is. Before that, he has whined about how uncomfortable his chair is and how tasteless the decorations they have here. Are we to believe this place actually sells dinner? Yes. This is like the third time they have like proper meals here. It's weird. Because all they show here is cake. You did, Joey. Good timing. Well, I'm sorry for being a bunch of peasants, you majesty. Very much punchable faces, yeah. Figures he'll lose patience soon, having already grumbled about almost everything his eyes can reach. It's just unfortunate he's turned to me now.
Why don't you just look somewhere else?
I can't. If I turn elsewhere, I might end up looking at the bobfuck right behind us.
Hang on, what's bobfuck? Hang on. I'm finding one Urban Dictionary. Wow. It stands for body off, Baywatch face off. And its definition is, it's defining a girl with a great body but a face like a bulldog chewing a wasp.
Bobfuck? Do I even want to ask?
I don't want to hear it. If it's coming out of his mouth, it can only be either rude or offensive. Don't think that's what they're going for? Are you sure? Regardless, he continues. If he now throws in the exact same definition, I will be so happy.
Everything looks good. But have you seen the face? True horror.
What is wrong with you? You know, I've grown about this in practice, but that mouth needs to be washed out with a particularly potent soap. Preferably by your own mum.
His mum is dead.
A shame she isn't here,
For whatever reason, that puts an end to that talk right away. He returns to watching his godchild, who has found a particularly interesting picture book and is now poring over it, while I turn back to my mobile. Or formaldehyde, that would work too. Still no message. Would it kill him to at least send a message? Check if we're home. Meanwhile, Luke's silence lasts all but 10 seconds.
What is it with the damn mobile? Are you on a curfew?
No, she's in love. He's got the immature act down pat. I'll give him that. Seriously, how old is this guy? He's like 30. Has he somehow been deprived of affection during childhood? Most likely, I'ma say yes.
And what is it to you? I don't think it's any of your business what I do with it.
It is my business, all right? 1, I'm the one paying here. 2, I'm being forced to eat dinner in a place this stuffed and noisy. Lastly, it's been 10 minutes, the food isn't here, and I'm hungry. What you're doing with the mobile is annoying and distracting, when the least you could do is keep things entertaining while I suffer.
Oh, poor you. Poor little Luke.
That's your problem? Shouldn't you be more worried about how this entire affair looks to other people?
Oh, I didn't realize this was one.
Oh,
You're fast, Daisy.
Ah, stop!
You first, you know. Had I known, I would have taken you someplace
Stop
nicer.
it! Don't!
Certainly the kind with better food and plenty of good wine.
Why did I ever
You
think
pick
this
up
was
women
good
in a
idea?
bar!
Did it ever occur to you how inappropriate this might look to everyone?
Why should I care? It's only inappropriate if you make it out to be.
I want to tug. So badly.
Relax. I won't do anything to make your boyfriend angry. He doesn't even need to know we dined out. It'll be our dirty little secret.
He's not my boyfriend.
The words come out with more force than I've intended. Animation and ceiling fans are so jumpy. It is a little annoying. By the time I realize my slip-up, his lips are already spread in a snare. Heat slowly crawls up my face.
Oh, so there is someone. You're so easy to read.
Briefly, his eyes search my face. I have no idea what he sees, nor do I care to know. But in the next second, he barks out a laugh, displaying his amusement without reserve to everyone within earshot. In that moment, I know I flicked a switch in him somewhere, and I've lost my chance to deny his assumptions. Do I even want to? Isn't that the reason why I've been so focused on my mobile, waiting for another message from him? For a reason to dump this awkward meeting to go after him?
Look how mottled you are. Now the nickname makes more sense. Shy Miss Pink and her cute little crush. The color suits you, by the way. It matches the hair.
It's not a crush.
No, it's a little more than a crush. She's been desperately in love with this guy for 20 years.
Classic denial. But in reality, you want him to be yours, and your every move is made to make him notice you. In fact, you don't want him to see you with another man in a non-professional capacity, because he might misinterpret it.
The same thing goes for you, doesn't it? Bloody, yours is even worse. What about your wife? Aren't you concerned she might misinterpret this?
Daisy, just because we tied the knot doesn't mean we have to be joined at the hip at every single opportunity.
Don't be ridiculous. Why else would you marry her if you don't want to be with her for the rest of your lives?
Because, Daisy, she also has other things she can do with her life and friends to spend time with. Granted, I don't like some of them, and I have a few of my own she utterly dislikes. But wifey doesn't have to know my every move. Nor do I hers. Do you know how boring that would be? To be with the same person for all hours of the day, losing sleep over the mere fact they're not with you?
I mean, he has a point. No worries, Simon. Is it by any chance the same friend who I was stuck for weeks trying to beat in the stupid Facebook basketball game back when that was a thing?
Or putting everything you have aside to please them? To have your whole world revolve around one person?
Aren't you just mistaking that for something else?
No, Neko sucks at the soccer one. Oh, okay.
Unlike you, there are other people here who don't share the same jaded outlook you have. Don't lump everyone together just because it didn't work out for you.
He's unbeaten at basket in the same group chat. Alright, because I beat him at basketball. Just saying.
And you, my dear, are unexpectedly naive.
What's so naive about it? If you love each other, wouldn't you want to always see them, be with them, to have them focus solely on you?
Not 24/7, no!
Maybe you haven't been loved enough.
Oh, it's that kind of thing for you, isn't it? The love is eternal, love is a strong emotion shite. A starry-eyed girl pining for her dashing Prince Charming?
I'm sorry, but that's just... no. Jesus Christ, Simon. If you're in a relationship where you feel like you have to focus 100% of your energy on one person forever, then that relationship is doomed. No one likes that. No one wants that. Oh, Rebecca, you're gonna drive Ash away.
What's next? Romantic confessions of love? A grand wedding on the beach? Dozens of spawns running around in some picturesque home in the suburbs?
No, no one should have. No, that shouldn't be a thing ever.
How quaint. Are you also expecting it's going to be sunshine and rainbows after? A happily ever after?
Maybe she'll listen to you. I'll give it a go.
Please.
What? I never once said. And is all of that such a bad thing to hope for?
Woman, I've been married for 7 years, and I'm telling you, it's far from what you have in your pretty red head. Tell me, how long has this song and dance been going for you and your man? Maybe
20
I am
years.
mistaken.
Averting my eyes from him is all I managed to do. What does his mere 7 years have compared to the 17 years I've had with Ash? It's laughable he thinks those two things are even comparable. Hold up! Hold up! Hold up! Is she saying that these 17 years that she's been desperately in love with Ash without saying a single word is worth more than being married for 7 years? Rebecca is delusional. She is delusional. Oh boy, poor Ash. Ash and I may never have moved past the boundaries of friendship, like what I'm hoping for years. But what we have isn't something anyone can scoff at. I've always been by his side, endured everything with him. I know I'm better than anyone. No matter what this man, this complete stranger says, I know there will always be a place for me beside him. And yet.
Come on, Daisy, that shouldn't be too hard. 3, 5, 8, 10, 20.
These words easily seep into my heart like sharp daggers, gradually picking apart everything I've ever been sure of. She's 100% crazy. I was even considering, when we get to Ash, I was considering like doing everything we can for Becca because maybe they would fit together, but now I want to steer him as far away from her as possible. Already weird is a name thing. It is. We have come to the conclusion that all Rebeccas are assholes. Despite myself, the doubts resurface and my defenses crumble right in front of my eyes. It's no wonder he sees through me. And as expected, he ridicules it. I didn't almost cut my cable, Joey. I don't know what you're even trying to talk about. Restrained, low and rumbling, a sharp sound striking the air around us, amidst the murmur of people and the soft notes of the music playing over our heads. His shoulders shake, and when his mirth becomes too much even for him, he reaches up a hand and passes it over his face, as if to hold his glee close to him.
Bloody bullocks, this is just brilliant. Oh, mother, why do I always keep running into these things? This day couldn't get any better. I think I'm gonna need a stiff drink after this.
He dissolves into another peal of laughter, but when it subsides, what he has for me are more words. Scathing, each of them. The urge to run from here has never been this strong.
Is everything you said how you plan to act, if that man of yours ever ends up with you? Cling to him? Put him on a bloody pedestal? Let him become the center of your universe? Although with how long this seems to be going on, I think you've already done so. Marriage will just be icing on the top. Like some sort of reward for you, isn't it? For being a good, patient, loyal little girl all this time. Never looking at another man.
Here's the thing. Luke is being the reasonable one right now.
He must have been having a grand time with someone pining over him this long. I'm a little envious, to be honest. Maybe also a little surprised he hasn't suffocated from all your attention yet.
And I didn't think I would ever feel this way about him, but he's being the reasonable one out of the two of them.
Laugh all about it if you want. It's not like you'll ever understand.
Luke falls silent. The ridicule in him is gone in an instant, and his eyes meet mine, sharp and imposing. A challenge, but I hold it against him with the same intensity, because if there's something I won't let his opinion trample on, it's this. Doesn't Ash like Isabella? It's been hinted towards, but not confirmed, I think. There is one route that you can take with Isabella that ends up with them sort of being a couple, but not really. He's very perceptive and picks situation apart. That's true. Yeah. Very much so. Make it stop. What does he know? However, he's the first one who looks away, focusing his eyes on back where Kylie is. And for a moment, I think I won. Until he draws in a breath and turns back to me. The words he drops next, though hushed, hang heavily in the distance between us.
You're right. I won't.
Oh, I thought for a moment, I forgot that Rebecca said anything. She said, laugh about it all you want, it's not like you'll ever understand. I forgot that she said that, and I thought he was responding to what we were thinking.
But I do know not to mistake love for obsession, woman. They are not the same thing.
No, Simon. It rattles. Out of everything he said tonight, this is the one thing that twinges my heart. Maybe it's the manner he delivers it, the lack of conceit in his posture, or an underlying insult in the tone he takes. The remark is not meant to cut, merely to express a simple truth. This time, it's him who holds gaze against mine. Another unspoken challenge, and I realized that if this happened minutes before, I'd already have an equally searing retort on the tip of my tongue. Let's get the Rubik's Cube back. The problem with the Rubik's Cube is that it's so loud. Like, I have it right here, it's just so loud. Ugh. Like, I can't do this while The fidget... Simon, do you not believe I have a fidget cube? I have a fidget cube, and I hate it. Because I'll be like fidgeting with one side, and it triggers... I might have slightly diagnosed obsessive compulsive disorder. It triggers my OCD a lot, and it just... It makes everything worse. Sure, it's nice to fidget with, until it just... Ugh! Yeah, I have it... Hang on, let's see if I can find it. I think I know where it is. So, it's like this, right? You have a flick thing on this side, and then you have like this. You have all these different sides. You have buttons. Some make sound, and some don't. And then we have this side, which is just a bunch of different things to fiddle with, and I can't use it. I can't. It's fun to fidget with until it's not. Yes. Yep. You're fine, Simon. There's none. But the anger is there, ranging at my insides, prodding at the uncertainties I've long kept. This is not a toy that you give to a toddler to develop their problem-solving skills. No, it's a fidget cube. It's a thing, though. It is a real thing. Like, it's supposed to be designed to help people with their fiddle needs. So. And this is why I cannot have the Rubik's Cube either, because this makes sound. Constantly. I told you. Yes, Simon. Next time you're here, I will bring it to you. You can have it. Please, take it away from me. Oh. I want a new cube. I want a silent cube. I'll put it somewhere where I can't see it, because now that it's unsolved, I'll be fighting against the urge to solve it constantly. You guys don't realize how difficult it is to be me, okay? I have a hard life. I'm fine. Take a Dutch cube? Sure, please. So to hunt down a more silent Rubik's Cube? Nice. The silenter, the better. If it's also super, super smooth, that would be nice. Because that way I can practice speed solving again. That's fun. Okay, we are playing a game though. In case you forgot. I'm back with the scissors because they're my only good alternative. I have a fidget spinner as well, but that one's super loud as well. I have a lot of things to fiddle with, okay? But none of them are suitable for stream, apart from the scissors. The angry stare ranging at my insides, prodding at the uncertainties I've long kept. Isn't it enough? We have the long years we've been together. We have the memories. Whenever he needs me, until other people came in between us, I've always been the one there. That dedication and loyalty should mean something, right? No, but stress balls, they don't really... I don't know, I never really liked them. Having heart medication that I have to take regularly for the rest of my life would make life unbearable. That's not so bad. Actually, that's not so bad. Scissors are suitable for the stream. They are. It's not round, so rolling it between my hands, so that's points. See? Tug! I have a not round squeeze ball as well, and it's terrible. I hate it. I hate it. The face of loose, you can squish it constantly. Maybe. Squeeze down, I want it to be satisfying, but it never is, so I squeeze more. Right? Simon gets me. Simon gets me. You need a link to fiddle with? Actually, not a bad idea. Do I dare wake him up from his sleep in his cave? Do I have any treats, is the question. How about... We're derailing out of the game anyway. No, it's happening. It's happening, Nippy. It's happening. I'm gonna find a pair of treats, and I'm gonna get myself a link to fiddle with. I'll be back. I was successful. He's getting more treats, so he's okay. You think of slime and magic sand? Oh, I want the magic sand thing. I want that so badly. I really do. Ugh. Does a PS4 controller count? I mean, sure. You cut yourself with a scissor. Oh, Simon. Oh, Simon. Oh, Spider-Man come across it. I don't have any of it. I probably should get that. I think he's okay with being awakened. I think he's fine. He looks okay to me. Is before control account for what? Like fiddling stuff. Too tired to be angry. He's not angry, are you? No. Okay. Alright. Problem is, because of the angle where my monitors are and where he is, I cannot see a single word in the subtitles right now. Right. That dedication and loyalty should mean something, shouldn't it? I've always been sure of it, and that one day he'll see it for what it is. In spite of that, in this minute, under this man's scrutiny, my own heart wavers. Now I struggle to find the words. I wonder if I put up the blanket right now, if he's gonna lay down in my lap. I'm gonna try it. Because he refuses to like sit in our laps or anything unless we have a blanket covering us. Come down. Come down. Aww. Aww. Now I have something to keep preoccupied with. Alright. He's extremely exhausted. What? No. It's only 1 a.m. He normally doesn't sleep by now. Maybe a kitty just crawled onto your lap too? Aww. So sweet. So sweet. I don't know which is the right answer of these. I don't need to answer that, or what right do you have? I think I can't imagine him being happy with any of those. My dog's been fast asleep in my bed for the past 4 hours. Aww. There, you get a better view of him. Okay. I don't need to answer that. That actually improved our This artist doesn't need to hear them, and neither is he entitled to them just because he dished out some profound-sounding life wisdom no one asked about. Can't make the jump onto my bed anymore, so I have to help him. Aww. Aww, it's so cute. This was basically just about our relationship with Ash. So I look away, hoping my own silence would be enough of an answer to him. And it is, for a moment. Up until warm, furious tears prickle behind my eyes, stinging, begging for release, along with every other frustration this dumb talk has built up in me. All because of this man. I hate him. I hate the fact that he has to be the one to see me in this sorry state. I'm already expecting another bark from him when his expression shifts. Except he panics. Sorry, he's just itching at a spot. I just need to see that it's not, like, something bad. He panics. In the span of 3 seconds, his expression changes from indifferent to concerned to utter panic. It would probably have been funny if he wasn't so irked by the sight of this glaiked? You can't see it because I'm covering it. Glaiked? Bastard.
Hey, are you crying? Are you going to cry? Stop that right now, woman, or I'll...
Will you shut up?
He clamps up almost before I could finish. Whether this is due to the sudden force in my voice or how I look, I pretend not to think of it. He seemed like a deer caught in the headlights, with way he's making himself smaller in his seat. But I'm still pissed. I'm tired, and if I can't punch him, I can at least scream at him.
You're an annoying bag of dick, you know that? If I hear another word from you, I'm sewing that bloody mouth shut myself!
It does do the trick. Not to the effect I've hoped, but the moment I've snapped at him, the stinging at the back of my eyes melts away, and a strange calm overcomes me. Oh shit. A fragile thing when found in the middle of a busy coffee shop. Nevertheless, it's appreciated considering it doesn't last. Immediately broken by the very person that put me in this state, with a few awkward pats to my shoulder. She is very angry, yeah. We're fine, we're working it out. We're trying to come to a common understanding. A lot of sudden difficult words in the script come from them using synonym dictionaries or something. Yeah, probably. Done twice. Thrice. And another. Until my patience runs out again and I'm pulling out the book from my bag, raising it threateningly over his head. It'll surely dent his skull if it slams down at his height. Part of me wants to see that, but I restrain myself. He has the good sense to recoil, though. Shortly, he shrinks back to his seat and waves his hand in front of him in a gesture of surrender.
Watch that book, woman! I already warned you about your little threats. You don't want to see my brand of angry!
Then keep your hands to yourself!
Alright, that's it. People these days, I swear you treat them nicely and this is where it gets me.
You're the last person I'd ever want to comfort me. Even if we're the only two remaining people on Earth. Don't flatter yourself.
He gave up.
Okay, have it your way, Daisy.
For now.
And stop calling me Daisy! I have a name, you know!
He mutters something inaudible under his breath, although afterwards, he doesn't say anything further. For the next minute, he simply contents himself with making a mess out of the paper napkins, folding them into clean shapes without any clear intent, before crumpling them in his hand when he loses interest and dumping them in a small pile in front of me. In front of him. A waiter serves our meal soon enough, and Kylie makes her way back to our table. But before I can take a single bite, he mutters something. The words spoken in the same tone he's used since this morning, all under his breath, wherever the honest part of him would show. Despite my rather confusing opinion of this man, I stop short of shoving my food in my mouth to look at him. Your dog is a cat? He's like 50% cat. He's like 50% given up, 50% desperately searching for an exit. His eyes are on his food as he speaks, busying himself with cutting a portion of meat on his plate. Got scared I knocked something off. But what comes out of him only rings true against my ears, above the din of the coffee house.
For what it's worth, Rebecca, I didn't ever think that's all there is to you. Why else would I leave my own goddaughter in your care if you're just some lovesick woman?
I'm gonna left like 40% of the day. Aw, that's super sweet. He spares a piece of his food, pops it into his mouth, and that's it. One whole day with this man, and I still can't figure out what his deal is. But for what it's worth, as well, I don't think he's an entirely bad guy. The rest of our meal slips in silence afterwards. Aside from Kylie's occasional chatter, the whole dinner goes by without another word exchanged between the two of us. Somehow, we managed to make it through this whole thing without triggering another tension-riddled conversation. A good thing, perhaps. One, because Kylie's sitting in front of us, and two, I probably won't be able to hold a proper conversation with my mind heavy with thoughts. We depart from the coffee house just as the evening crowd starts to thin out. Ugly if you picked them up, put it on the app and kept them there, yeah. 100% like and feel bad for Duke at the end of this. That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying, man. The same wordless silence fills our short walk back to the school. Except for when Luke gestures at a nearby flower shop and enters it without waiting for Kylie and I. He emerges minutes after. He just took a deep sigh. He emerges minutes after, carrying a bouquet of daffodils with the same softened expression back on his face. Unlike the previous ones, he tucks this one away almost as soon as he looks up to us. A moment he's not willing to share. At my confusion, he merely answers with a shrug and continues walking. Luke is well written, yeah. And I think we're gonna see more of that when we play his chapter. Let go of you eventually. In the same looking eyes of prison inmates. What? He's not prisoned. He's not... What? He's not trapped here? What? He's a free dog. He's an entirely free dog. As I was saying, he's an entirely free dog. Even his movements are cat's movements. You should see the way he jumps. Ugh. He can jump like 10 times his own height. It's crazy. It's too warm for a blanket today, I'm sorry. Sleep well, Joey. I know. I know. I know what you're all here for. Whatever.
For someone important.
These are not for Hana. These are for his mother. He's going to his mother's grave. I'm calling it. He's calling it. He's been mentioning daffodils this entire time, and we know his mother is probably dead. I'm calling it. He's going to his mother's grave. Facing those flowers there. Of course, Joey. You've had a long week. Go get some sleep. We will see you later. Are you sure he's not actually a cat? I'm like 10% sure. I accept it for what it is, if only because he doesn't owe me an explanation. It does leave more questions about him. Each one as baffling as the previous ones. Those are the last words spoken this evening before we had our own ways. Up until I arrive at home, I still can't understand him. Here, however, a whole different set of questions await me. And much like everything today, it comes with the littlest of things. Do you think, you don't know this, probably. Do you think Ash is here? Hope you never have to look at a person as sadly as look at Link at the end of that clip. A lone note greets me upon reaching my unit's door. Its edges flutter lightly against the faint, warm breeze passing through the small complex. My hand stops short of twisting the knob as I stare at it, although I don't make any moves to take it. I want you to know that he just went right back to sleep on the floor. I want a dog so bad, it's terrible. Go out of my way on my neighbor's yard to check if the dog is outside. I did the same for years, Simon. And I still do. Yeah, we have to see Ash soon. We have to see Ash because we're going to the party with him tomorrow. I'm a terrible floor. I'm okay with that. Dropped by earlier, you weren't around. Any ideas where Scaredy Cat is? I couldn't contact her. Inspector Abigail has a few questions. LPD stuff, something about her dead coworkers. Anyway, let me know how the two of you have been doing. See you later, Ash. And then like a winky face with a star? I can't tell what that's supposed to be. The message he left, short and straight to the point, but not without the underlying hint of friendship. Yeah, coworkers plural. Because that's what she was working on the other day. I'm telling you, all the missing coworkers that were found dead. He's looking for Isabella, apparently. Something about LPD's investigation of her coworker's death. But it ends in a formal tone by checking on me. Us. Any other day, the former part of his message would likely prod at the piercing envy I've been holding, while the latter will probably send my heart aflutter. Aw, that's a cute picture. So many guys in this game, they're the worst fuckboys. It's just Ash and Luke, don't worry. Is this the emote? Yes, Pister. Little things from him that I want to mean something more. Yet this time, only guilt fills me, and my eyes briefly shift towards Isabella's empty unit. Luke's words repeat inside my head as I do
For what it's
so.
worth, Rebecca, I didn't ever think that's all there is to you. Why else would I leave my own goddaughter in your care if you're just some lovesick woman?
Have I always been like this?
Career day man is even in a notebook. Was he? I didn't... Oh, look at that! Perfect. I didn't even notice him. For some reason, I just skipped right past him. Is selfish? In truth, I've intended to call Ash after that dinner. If I didn't catch him here, invite him to that party like I planned. There's time, and he's still probably awake around this hour. But my hands won't move. And perhaps it's for the better. Until I've had this time to think this through, it'll be best if I distance myself from those I've been clinging tightly to. Find a different perspective and see things for what they are. I just want to see, real quick. Alright, we're close to halfway. We're close to halfway in Rebecca's chapter, guys. We've seen 12%. And we have... This can either be a choice, or it's gonna be... just you get put into one of these depending on what you did before. And I have no clue what it's gonna be. And that's gonna be a long way with a lot of decisions. With a soft sigh, I reach for the note and crumble it under my hand. The knob twists with much ease when I enter this time. Maybe after some introspection, it'll be easier. For tomorrow, I have that woman at that mansion to worry about. The night wears on without further incident, despite the great number of thoughts swimming inside my head. I have to head out soon. I don't know, Skibbles. I mean, I'll end within like an hour. That's the best I can do. But I'm sort of feeling like I just want to keep playing as long as I feel up for it. Cause right now, I just I just don't want to stop playing. Despite the great number of thoughts moving inside my head. Come tomorrow, there's only a hush. A strange sort of stillness, unlike the ones greeting me every morn. This one's uneasy, tight with anticipation, like a string stretched thin, merely waiting on proper time to snap. I have like 15 minutes until it's full charge. I just can't leave before bed. Granted, it doesn't make my day any less pleasant, but the edge is there. And as expected, the second I step out of my flat, it comes apart. Broken by the voices of two squabbling adults, echoing from a floor below. The quiet was nice while it lasted. Shame.
What the hell were you thinking?
Trying to get longer. I wonder how long Luke's chapter will be. I think it's not as long. I think Rebecca and Sax are the longest chapters, based on what I just heard from people.
I wasn't. Ow! Could you let go?
Not a few seconds later, they both ascend the stairs, with Ashton pulling Isabella by her wrist. She struggles, as she should, but his hold on her remains firm. Have you guys ever really loved your home, like after moving out from your parents? Yes. Really love the place I live in right now. Aww. That's sweet, despite being in the middle of the woods. I'm joking, being in the middle of the woods would be great. I probably would enjoy it for like a little while, but I want to be close to things as well. Freeing herself means having to draw blood, and as she attempts to pry his hand off with her other one, or using unnecessary force to push herself away. Neither of which is better than the other. One could potentially end in an accident, while the other means having to hurt him physically. She has the good sense to realize that, at least. However, it doesn't take the desperate edge in her voice when she answers Ashton tempered with her own. It's on the edge of the woods? Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. So, on they go, none the wiser to my presence.
Do you have any idea how much trouble you could get in?
Yeah, because she's trying to solve this entire investigation on her own, isn't she?
That's why I'm asking you for help.
Is this what you've been doing these past 3 days? Because this doesn't make your case convincing, Isabella.
Rose died, Ash.
I know. Every single person in Luxburg knows. It's on the damn news.
People are missing. Some of those are my friends. And BRC's just covering it all up.
You can't just barge into my office and expect me to do anything about it, right off the bat. This isn't a children's game, Isabella. We have procedures. We have to follow protocol. There's red tape all over this case for a reason. We sure as hell don't investigate things just because some stupid letter spooked us.
Ash, you have to believe me this time. If we don't do anything right now, more people will.
It's been a whole week. This stupid letter prank is getting old real fast. I'm sick of it.
It's around the 28th now. On the 29th, Zach comes home and is greeted by Ashton and Isabella, who are now working together to solve this entire case. So something happens between now and then, which convinces Ash that there is something to this anyway. I want to know what that is. Bye, Kalia. Thank you so much for hanging out. Have a great day. Police quest games, yeah.
It was funny the first time, not so much now.
You're the only one that can help me with this, Ash. Even Rebecca won't.
All right, you two are awfully loud. What's going on here?
Both of their heads snap up, almost in unison. A displeased frown is on each of their faces, but this is a necessary interruption. All the big plot twists are still to come. Oh yeah. Yeah. Kinda hard to pull away from the stream. But you have to go to your friend's house. You can't put that off. That's more important than a stream. What can they do? People still in their units have already taken interest on the commotion, with some taking a peek behind their curtains, while others are bold enough to creak open their doors, if only slightly. If they don't keep it down, pretty soon our landlady will show up. Enjoy your bed, mister. Sleep well. Thanks for being here. Getting a reprimand from her is the last thing I want to happen. First thing on a Friday morning, even if this is hardly my fault.
Well, if you want to continue this, you two better do it elsewhere. You're disturbing other people.
Don't worry, we're done here.
No, we aren't. Becca, I looked it up. I called them. I visited some of them and...
Which you shouldn't have done in the first place. Isabella, you're going to create more problems for us with what you're doing. A team has already been assigned to it. Leave it to us.
Comment in this video for me is Twiggie constantly has a new gadget to fit for it. What? Thing is, you don't see all the possible gadget things I have on my desk around here. Or as addicted as she is. That's true. That is very true. I can't imagine anyone hanging out for this entire, not only this stream, but like the past 20 fucking 5 hours I've been streaming this, if they weren't interested.
Your precious team is looking at it the wrong way. Becca, it's not just Rose. There are others.
The last bit strikes a chord, prods strongly at a memory. At that vicious smile already etched deeply inside my mind. The image appears clear enough that, at the mere mention of it, I stumble on my own question.
What do you mean?
The letter, Rebecca! It's not...
But I'm not sure the letter has anything to do with it anymore. That's the thing.
It's nothing.
Aw, mister. Well, I'm glad we at least can provide that.
If there's really something going on because of that dumb letter, none of us would be standing here. We've all read it, haven't we? But Rebecca's alive, Zach's alive, I'm alive. So for the last time, this isn't a curse.
I'm just thinking, I know what the other endings for Isabella are now. And we know that Zach can end up dead. I'm so curious. Just so much of this chapter has been with Isabella. I'm so curious as to how all of this would go if either of them were dead, or if just Isabella was dead. Parents for the students that died in a mansion. Could be. Could be. They've been using the word curse since the first episode, though. Find out later off stream. Here's the thing. I'm not going to replay or try to finish any of these things until after I'm done with the whole chapter. So I'm gonna be at the letter until like 2020 at least. What? Would that be a bad thing? Cable is okay and uncomfy. Bit scared but comfy. Comfy is the most important thing, so you're good. But the students that died in a mansion were not way back. That's the thing. Kylie's other brother, Rowan, the classmates were talking about how Rowan used to go in their class. And those students were killed by the ghost. So the ghost was already there when the students were killed. No, they talked about that. The thing that the students were talking about was the kids that died that we saw, because they talked about how Rowan, they were in Rowan's class, and Rowan is Kylie's older brother. So this is not something that happened a long time ago. This was very recent. And the whole thing was recorded with a modern day camcorder, which was found in the dungeon. These would have to go for a second one. Oh. Yeah. Or I play it once and be done with the game. Stream. I saved, right? I think I saved right here. But if we go look at the... I'm not saying that you can't have theories, I'm just saying that there are holes in this theory based on what I know. Based on what has happened in the game. Because this is these are the students that died. They were killed by the ghost, so it makes no sense that the ghost is because of these students dying, you know? That's what I mean. And if this happened centuries ago or whatever, they wouldn't it wouldn't be recorded on a camcorder like this. That's my point. I accept all theories in this game because this game is crazy, but I don't think that's it. There is a library. We've been there twice. And nothing has happened, I think. Original owners in a mansion thread of the plot completely meaningless. Yeah. Yeah, I think original owners of the mansion, something with that is, it just seems more in thread with where the story's going, but we have no idea. We don't know.
But Rebecca's alive, Zach's alive, I'm alive, so for the last time, this isn't a curse.
So far, every person who has been cursed have been in the mansion. No one has started seeing the ghost without having been in the mansion.
There's a murderer on the loose, and your co-workers happen to be the victims. Give it a rest, Isabella. It's too early for this shit.
Aw, you're such an asshole.
Don't you think that's too much for a coincidence?
Not so much. Most serial killers follow a pattern. I'll tell you about it some other time. And anyway, coincidence or not, the point is, civilians like you aren't supposed to get involved. You're putting yourself in danger.
I wasn't chasing
Will
after.
the both of you slow down and stop arguing for a minute? What's this about your coworkers, Belle?
Becca, please don't tell me now you believe this shit.
We're focusing on these people in particular who are all friends who all see the ghost. There must be a connection. I think the mansion is the connection. Because the priest also started seeing the ghost, and he never saw the letter, as far as I know. I'm pretty sure he never saw the letter. He went to the mansion to bless the mansion, and after that, he started seeing the ghost constantly. I don't think the letter is involved anymore. I think that was sort of... It's probably a part of the whole ghost thing, but I don't think the letter is how they get cursed. I think the letter was one of the ways that the ghost constantly says, help me. That's the only thing the ghost ever communicates. Apart from when they are showing the ghost in a different form. We don't know. We don't know. There's nothing about this that we know for certain. I don't think it's going to be related to the kids. It could be something about the parents, but I think that's going to be like the parents of the original owners of the mansion, or that Hana and Luke's, either of them have parents that were owners, or like way back in their heritage that someone in their family line have been owners of the mansion. Yes, that's a direction that I'm okay with it going in. I think that makes sense. But we'll see. Sure, in a heartbeat, I'll agree with Ashton. That's how it's always been, besides having a very good point. Really, they're the same ones he'll make every time I ask too many questions. But the fact of the matter is, what he wants to hear from me right now is far from what I've been sensing these past few days. But it doesn't matter that what Isabella and I believe on our own. Something odd has been happening around me, and the letter she picked up is at the heart of this. However I respond to the question in their faces, only one of them will be pleased with it. We cannot say to Bella that she shouldn't be doing these things, because she's seen the ghost. She's very much seen the ghost, and we cannot be pretending that she's not just because she wants to please Ash. Plus, it fits with the story in the housewarming party. In the housewarming party, her and Ash are not on good terms. So it fits with the direction we're going with there, I guess. Seeing the ghost too. Oh, mister. It's been nice knowing you. There might be a red herring. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier today as well. I think the ghost is just I think the letter, I mean, it's just this part that they've been concentrating on. It's not at the center of the ghost story. I don't think that anymore. It's fine. Ashton in particular won't be too happy to hear it. Imagining the look on his face doesn't take too much effort. His entire posture shifts the moment my reluctance shows. Shoulders tensing, brows furrowing, eyes gaining a sharp edge. He's already bracing himself for the disappointment. And it will be a disappointment. Not in a million years did I ever believe I was saying this either.
I might have seen her. The woman Belle's been telling us about. The one she said she saw in the attic.
Both of them stare at me like I've grown an extra head. And for a few moments, Ashton looks like he's about to have a fit. A pause threads at the heels after. A silence thick enough one can almost hear a pin drop. I think it's depending on who's seen the letter, but it isn't depending on who's been in a mansion. Yeah. I agree. I agree. Mike! Thank you so much for that raid. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. How many people have been in a mansion though? Yeah. I know. There's so many loose ends. Hi Mike! Thank you so much for raiding. How is your stream? How is your day? Hi Hexen Doctor! Good to see you. How are you guys doing? You're playing Life is Strange. Is it your first playthrough? The story isn't about those hundreds of people. Plus, here's the thing. All of Vala's co-workers in BRC, not all of them, but a bunch of them went missing and now they're dead. And BRC did a bunch of restoration in the mansion. So that's probably what Bella is looking into now, who was at the mansion and not. You saved someone today? Oh, well done. Well done, Mike. You did well. House wants to be left alone. Everyone who enters the mansion gets cursed. We don't know. That's one theory. That's one theory. I think it's definitely connected to the mansion. But we don't know if everyone gets cursed. Everyone we've known in particular that's been in the mansion has ended up seeing the ghost. There are more people that we don't know because we haven't interacted with them in that haven't interacted with in the game, so we don't know if they've seen the ghost or not. Or is that did the restoration also died? All we know is that a bunch of coworkers from the company that sold and restorationated the house, they went missing and were found dead. I am so excited about everything in this game. Yeah, it's a cursed mansion. This is, oh my god, this game is a wild ride. It's we're trying to figure it out. We've been playing this game for what? How long? A long time. 29 hours, and we're trying to figure out what the hell the deal is, and we cannot. There are so many theories, and I can't wait to find out what's right.
You're kidding, right?
Oh. I've been disconnectedly talking over this game for 29 hours. Yes. Mike, it's not that scary. It's honestly, there are some scary parts that are really truly terrifying, but they're over fast. During those 29 hours, I believe we've had maybe an hour in total that have been horror moments. Maybe an hour and a half. And that's it. It's so much more about the story and character development and all of that rather than the horror part. Yeah, it's animated, it's voice acted, and oh, it's so good. But 4 streams lurking in different tabs. Now every single one has Twiggie games on. I like it. I like it. Enough to make you see stuff. Aww. I will admit, there are some parts of this game that have given me literal chills because I've been terrified. But then it passes. And then there's like 2 hours until the next scary part comes. Honestly, this game is not predominantly a horror game. And if you're interested in the game, I would 100% recommend playing it. I'm never smug. What?
Do I look like I'm joking?
Really, Becca? Not funny.
Ash, I'm not lying. Why would I lie about this? It's been this way since the film fest. The past few days have been really odd since we read that letter.
Or maybe you're all just feeling under the weather.
Twiggy smug should be a command. It's scary in Minecraft when I'm in a cave. The first couple of times that I played Minecraft, I was terrified. I didn't know that there were zombies, and there's sounds. Big scary counter room. This game's never given me chills. It's very different for different people. All in all, I would 100% recommend this game, even if you're scared of horror games. Just because the story, it's so engaging, it's well made, there are so many different paths that you can go in, and it's just really fascinating and interesting. Claustrophobia is behind you horror? Yeah. I hear you.
I'm not sick. Don't you think I'd know that by now?
Becca, you're starting to sound like Scaredy Cat.
More psychological and emotional horror, yeah. If they make a sequel, they need better voice actors. I don't think they're making a sequel. I know they're making a completely different game. That's not horror at all. But I don't think this is the kind of game where they're gonna make a sequel. I think it's literally gonna end with a conclusion. I hope it's gonna end with a conclusion. Right, you've heard being scared of Minecraft is now laughable. To be fair, this was right when Minecraft was just released.
Give me a break.
Why don't you?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, you two.
Isabella's voice cut sharply through the conversation, abruptly putting an end to the brewing arguments.
It's all my fault. This is all my fault. I was only hoping I could fix this before before any of you. I'm sorry for dragging you all into this.
She breathes in, deep, steadying, and at that moment, something falls behind her eyes as she looks away.
I'll fix this. I promise.
A quiet resolve. The same one I saw in her that night from 3 days ago. But this time, it burns brighter. Even Ashton wavers at his side when he looks at him straight in the eye, gaze unflinching. Gradually, his grip on her wrist loosens. By a tiny budget, I'm much more fine with it now. I haven't been bothered by the voice acting at all, to be honest. Some of it is a little cheesy, but I haven't been bothered by it. I don't know. Yeah, some of it is really, really good. And I know that some of the voice actors have voiced, like, multiple characters. So we got the Irish girl. Yeah, Tug, the bar scene where all 3 characters were the same actor. Yeah. So for what the resources they had and everything, this was a Kickstarter game. And I think they did really well with what they had. Is Ash into Becca yet? No. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to make him be into Becca until we play as him, and we haven't played as him yet. We're still playing as Rebecca. And we still have like 6 hours left of Rebecca's chapter. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. Becca is batshit insane. 33,000 and probably the studio has some resources for it. That's not a lot of money to make a game of. That's not a lot of money at all.
Belle, there's nothing to fix. The problem is...
What the bottom choice right there? In many cases, I think... Yeah, just save on space on a branching tree. This is the bottom choice, it just shows after the other ones. There are no straight lines. No straight lines here. You don't know what Oriental hair boys want.
Just this once, Ash.
Her voice, though small and lacking any force, stops him. Along with it, every sound, every noise dies around us, a hush descending as if the world is waiting for her words.
You don't have to come with me. But if I don't do anything, I am going to regret it.
She lays a hand atop his, gentle, pleading, almost intimate if one does not consider the circumstances we found ourselves in.
Please.
Ashton will never tell a soul, will never admit it even to himself, but it is in that short second that his own resolve breaks. The moment a hard edge in his eyes softens and he relinquishes his hold on her, letting his hand fall limply to his side. Wordlessly, Isabella steps back and runs off, leaving only a muttered thanks and a small, lackluster smile. Only after the last of her footsteps fade away does Ashton move, breaking the silence with one of his sharp exhales, before reaching up to pinch the bridge of his nose in gesture of frustration and surrender.
Did you really have to tell her that?
What do you want to hear from me then? That everything's fine?
No, I want all of you to stop putting these ideas in her head. None of it is helping. Never mind. Don't worry about her. I'll bring her back here.
He's already poised to leave when my own instinct takes over. I reach for him, gripping his elbow with the same unyielding grip, the action prompted by voices whispering in the back of my mind. He's already made it clear he's not going to believe me, but he deserves a word of caution. Who knows where all of this will take us? How all of this will end? He shouldn't be caught off guard, beliefs notwithstanding.
Ash, I know you don't believe in those things she's saying. And you know me. I'm less inclined to believe in those things as you do. But I've seen something. There's something strange going on here. You don't have to buy it. If you don't want to listen to me, fine. But please, try to hear her out.
The bot does react to some words, but this one was a timed one, I think. See you, Mike.
It's bad enough that Isabella goes off like this without telling anyone. I'm just worried something might happen to her if she keeps at it. Talk to her, okay?
As if she trusts me enough for that.
Doesn't the fact that she approached you first about this, instead of...
Oh, sorry. I accidentally clicked. A different kind of trust, granted implicitly and never spoken, sometimes too big, too fragile to last. He falls silent for a long moment as he turns it over in his mind. In the end, all he manages to offer is a small nod before he departs, and a promise to at least listen to her, without the teasing or the jibes. A favor for me, and the least he could do for her. This is as much as I can do for him as well, until I've understood what's happening myself. Tonight, hopefully, where this all started will provide the answers I'm looking for. I am super excited to find out what happens in the mansion with Rebecca and Ash. Okay, I'm gonna save right here. Except the whole thing's off to a bad start, and all of a sudden, whatever Isabella's claims is dwelling in his mansion becomes the least of my concerns. Of all the cabbies in Luxburn, I have to chance upon the superstitious one. Still not as bad as finding out your car's starters refuses to crank on when it was still working this morning, yeah. But it's equally as frustrating when you're forced to walk the rest of the way. All because the driver got spooked. Isabella and him will get along so well. I do get his reasons. After all, I've had my fair taste of bizarre lately. All of which might have been brought up by that letter Isabella found here. But you'd think he'd at least be charitable enough to take me a little closer to the house itself, not at a distance 15 minutes away from it by foot? What a shitty cab driver! Good thing I'm not wearing anything too formal or constricting. Otherwise, that short walk would have likely put me in a bad mood, long before I have to suffer in a room full of strangers tonight. Although this soon proves to be a problem the second the driveway comes into view and I near the entrance. Yeah, she had to walk 15 minutes. The cab driver she took was superstitious, so he refused to park closer to the house, so she had to walk 15 minutes. Just thinking of dogs and missed it. Oh, I believe you. Had to park 3 blocks away from a hotel and was furious. It's super annoying. Severely underdressed is a total understatement to describe how I look. Cars worth more than my own apartment and childhood homes combined line the mansion's front yard. Men and women decked out in their finest, decked out in their best, also flock near the entrance. No further. I don't remember what movie that was. Most are eager for the festivities to start, while some are simply idling about, enjoying the warm afternoon sun before it sets. But once the woman standing at the front porch speaks, their undivided attention immediately shifts to her. Presumably Miss Wright, from the confident manner she holds herself among the present company. This, despite keeping a far simpler appearance than the rest of her own guests, not having her husband beside her. A trait worthy of utmost admiration at best. At worst, she's the envy of every woman, the subject of every gossip in Luxborn.
Welcome, welcome everyone.
And Mum said we could have been good friends? I can't even picture myself mingling with the kind of guests she has. Though I admit she does seem familiar now that I've seen her this close. Memories of sitting in a vanity, not mine, being dressed in clothes too fancy for my tastes. They fit briefly in my mind, until her cheerful tone rises above the buzz of her enraptured audience again.
Please, make yourselves at home.
I wish I could share her enthusiasm, really. But being surrounded by all of this extravagance, for lack of a better term, merely makes me dread how the rest of the night might go. I shouldn't have let Luke's words affect me like that. I should have just gone ahead and asked Ashton like I've planned. She still doesn't know that Luke is Hannah's husband, does she? If he were here, then I wouldn't have to...
Be careful with Shirley, alright?
The rest of that thought dies in my mind at once. A moment of astonishment overcomes me before confusion sets in seconds later. It takes me another for my body to catch up. Once it does, when I finally turn to see it for myself, it's his familiar mop of hair that catches my eye first. And there he is, almost an arm's reach, and if it isn't for the guests standing between us. Ashton Frey, standing in the Ermengarde mansion's driveway with an air too lackadaisical for someone who absolutely abhors parties of any form. Couldn't even take his coat off for this party? No. No. With that fur hood like that? Are you kidding me? There's that synonym finder again. Yup. Whereas any business here as far as I know. The picture it forms is too bizarre for me, that my mouth speaks out ahead of any coherent thought.
Ashton?
He swivels on his heel with an equally puzzled face. An odd expression flashes momentarily across it once he sees me, though he blinks it away before I can figure it out what it is exactly.
Becca, what are you doing here?
I was invited.
Really? I had no idea you were friends with the host.
Well, it's my parents, actually. But that's beside the point. What are you doing here? You hate parties.
I still do. I'm just here on behalf of a friend.
That itself is weird coming from him. It doesn't help that he isn't even making an effort to spare a glance my way when he answers. Instead, they're focused at some point in the crowd. His gaze darting between people walking past us until a small frown forms on his face.
That's rare. Do you have someone with you then?
Nope, just me. I won't be staying long.
Oh, well, if that's the case, maybe you and I can...
Chief?
Ashton, what's...
Wait, Chief! That's Lee, isn't it? Unexpectedly, he places a hand on my shoulder, stopping me mid-sentence. He still has the distracted look on him, except this time his eyes are sharper, as if he has found out what or who he's been searching for among the throng of partygoers earlier. Shoulder touch again, always.
Sorry, Becca. I need to... There's something I need to check for a bit. I'll talk to you later. Do you have a ride home?
No, I had to take a cab here. My car wouldn't start this afternoon. But what about...
I told you to get that old thing checked before, didn't I? You can head back with me after this. Anyway, I gotta go. See ya. Be careful, okay?
I meet the smile he hastily throws my way with a frown on my own. What does he mean by that? But before I can ask already, he has turned his back from me and is walking away, without a single explanation whatsoever. In some desperate effort, I try to catch up with him, if only to know what warranted this sudden departure and his odd warning at the end.
Hey, be careful! About what exact...
Only for my attempts to be interrupted by muffled ringing from my pocket. Mom's cheerful voice greets me as soon as I answer.
Yes, I'm at the party already, Mom. Yes, I'll say hi to her if I can.
The conversation itself doesn't last long. Just a simple hello, a reminder to enjoy the party and to send their regard to their old students. But when the call ends and I get to look up, Ashton's already nowhere in sight. With a sigh and admittedly a little disappointment, I tuck my mobile away to my pocket and head inside. Cannot think of an English word for hashtag technique. I don't know. It's... I don't know. How do you translate that? I'm having trouble even just describing it. But it's basically a way of, like, making someone feel small. Or dominating someone in a discussion, yeah. Like, if you're having a discussion with someone and you call them little girl, for instance, or, like, touch their shoulder in a demeaning way. Yeah. Belittling could be... yeah, in a way. Yeah. It's like, we have this, this word that basically just combines all of that in one word. And it's awful. Even with familiar company, however coincidental this meeting is, this is somehow shaping up to a terrible evening. The party hits full swing an hour later. With the host opening remark again, still no sign of her husband, the poor woman, and the guests promptly fed, the band shifts the melody to a livelier tune. Soon, laughter and the rhythmic tapping of shoes fill the room, all in accordance to the lifting strains of music. It seems fun, I admit. Fascinating at certain moments, the flurry of dancers making the music their own, almost with no care in the world. If I weren't so indisposed, I would have joined the crowds for a song or two. It's so loud. There is no lack of invitations anyway. Plenty of them, in fact, with some asking more than once. It's only my stubborn refusal that prevents me from joining them. And I can. A single nod is all it'll take, and the evening would have been far more enjoyable for me. But pride and my own silly hopes, the thought of being seen with one of them by him, curbs that, as much as I hate to admit it. Because doing so also means outright acknowledging the douche's claims. That he has to be the one to tell me that sends the blood boiling. I would have preferred someone more agreeable, less of an arse. It's a hard truth to swallow, especially when the very person at the center of it makes my denial difficult. Can't even spare me a minute of his attention or a single glance at me this whole evening. Hell, Zachary might have spoken more words to me. The big guy's busy covering the event to boot. But at least he manages to slip in a conversation or two between takes, or a small wave of his hand when he passes by. What's Ashton's excuse? He's been fitting in and out of sight this whole time. One moment he's hanging around a small group, in another he's hovering about the string band. Just a second ago, he's wolfing down some deviled eggs by the buffet table, a glass of wine in hand. The next thing I know, he's gone. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he doesn't want to be with any of his friends. Is it because his boss is here? What's the big deal about that? It's never bothered him before. No idea, Jan. We've seen this party twice now, so I'm not sure if they're gonna show it a third time, but it could be.
I swear, the next person who asks, I'm dancing the night away with. Ashton can go fuck himself.
You would catch his eye a lot better if you wore nicer clothes, don't you think?
Her voice almost makes me jump, too focused on the gobshite wandering around the ballroom and my own annoyance to notice. If he's heard any of the profanities I mumbled, or she's taking notice of my discomfiture. She makes no comment on it, merely greeting me with a smile when I turn my attention to her. Miss Hannah Wright gives off a whole different air when she's not speaking to an audience. Homely, a bit too friendly for my liking. But I guess that comes from being raised in such an environment, and having to deal with pompous, nudie people. Though, I suppose nothing has really changed from years ago. I remember her carrying herself in the same manner during that one and only visit. Does she remember any of it? I won't be surprised if she doesn't. It's taken me a while myself. She's probably met a lot of people like little Becky throughout the years. Might already forgotten about me or my parents. People like her thrive on connections, after all. Nevertheless, I return her smile, awkward and stiff as may be.
Didn't realize the housewarming was going to be this fancy. I would have gone with a nice dress if I knew.
Oh, you're fine, dearie. It's only really the parvenus, those who climb, that come to these parties all dolled up. Quite the black-haired beauty, isn't he?
It takes me a while to realize who she's talking about, until Ashton walks by again, in closer proximity than any of the times he's done so far this evening. Still without a look of acknowledgement our way, though. Even if Miss Wright speaks loud enough to catch the attention of anyone within earshot.
Who, Ash?
Letter laminated in gold. Yeah, I didn't realize this would be a fancy party.
You know, you really shouldn't have turned down those offers.
Oh, Becca.
If I wasn't married, I'd happily go dancing with those young men. But you said a name. Ash. That's the exquisite lad you've been looking at all this time. I don't know him, and I'm the one hosting this party. That must mean you know each other. Is he your boyfriend, then? Because that would explain those rejections.
This isn't the first time someone has made that assumption. Almost every student I've had this past did. My coworkers, more often than not, assume he is. A few of my neighbors also think we're an item. Hi, Limey. Good evening. Not that Ashton has ever reacted to those. He's been quite indifferent about it, in fact. Still, the heat of a blush creeps up my cheek. A denial ready, despite wanting it to happen so badly myself.
What? No, that's ridiculous. He isn't my boyfriend.
Such a violent reaction. A simple no would have sufficed. Many here would be happy to hear it.
And I haven't been looking at him.
I do my best to summon a straight face, but before her good chair, it easily falters.
That's right. You've been staring. Quite heatedly, in fact. Although I'm not sure if you look like you want to kiss him or kill him.
It's more the latter currently.
Just don't go murdering him on my property. I don't want to walk into a room and suddenly find a body there.
It's infectious in a way. No sooner I find myself enjoying our chat more than I've imagined myself to. Played again for 12 hours. It would take a lot more than that to kill you by playing a game. But I hope you had fun with it. I mean, surely you did if you played it for 12 hours straight. Hi, Senden. Good evening. Although her attention briefly wavers at one point, she remains a good companion. Even more once I've mentioned who my parents are. Her face quickly lights up, and fondness graces her face, despite the meeting from several years ago being a short one. How am I awake for 12 hours? Well, get some sleep, Limey, if you're tired. You think we've been playing this for 12 hours? Kinda does. I think we hit the 30-hour mark. We're close to hitting the 30-hour mark. But of course, there are some things we can't avoid talking about. After all, it's one of the few things I remember her asking me the moment she spotted little Becky in the room. Do you have a boyfriend? In retrospect, it's an odd thing to talk about as children when there are loads we could have started with.
Yes, oh, I remember you! You were the cutest little thing with glasses! And when we met, you were having boy troubles with this lad called something with an A.
12-hour stream? Now? No. I believe I still have the clothes she gave me, chosen also I could impress him. And even back then, Ashton has always been denser than a rock, and that one attempt to get him to notice backfired spectacularly. Sure, he's keen, he's a detective for heaven's sake, but feelings, more often than not, escapes him.
What was it again? Aaron, Alan, Adele, Albert, Alexander, Andrew?
Which makes this whole talk all the more embarrassing. And the more names she lifts off, the more my discomfort grows until my smile returns into a grimace. What will she think of me? Here she is, married to a man she most probably loves at that. While I'm still stuck in the same place, yearning for the same person.
Ashton! Ash! That man is that boy! The same one. Oh, goodness me, after all these years! I can see why, though. He's quite dashing.
You don't really need to announce it to everyone with an earshot, you know? Keep it down.
I'm so sorry, but it really is cute.
She says that, but for a short moment, a hint of pity flickers in her eyes. I take that as a chance to change the subject before anything more can be said over the matter. I haven't even figured out how I should feel about things Luke told me. Now, I'm getting dragged into a similar discussion.
This is a nice party, Miss Wright.
Though, to be frank, I doubt she'd be so willing to pass this up. The topic has already captured her attention.
Please, Hannah is fine. We're friends of a sort, aren't we? We must be friends, seeing as I know about your little infatuation, Becky. Don't you worry, dearie. You'll have your happy ending yet.
I'm not too concerned about that, am I? That's not what I'm looking for.
Oh? And what makes you think that? Doesn't everybody want their happy ending?
The idea of happy endings sounds like they're just for fairy tales. And they are, sorta. I don't think you can just sit around, trapped in some tower and hope for the best. If you love them, you have to fight for it, right? You're not just going to sit there and hope that everything will just fix itself on its own. Like everything, you have to work at it.
That's literally what she's been doing for the 17 years she's been in love with Ash. Hypocrisy is what this is. How dare I preach about something when it's exactly what I've been doing? I'm glad she at least is self-aware enough for that. And then, I go and act as if I'm entitled to any of it. That by virtue of us growing up together, he must return whatever I feel for him. That he's not allowed to look at another because I'm the one who stayed by his side the longest. When, in the first place, Ashton has always been his own person. This is something I cannot force on him. I can only hold on to these. Take care of it until time comes that I can confess it to him. Great if he reciprocates, but what if he can't? If he won't? Selfish. I've been too selfish. How laughable that Luke's words still strike up true until now. So Luke is just about to walk in.
But what do I know?
Like any minute now.
I'm sure the daughter of the two greatest professors I've ever known is smart enough to know what she's talking about.
At one point, maybe I would have easily agreed to that. However, the past weeks has also seen changes in the way I view things. As nice as these things sound, it turns out whatever I previously know might not be true for other people, or for myself. It's sobering and almost funny how things I might have said with much certainty before now have doubts muddying each of them. But there will be time to mull about these later, because when a hush suddenly descends into the room, a whole different issue rears. Especially when Luke, fucking Luke, strides into the now quiet ballroom, fashionably laid and oozing with the same pompous mien he always carries around with him.
Good evening, ladies and gents. Enjoying the party? I hope I'm not too late in welcoming you all to the right mansion.
Before long, Hana leaves my side to join him, and it doesn't take a genius to piece it all together.
Welcome one and all to our humble abode. Tonight, if you have yet to find yourself in your roles, you are all ladies and lords of the court of your king and queen, if you would excuse my presumptuousness. So, enjoy the feast that has been laid out for your senses as we only allowed the best to be served. Enjoy the rest of your night, everyone!
His attitude. Oh, I forgot about the applause. His attitude, the manner he carries himself around people, his unfamiliarity with that part of the city. Of fucking course. I should have known. Although I'm partly at fault here, tabloids and the gossip columns have never been really my thing. I should have also expected that whenever Luke fucking Wright is, some sort of drama will sure follow. He seems the kind of person who revels in it, figures it'll find him in his own, even when he's not asking for it. It happens amidst a round of applause and hoots that people lagging behind the crowd they've gathered does not catch up until the cheers turn into several scandalized gasps.
I am pregnant with your little bastard. You promised me you'll take responsibility. God damn it, Luke. I finally got you to talk to me after months of silence, and you do this to me.
What do you mean you're pregnant with? Luke, is this true?
Lies and slander, woman! Security! Johans, take her out of here before she makes an even bigger fool of herself!
No, you do not do this to me. I was so ready to leave my stupid oaf of a husband. I told you to leave that damn wife of yours. Look at her. Does she look like she wants a baby? Does she look like she could take care of a baby?
The commotion doesn't go further, despite the drunk woman appearing like she has plenty more venom to spill. In a little while, security shows up, escorting her out. Apparently she's this chief inspector's wife too? As if this whole thing can't get any more fucked up than it already is. What a mess. But the damage has been done, and beyond the repercussions this will bring, I'm more worried about Hana. Maybe Luke in parts. I've seen the man that hides behind his self-importance, and it's someone who cares about the person who stands beside him. No matter how questionable that is now. After all, no anger is worse than that of a scorned woman. He's lucky, though, that he's not to be the object of it anytime soon. That his wife loves him enough to not believe any of the woman's drunken prattles.
Take that troll up out of here immediately!
Yeah, because this could have gone a completely different way.
And see to it that she isn't allowed here, or anywhere we hold any authority in Luxborn.
Hana's outrage is a strange sight to witness, after those smiles and the grace she has carried herself through the entirety of the party. Like this, her eyes burning bright with fury, I don't doubt that she can do so much more, ruin the scandalous woman if need be. Shaming her is already an act of mercy, generous enough coming from her.
Everyone, please go back to enjoying the party. Don't let that mess of a woman ruin your night.
You heard her! Strike up the band, maestro, and let us dance like fireflies in the night!
Yet when she turns to Luke, eyes gleaming with hope, something feels off. Something I can't quite place. Hers is not the face of a person who so ardently loves. There's a lack of tenderness in it. An absence of warmth and sincere affection. It's the kind that constricts, suffocates.
Well, that was a mess, wasn't it? And you handled it magnificently.
It happens. We are very important people, are we not?
No one has seemed to notice it, however, and at their command, music resumes. There's a brief lull, a reluctant pause before the place comes to stir again, but shortly the bus returns to the room. Dancers have once again taken the floor and their guests' excited chatter begins anew. Maybe it's just my imagination.
Milady, would you like to dance?
With pleasure, my prince.
The unsettling feeling in my stomach remains, however, even as the strained atmosphere dissolves into merriment. Even as I watch the couple lose themselves in the moment, or the people around them join in it. It grips me all the more when, once I leave the hall, the last glimpse I catch of Hana is her smile. A thin, unearthly one spreading across her soft features. The porter closes the door behind me with a soft click, but all I hear from it are the chilling whispers. Those that seem to echo along with another familiar grin in my mind. The brush of fresh air against my cheeks does little to dampen the nervous edge in my bones. Away from the rush of the party, I just feel bone tired. It's late, I've accomplished nothing of what I've come here for, and Ashton's nowhere to be found. I'm not sure what pisses me off more. That he ignored me the whole evening and might have just left without saying anything, or knowing he obviously has some other motive for being here. Can't he at least trust his own friends for that?
He didn't have to hide it from me.
He's not even answering his phone. That man has always been difficult to contact when he's out. Hi, Mushimayo. Good evening. Well, they don't necessarily die. It's... We don't know. We don't know how it works. That's the whole thing. But you'd think he'd at least have the decency and keep the lines open if he's going to wander off on a party. One that he happened to attend with his friends at that. I let the call ring 9 more times before cutting it off. No use trying to find someone who refuses to be found. I can get home on my own. I don't need him. He can just...
Becca, where'd you go off to?
I don't know. Sometimes he just doesn't play the voice line, which is weird. If you're done here, let's go. I'll get you back to the city. My mistake. The second his voice cuts through the crisp night air is what have allowed my annoyance to get the better of me. Fuming, patience forgotten, I roll around and march towards him. One accusation after another piles up at the tip of my tongue, ready to be hurled at any moment. There's no hesitation holding me back when I fling it at him. That straight face he keeps as I do so doesn't help me temper my anger either. It only makes me want to slap some more sense into him.
Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?
Becca, I've been waiting here the whole time since that mess in the hall. I told you I hate parties like...
Animation just starts is really nice. It is. All the like subtle animations are really well done.
And before that, where have you been the entire evening?
Right there and then, I might have forgiven him if he'd shown some ounce of remorse for leaving me like that. Maybe he could have looked away, given me a sign that my assumptions might be right. He doesn't even need to put them into words. A simple gesture of confirmation is all I need. Rather, what I get is the same impassive look. He does that whenever he can't disclose anything. He does it whenever he's lying. In the face of it, amidst the thick tension, a frustrated huff is the only thing I can summon.
Be that way. Fine. Suit yourself.
No more words. After everything I've seen and heard tonight, I am already too exhausted for those. So without speaking any further, I simply walk past him and stomp over his car. Although before I can pull open the door, he calls out, one hand outstretched, a gentle weight on my shoulders.
Wait, Becca.
He pauses, his brows furrowing and lips curving into a slight frown. I can almost see the gears turning in his head, while he tries to piece together everything he wants to say. Before, perhaps, I might have waited patiently for those. He's not a man fond of using words to express himself. More often than not, any gesture of honesty will only come off as blunt and coarse when forced. But today, for one reason or another, I simply can't summon that forbearance.
Ashton, if you're just going to waste my time again...
Becca, listen. I don't know how else...
That much is obvious. Why don't you just take the whole bloody night? Go on. I can wait until next year. Better yet, why don't you just keep it all to yourself like you always do? It's not like...
Rebecca, will you hear me out first?
The silence I can offer him. But whether I'll believe what he's about to say is still up for debate. A very long debate.
I honestly don't know how else to put this. I'm aware your parents have some kind of history with Hannah Wright, and somehow you're friends with her. But you should stay away from these people for now, especially the husband.
Who? Luke?
His expression deepens into a scowl at my mention of his name, but whatever opinion he has, he doesn't immediately voice. I'm almost confident that Luke is like a main suspect in the murder cases. Almost confident. Still, something about it has greatly displeased him, evident in the stiff note he still assumes.
Yeah, he's bad news.
It's my turn to frown this time. What does he mean by that? But I would be shocked if he actually did it. Same, yeah. Quality in Rebecca notably worse than the other voices. It varies, I think. There have been some moments where it's a little muffled. But mostly, I haven't noticed anything significant.
Care to explain your reasons?
I'm not meant for it to sound as harsh as it does, but anger and frustration have never been a good match in me, particularly in nights like this. It's not surprising when Ashton jerks back, as if I've struck him. For a fleeting moment, something akin to hurt darts across his features, his eyes narrowing and hands closing tightly into a fist at his sides. Then swiftly, he glances away and shifts his focus on the line of trees nearby, like an answer can be gleaned from the dark expanse.
I'm really sorry, Becca.
What is it for? For the party? The vague answers he continues to give? Does it include all those times before this, the years worth of it? I don't doubt its sincerity. However, at the moment, the forgiveness he's asking isn't something I'm all too willing to hand, furious as I am. It's frankly a wonder how I can keep myself from raising my voice at him. Tonks decided to hop on your lap for the 7th time.
We'll talk about this tomorrow.
Constantly knows how people around her get hurt by words. Doesn't really give it enough thought to learn from it. Yeah, I think she's a very well-written character. I think all of them are really well-written characters. I think they've done a really good job with that.
And you better have a proper answer for me by then.
There's a brief hesitation before I step away. A short moment of wanting to say more, of waiting if he has anything to add. He's only silent, eyes still trained at a distance. It's the last glimpse I see of him before I climb inside his car. If the door slams with the same force as the anger I'm holding, its sound merely vanishes into the night, unnoticed. Aww. Aww. Oh no! Such a great drawing, but... Oh. Can never listen to Irish Girl for long enough to have a good opinion on the writing. Yeah, I didn't like Marianne that much after we played her chapter, but she was a well-written character. She had a lot of good story that really explained the way she behaved and stuff. I just didn't like her. He follows soon after, and shortly we're on our way back to the city. Yet, even with the city's bright lights welcoming us, the dense, somber air from the mansion still lingers. The moon is almost at its highest by the time we reach Salemwell. I just want to check something real quick. Holy shit! Oh my god, we're so close to finishing our chapter. We're actually really close to finishing our chapter. Turns out, these paths right here went really fast because we're basically skipping. Like, we skipped everything from here to here just because we didn't take one of the other paths. So what I'm thinking is we play until like she goes to bed basically, and then we'll continue and finish our chapter tomorrow. This is Becca's speedrun. Even after our respective heads have cooled off, the atmosphere within the car remains rife with unspoken tension. This isn't a problem so easily fixed with a few handshakes. Quite frankly, I don't know what will. Ashton himself has no idea what to do when he alights and dawdles awkwardly in the middle of the car park, unsure. It almost seems like he's having an eternal debate, whether he should say goodbye or mutter another apology. Here's the thing. Skip stories. You can skip instantly and just go from one choice to the next. It literally, one choice to the next. You can skip everything else. That's what I did when I 100%ed the first 2 chapters. Almost seems like he's having an eternal debate whether he should say goodbye or mutter another apology. I could have driven it away, purely out of spite, the second I've gotten off. Still, old habits die hard. It's late, and Ashton's flat is on the other side of the city. Irritation might still rear its head every time I look at him right now, but I'm not too cruel to put up with him another long drive. Especially when it still appears as if he hasn't gotten any rest.
You can borrow the couch.
I throw the keys to my flat before a protest forms on his lips. Although he catches it with ease, he eyes it with a wary expression and shoots a puzzled glance my way.
You haven't been forgiven. We're still going to have that talk, believe me. But I'm not about to send you out on another drive looking like that. It's late. Go get some rest.
We're setting aside a lot of loose ends like this. But he appears to have accepted that reason, at least in the meantime. He does give me another questioning glance when I shove past him, pulling my mobile in the process.
Where are you going? I thought...
You go ahead upstairs. I need to contact Professor Andrew.
Andrew? Why would you... Oh, no. Please. Is this that thing Isabella said this morning? Again? I already gave her my word, Becca. I'll look into this BRC crap. No need to drag the old guy into it.
Of course, he's still skeptical. It makes one wonder if he's even seeing anything at all. Figures his curse will stay away from the scoffer. But this is another loose end tonight that I just can't leave alone, Ashton's belief notwithstanding. It just so happens that it's one I can delve into using means other than taking a look at the mansion myself.
Ashton, do you really think I still give a shite after that stunt you pulled tonight?
No, but this is...
I've spent so many years with him to know that this is about to turn into another argument. Before he can finish it, I cut him off with a firm raise of my hand.
Look, I don't care. There are weird things happening around here. And yes, it's Isabella's brand of weird. Ghostly voices, strange sounds, and a bloody woman sitting at the back of my car. You don't have to believe me. And I no longer have the patience to convince you, so just leave me be, Ashton.
He doesn't push it, growing quiet instead, although I know he has a whole case of it prepared inside his head. But there's a reluctant shift in his movement when he steps away from our conversation. Short of climbing the stairs, he stops, turns to face me with an expression almost too... conflicted?
Are you really sure?
What?
That there was something? That you've been, seeing things?
Yes, I'm very, very certain. Now go, and you better not break anything in there. The last time I let you stay over, it was that statuette Belle gave me. You haven't even replaced that one.
The last of my reprimand goes both unheard and unanswered as he disappears behind the stairs. If things aren't as strained, he might have had a quip or two about it, followed by a light banter. Instead, for a long moment, I'm left staring after him. There's something in the way he asks that it nags. Coupled with his expression, the whole exchange just feels unsettling. One that doesn't fade even as I gather my thoughts and shift my focus on another. Even as I dial the Professor Andrew's number. And that's when it clicks. During the long wait for the professor, one stray thought emerges from the unease. Ashton has not intended for his question to be a jibe. It's concern. For what though? For my well-being? The letter's curse? The woman I mentioned? The answers for those will have to wait, however. No, Skibbles, we haven't. Finally, the call connects and Professor Andrew's voice echoes from the receiver.
Professor Andrew?
Rebecca? It's late. What can I do for you?
I know, I'm sorry, but this is a bit urgent.
After all, this is a more pressing matter. Our lives might be at stake and we're still in the dark.
Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you to do me a favor.
Okay, good. That's where I'm making a new save, and that's where we're ending. Ugh. That is where we're ending. That was on the 30th? That's the final day of SAC. Interesting. Interesting. Alright. Damn, yeah, that was a very long stream. But it's because the game is so good. It's so good, guys. I can't stop. Ah, got me addicted. Now you're cutting me off. There will be more tomorrow. Come back tomorrow and you'll get an even better deal.
It's very good and you stream it really well.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the bits and for saying that. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate all of you guys hanging out. I've said it before and I think I say it every time I play this game, but I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, and the fact that you choose to hang out with me regardless, it means a lot. So, we'll keep playing tomorrow. By then we're gonna finish Rebecca's chapter and we'll get into to Ashton, which I'm looking more and more forward to it. I was dreading it in the beginning, but I'm actually starting to look forward to it. And I appreciate that you guys enjoy watching watching me play it. It means a lot. Ugh. I'm gonna rest my voice because it feels a little rough right now. And we're gonna rate someone playing a murder mystery puzzle game that I've never, I haven't seen it before, but it looks very, very interesting. I'll take care of myself, don't worry. Don't worry. So, good night everyone, thank you so much for hanging out. We will keep playing tomorrow. I'm already looking forward to it. And, yeah. This is where I usually start rambling about something and lose track of what I'm saying, so I'll just say thank you so much for hanging out and good night.